undertaking some massive redevelopments here at Devonport. We look forward to seeing what they will do as additions to the Devonport Oval and precinct, sporting precinct that it will become. My name's Xavier Williams. I will be doing the cycling commentary today, and also alongside me will be Grant Penny, who will be undertaking the running commentary. We're about to get underway, so I'm going to ask the riders if they could remove themselves from the track, please. Our first event on today's program is the Junior Under-13 Derby. So we'll have two of those, actually we'll have 5 of those, which will be great. That'll be followed by the first of our new gen runners. There'll be 3 heats, and then we'll get into our under-15 derbies, followed by some more new gen senior 100-metre heats, then our under-17 derby riders. That'll take us through to event number 18 on the program. So if we could ask our junior riders if they could start making their way onto the track, please, for event number 1, and those riders that are riding around the track, if they could remove themselves from the track, would be greatly appreciated. Just had some lost property handed in to me, a bike pump that was left at Launceston last night at the Silverdome. Had some terrific riding last night at the Silverdome, but it's if anyone's lost a Joe Blow hand pump, if they would like to come and see me, just down on the infield, I'm towards the finish line and the bell. So if you'd like to come and ask for Xavier, we can possibly sort you out. It's a yellow Joe Blow pump. Looks in reasonable nick too, so if anyone has lost that from last night, they were at the Launceston City Carnival. Be greatly appreciated if you can make your way across to the infield, and we might be able to help you out. Thank you to Mr. Blaisley for passing that on. Really appreciate it. As I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, the first event on today's program is the Junior Under-13 Derbies. And the first of our riders will be between Theo Tabalay and Levi Digney. And these are brought to us today by the Mersey Valley Devonport Districts Cycling Club. And we thank them for their support of our junior riders. We've got a small contingent of riders here in the state that are riding on the track. Nonetheless, we've got some real promising signs and promising juniors that are coming through. If we could just ask the riders to remove themselves from the track, please, if we could be greatly appreciated, so we can get our derbies underway. So event number 1, we can just see, ladies and gentlemen, the man that first entered Tasmania, rolling around the track back at the ripe old age of 29, Jamie Carney. So looking forward to seeing Jamie. We'll have a bit of a chat with him a bit later on. Actually, might get the whole Piedmont Raw USA college team out. We might have a bit of a yarn. One of those that you will enjoy will be Preston I. Likes to get involved with the patrons, brings a lot of enthusiasm to the track. We just ask if those gates could be closed, please, on the side of the track. It'd be greatly appreciated. So if all gates could be closed on the side of the track.
No worries. Riley, come start, please.
Our Chief Commissaire today will be Riley. I think Michael Bailey. They'll be joining those particular duties. Sally Stratton will also be about as a commissaire around the track. So riders are getting underway in event number 1 on the program. We've got Theo Tabalay son of Sid, former mountain biker, multiple national champion. Theo's in the light blue colours, and he's out on the outside of Levi Digney as the boys go down underneath the Sea Road signs. And as I mentioned, under 13 Derby, the junior under 13 Derby. It's sponsored by the Mersey Valley Devonport District Cycling Club, and we thank them for their support of our juniors. This is quite a tactical event. At the moment, it might not seem that there's much going on, but in fact, riders are sort of off number 98 will be sold. Riders just clipping in. And saddlecloth 89 is sold. Riders just clipping in. And saddlecloth 89 is sold. So Soul's up there on the outside. Saddlecloth 98 is Landon Mason. And away they go. Geez, there's a quick start here. So Landon goes very early. Following him out is Sol Downey. So head down the back straight. So Bailey Smith's at the back. Only a light northeasterly. Bit of a northerly, so they will feel it as they head down that back straight and they turn on this new surface. Still got one layer to go on to the top. We're looking forward to that redevelopment once it finishes. So it looks like we're going to have Sol Downey and Bailey Smith duel this one out. Smith around the outside, Sol down on the inside. This is going to be close, ladies and gentlemen. And again, away they go pretty early. Down past Dav's Diner. Around the outside goes Andrew Taylor. Took out the wheel earlier on. 47-15 for that last derby between Downey, Smith and Mason, taking it out there by Bailey Smith. It looks like Andrew Taylor has put a little bit of distance into Madeline Bonham. She gets up out of the saddle. She's going to finish really strongly. Means that Taylor's going to have to push. That he does on the blue steed. He takes out the third of our derbies in the under 13 category. So Andrew Taylor takes that out from Madeline Bonham. We're going to head to our fourth, which is event number 4. Now, I just need to get this correct. My name's Xavier, and in the program we've got Xavi Downey. I think it's Xavi. Shavi. I want to get the pronunciation right. I've had people call me eggs. So, I want to be really respectful. So, Shavi Downey, Geordie Mason and Elliot Taylor. That's, I think the runner's just practicing over there. So they'll roll away now. I'll get the results, thanks Noel, from our last derby. So saddlecloth 88, Shavi Downey goes out. At the rear there, I think we might have Elliot Taylor. So Elliot Taylor's having to do a hell of a lot of work, but it's between Geordie Mason and Shavi Downey. So Downey's in second, Will, so I'd say Geordie Mason has got them down the back straight. The junior under 13 derby, also sponsored by Giant Devonport, Darren Derrico from Derrico Cycles. Giant Devonport, great sponsor, good man, and solid cycling citizen, as well as former competitor. Hard as nails was Darren out on the tarmac here at Devonport. And I think it's going to be Shavi. Shavi's going to take this one out. Great battle with Geordie Mason. And look at this young man coming through now, Elliot Taylor. Come on, make some noise for Elliot down the back straight. Come on, Elliot, finish strong, son. Gets up out of the saddle, dances on the pedals. Well done, Elliot. That's a good, strong ride there by Elliot Taylor, saddlecloth number 95 in event number 4, the under 13 derby, brought to us by Giant Cycles in Devonport. Event number 3, As I mentioned, Andrew Taylor took that out from Madeline Bonham. Time 46.76. 46.76. We're wasting no time, and it's Lottie Natira versus Lars Jones. And Lars Jones is away.
Switch to the GoPro for a second.
So that's Bernie versus Hobart. Bernie being Lars. Loves to be called Lars. It's listed in the program as Levi Jones, son of AJ, stalwart. Just be aware the riders are coming through. Here comes Lars Jones now, down past where the Devonport Cricket Club used to stand. Lottie Natira giving her best, punching into that bottom bend, into the main straight, down past Eric Webster's stand. But it's going to be Lars Jones, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to take it out. Event number 5 on the program, the Derek Automotive Junior Under 13 Derby from Lottie Natira. Well done to Lars and also to Lottie.
We've got some running.
We'll get official times for that last Derby from Noel. Time for the previous one was 50.14, 50.14. Shavi Downey took that one out from Miss Mason, Jordan Mason and Elliot Taylor. 50.34. Time for the last one, 49.98 to Lars Jones, 49.98. We're going to be moving our attention now from the cycling track over to the running track on this pristine field that has been well looked after in recent times, considering the weather. And I'm going to put you into the capable hands of Mr. Grant Penny.
Yes, thanks very much, Xavier. We are going to turn our attention to the first of our running events, which will be an action-packed program right through till almost 10 p.m. tonight. So this is our first running event of the day. It is the 2 heats of the Elders Real Estate New Gen Junior Open 100 metre handicap. For these 5 athletes to make it through to the final a little bit later in the program, they need to finish in the first 4. So first, second, third and fourth will make it through to the final. The field is as follows in heat number 1. Our front marker here is Chelsea Holloway. She'll wear the black and run from 20 metres. Grady Hoetzka will run from 20 metres in the pink. Maya Humphrey will wear the green colour and run from 18. William Robinson will run from the mark of 16 in yellow. Kaylin Jones will run in the blue from 13 metres. Amelia Britton will be the runner in white and run from 10. And our back marker here is River McInnes. And River will wear the red and run from the mark of 8 metres. So there's your field, heat number 1, Elders Real Estate, New Gen, 100 metres. Straight here, Devonport's just under 40 metres in length. As you can see, the runners tackling the curve for the first half, or a little bit more than the first half of their race, and then straightening up and finishing at our finishing line. Beautiful track here. The track, of course, 8 lanes for the big Devonport gift. One of the feature races on the program, where all the runners run off their handicaps in the 8 lanes that are provided for our finalists. A couple of the runners just getting familiar with where their blocks need to be. The front block on the line in professional foot running, perhaps a little bit different to perhaps what they may encounter at their little athletics or even into club meetings where it's hands behind the line or feet behind the line in a stand-up type race. Great series, the New Gen, a great feeder for Tasmanian Athletic League events in the future. These athletes range in ages from as young as 10 right through till about 14 or 15 years of age. After that age they can enter TAL events and be part of the big races for the big prize money that we'll be seeing contested later in the day. Looks like that athlete in white there, Amelia's got it all sorted and she's ready for a start. First heat of the New Gen 100 metres, first 4 to get through to the final. athletes away pretty well, and it's Chelsea Holloway and also Grady Hoetzka that lead the way. They're bringing into the straight now. Still got a nice little lead. It's Chelsea Holloway just in front. The yellow challenging in William Robinson, but Chelsea Holloway holds them out. Well done. Off the front mark. The yellow runner, Will Robinson, finished on well to get through for second, and I reckon you can include Grady Hoetzka as well into the final. Isn't it great to see these kids that do little athletics? They stay in their lanes. Kids, you can walk off. You don't need to stay in your lanes. It's a photo finish here, so there's no need to stay there and wait for your results. Keep walking through. You know they come from a good little athletic centre when they remain in their lanes at the end of the race, waiting for their results to be given. But all done by the photo finish team today, so it's very official. We'll get you the first 4 across the line as soon as possible. Find out which one, or particularly the 4th runner there. I think we can confidently say that the first 3, as they were called, were going straight through to the final, sorry. And 4th place will be the interesting one there, very close with those handicaps in the last 5 or 10 metres to find out who might be that lucky one to make it to the final. Big thank you to Elders Real Estate for their support of this new gen event. There is some prize money for the athletes that are successful today to get through to the final and perhaps finished in the 1st, 2nd or 3rd. So a little bit of spending money. $100 of prize money in total, so a 60, 40, or 60, 35, 15, even, and $10 it is for 3rd. So it's $60 of prize money, I'll correct myself there. Something to spend on perhaps at the Taste the Carnival. All those food trucks up there and vendors all ready to go for this afternoon and this evening's events. Please support them today if you are in need of a beverage or something to eat. Official results were Chelsea Holloway was first, the black. 2nd was William Robinson, the yellow. 3rd, Grady Hoetzka, the pink. 4th, Maya Humphrey, the green. So she's through to the final. And the time will get to you a little bit later. But that's your first 4 through to the final. Heat number 2, we should see our front marker here being Zoe Lakeland, and she'll run from 24 metres and wear the grey. Boston Walters will wear the black and run from 20 metres. Quinley Sukic will run from 19 metres in pink. Alexandra Summers will run from the handicap of 16 in the green. Piper Gleeson will run from 14 in yellow. Elkie Dicker will run in the blue and run from the mark of 12 metres. Henley Jubb in the white from 9 metres. And our back marker here, one of Tasmania's brightest young stars in sprinting, it's Claire Masters, and she'll wear the red and run from the handicap of 5 metres. So runners were asked to submit some performances and times that they may have done in their small athletic careers till this stage, little athletics events or perhaps school races or representative teams that they may have been in, and the handicapper Jared Leary has tried to make it as even as possible. We should be trying to get a pretty close finish. Does a pretty good job of it. It's a tough task because we do know that young athletes can improve so much so quickly, and it's great to see them grasping this opportunity to compete at a big event like the Taste the Carnival 2025. The New Gen events were conducted and held at the Hobart Carnival just a couple of days ago. Some great competition down there. They ran over the 100, 300 and 800 metre distances. Today here at Devonport we'll see them run over 100, 400 and there'll be a mile as well for juniors and seniors in our New Gen, which does provide a bit of a thrill for the crowd to see them tackling the 4 laps of the track. Set for a start here, heat number 2. So away, a number of scratchings from this field, but still 5 in there, and it's Zoe Lakeland that leads the way. She's got her eyes determined on that finish line. They're not going to run her down, I don't reckon. Quinley Sukic in the pink coming. Claire Masters, look at her fly home to grab a spot in the final at least. So be good to see the very talented back marker Claire Masters make it through as well, but it was all Zoe Lakeland. And just like heat number 1 competitors, you are free to walk off the track now. It'll all be done by our photo finish team. Some good heats there, the first 2 of the Elders Real Estate New Gen 100 metres. Of course, trying to qualify for that final. It will only be a short little break between heats and finals. Was listed as 3 heats in your programs. If you've grabbed one coming in today, that there only were 2 heats required. So we will be able to, once we get some results of that heat, Zave, we'll be able to move on to our cycling program, because only 2 heats required due to the numbers. Probably an opportune time to mention that there'll be a clinic for our junior athletes tomorrow at the Penguin Athletic Centre, so the track here in Penguin, and a number of the stars that we'll be seeing competing here tonight and again at Burnie on New Year's Eve will be conducting that clinic. Certainly some names that are very familiar to us: Jack Hale, Jacob Despard, Stewie McSwain. Lyndon Hall will be running around in the mile tonight, and she's an Olympian and a World Championship representative as well. They'll be all there to provide some advice and some support and encouragement for our young athletes. So parents, if you are up there in the grandstand and need something, or your kids want something to do tomorrow, and get to meet some great stars of the track. But back to the cycling track, Zave.
Thank you, Grant. We're up to event number 9 on the program, and we're going to see a bit of a duel between Oscar Digney and Saddlecloth 82. So he's got the light blue and the navy blue with the, I think they're navy blue trunks. The nicks at the bottom, and in the fluoro bib top, black nicks, and fluoro helmet is Noah Blaisley. So they're going to duel it out. Noah's grown in stature, both physically as well as on the bike, throughout the course of 2025. Looking to pursue this as a full-time profession. And he dives down underneath, down the back straight of Oscar Digney, so now they're really starting to pick up the pace. They go past where the Devonport Cricket Club used to be. You can see the Fairbrother signs there. Down past Ghost Rock, Vineyard Inspirations, Paint and Derrico Cycles signs. So they head down past Eric Webster stand. Digney right on the tail of Noah Blaisley. This is a great ride by Oscar Digney, because Noah Blaisley's really improved. But Noah Blaisley will take it out. He takes out event number 9. That's brought to us today by Mersey Valley Devonport District Cycling Club. First of our under 15 derbies. That's a great ride by Oscar Digney. I'm very impressed with what he's been showing over the last couple of days, as well as down at Rosebery just over a week ago. So Oscar Digney, real future on the bike, along with Noah Blaisley out of Launceston. We'll get the time for that very shortly. I'll grab that off Noel Pearce. Event number 10, we're going to go to the Braddon Liberal team. Under 15 derby, Abraham Overton and Harvey Pither. So Pither is on the outside. Ray Sooks on the red. We've got Abraham down on the inside. 108.45, thank you. 108.45 was the time for event number 9 on the program. 108.45 was Noel Blaisley. We get the bushes back out now. Down past where the Braddon Liberal team are. Edge, Pierce, Felix Ellis, and current honorary Oliver Brad, Mr. Jeremy Rockcliffe. Strong sponsors they are of the development that's going on here at the Devonport Sport Complex here at the Devonport Oval. Abraham Overton, I think he's going to take this one out. Certainly does in the red. Harvey Pither. Boys at event number 10, Braddon Liberal team junior under 15.
I didn't realise they'd even stop the football.
Next one will be event number 11, Rory Stretton versus Ivy Natira.
Alright, I'm going to go 1 to 3 while you hang back.
Grant mentioned just recently that there's going to be a clinic, running clinic on tomorrow. I think it's over the dog.
Yeah, can you?
Regional Sports
I'll do it.
Complex.
I'll just
Mention one
say
of the names,
reset.
Jacob Despard will be there.
Oh, we've got another
Oh, Debbie?
derby. You're not on
Yeah,
there.
clothing line too, Jacob.
Michelle.
Disappointed day for me.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
He's been selling his tyre for Boxing Day discounts. We went to hotcakes down at Newtown a couple of days ago. You see, I did a cheer in the blue, in the pink. It was terrific. Rory Strip. Time for our last event, Junior Derby. Mr. Overton, 54.9. 54.9 was the time. So well done, Mr. Overton. Oh, good push there by Inatira as they head down past Eric Webster, stand now straight out. Goes Rory Stratton, distinctive style. Like the strip that you're wearing today, pink socks, pink top. She takes out event number 11. Mersey Valley Devonport District Cycling Club.
Cut to the middle one.
Junior under 15 Derby. So well done to Rory.
No derby. There's no derby. I've learnt my lesson now. I'll always check the bikes before I turn over.
It's all right, Michelle.
Follows Bill for our
I
senior
can't see
open
down there.
100 metres in the new champ, brought to us today by the Bradley Liverpool team. So I'll put you in the capable hands, Mr.
You
Anthony.
can go off those now, Michelle. Thank you. And back on the runway.
Thanks, Xavier. We'll move on to the Bradley Liverpool team New-Gen Senior Open 100 handicap. So our athletes amongst the New-Gen, just a little bit older, ranging in ages from 13 through to about 16 years of age. So head number one, same qualifications as we saw in the juniors.
The back marking's so far out of the frame.
Those for the line will qualify for our final. Savannah McKenzie will be our front marker here. She'll represent the black from
He was
3 quarters. Paige Aiken in the pink from 20. Aria Whitney, who won this event last year, so we're going to go back to back. She's in the green from 17 metres. Miller Dicker will wear the yellow and run from 15. Ash Palmer will wear the blue and run from the mark of 13. Dante Lemon, his handicap is 11 metres the white, and it's Jack Alley, our back marker in the red, from just 2 metres. So a big job for Jack Alley as he looks up and sees them all up to 20 metres ahead of him. Heat number one almost set for a start. So Savannah McKenzie sets the field off as she leads with the black by a couple of metres. Look at the yellow start to come through and Miller Dicker. It's still McKenzie in front, Miller Dicker, also Dante Lemon. They go to the line, they hit it, all pretty close. Miller Dicker and Dante Lemon, the yellow and the white, pretty close to the rest of the tape there. Exciting young athlete there, Dante Lemon, really moving as they moved into the event. Some talented young high school athletes here. Miller Dicker was definitely part of the Northwest High School representative team at the Statewide Carnival recently. It's her year, so did a number of events, both field and track.
You're
See
clear.
her competing here at the Carnivals, just like her mother Melissa Kay did many years ago, and very successful at it. Good to see Miller having a go on the pro with professional handicap running just like her mother did so Rush will wear the pink, run from the handicap 20. Ethan Corkery will run from 16 metres to green. Lane Scott will run from 14 metres to yellow. Estella Gurnos will run from 12 metres in blue. River Howe will run from 10 metres in the white, and then Alex Devonport with a big job ahead of him. Will run right back there off 1 metre in the red. Range here, 25 metres, the handicap difference between our back marker and the front, but we can line out front there. First, second, third and fourth from heat one, we saw Dante Lemon take it out the white, Ron Miller Dick of the yellow, then it was Savannah McKenzie in the black. Ariel Whitney was officially fourth, so she threw to the final, and 11:61 was the winning time. So that gives us a reference of what we need to see here to be competitive. So heat two, almost set for a start. Secure a spot in the final. Ethan Corker has just under the guard of the handicap there, I think a bit. He's shown them his lead set of heels there in heat number 2. That performance might have to get reviewed before we see him again in the final. But some good running in the senior 100 metre heats for two of them. And again, a big thank you to the Bradley Liberal
Okay,
team
Jack,
for
you
their
can
support
reset.
for the new
Michelle,
gen.
I'm on you.
Thank you, Grant. A derby.
Great to see the next generation of runners out here at Devonport in the sunshine.
Jack, Michelle, you can reset.
About to get underway with men number 15 on the program, and this is the under 17, junior under 17 derby between Sid and Tira. So Sid's there, and saddle box number 72 and Fletcher Mason. Actually Sid's in 71 and Fletcher Mason's in 72, apologies. So Fletcher's down on the inside, Sid's up on the top of the track. This will be super competitive. Big thank you to the Mersey Valley Devonport District Cycling Club for their support of the under 17 derby. Previous derby between Roy Stretton and Ivy the Tira, 41.30, 41.30 was the time. So, look good, feel good, go good. That's what Roy Stretton is doing today. Pink attire. Just a friendly reminder, if you are entering the track at any point in time, can you please make sure that if you go in and out of the gates that you open and shut the gates, please make sure that you are putting safety first and making sure that the riders are well looked after. We don't want anyone to have an injury out of negligence. And there goes Fletcher Mason now. So Signature is out after him as they head down past the Derek Smoke beside at the northern end of this Goal, down past Derek Regis, stand 0 sign, past the back half here, and Fletcher Mason take this. Went very quickly, didn't see it. It was like bolt of lightning. Down past the old Devonport Cricket Club. That's where the sign is now. The old Hill fence used to be. That's where he took off from. Under 13 riders, if you can make your way back to marshalling, please. And if you can bring a holder with you, it would be greatly appreciated.
Yep.
So under 13 riders, if you can make your way to marshalling on the infield, it would be greatly appreciated. And if you can bring a holder with you, it would be also very helpful. Anyone that's interested in supporting our riders today, particularly our junior riders, would like to volunteer as a holder, you just come and make your way name known to our commissaires. They're in the blue t-shirts. The blue t-shirts out here on the infield. George Mulhern and Oscar Pillar are the two riders. Tim Coombs is scratching. George winning the under 17 wheel race last night, riding on scratch. They go now, the boys together on the outside. O'Hearn drives down on the inside, down with around about 200 metres to go. Works the bottom, north, top end really strongly. Into the main straight. Oh, good fighting finish there by Oscar Pillar, but it's not enough. And George O'Hearn. George O'Hearn will take the Brad Littleton team junior under 17 derby. Step 2 times.
Okay.
119.89 was the first of our junior derbies under 17, so Fresh Mason, appointing Sidney Tira. Now we have Olivia Chalice. $59.9 was the time for
You got to do everything from far away.
second of our under 17 junior derbies. And Fletch Mason.
It's good for me because I forgot my glasses.
Apologies, I'm going to going to George O'Hearn. Girls are heading down the back straight with Olivia Chalice and Emily Walbach. Along with Mr. John who's out in front. Chalice now comes around the outside, she's around the yellow, then we go back to Walbach in the purple. She heads right around the outside. They couldn't even be violent for that matter. And it's going to be the battle royale for Walbach. Walbach's going to get there. That's off 70. Emily Walbach, 77. Olivia Chalice and Mr. John.
Jack. Michelle, you can reset.
Next, we're going to be moving to under 13,500 metres handicap, brought to us by Mersey Valley Devonport Cycling Club.
You're free, Jack.
In fact, that was Talia Brumall. There you go. Talia Brumall. Talia Brumall, 49.87. So 49.74 for Emily Walker. Talia Brumall, 49.87. And Olivia Chalice, 49.87. Yeah, or is it number 79?
So it's just two riders together, right?
Michelle hasn't played anyway.
Thanks.
52.20 was the time there for Ellie Walker. Winning Talia Brumall in saddle number 78, and Olivia Chalice was third in saddle 79. Time 52.20, 52.20. That was brought to us by Northwest Off-Road. All off-road needs. See a specialist at Northwest Off-Road. Fantastic to see a number of volunteers coming out to support our under 13s. The Mersey Valley Devonport Cycling Club, under 13, 500 metres handicap.
So if you want to just back,
But what is
you're going to do
as
the back.
follows?
Well, we're going to do the bunch, and then once you do the back, and Michelle will do the front.
Elliot Taylor will 80, George May
The back she does
60, Lars Jones, Andrew Taylor will ride on 20, so he's running 40 metres to his nearest, will be Lars Jones. 15 will be Landon Mason, 10 will be Bailey Smith, Levi Digney will go 5, Scratch will be Theo Tabalay, and a couple of changes with regards to their marks. Sharvie Downing will be riding off the mark of 75, Sol Downing will be riding off the mark of 30.
Got a bit of difference out there, so.
Yeah. Bit higher.
So Sharvie Downing on 75 and Sol Downing on 30. So we're following those marks a little bit.
in there for you. Big thank you to our holders, supporting our cyclists here today. Great to see large contingent of riders in rugby 15 age bracket.
Okay, back to the front.
Big thank you to those Devonport District Cycling Club for their support of our juniors.
Right.
Riders, attention. And we are away. Michael Bailey gets us away. And away goes Lonnie Natira. I think we go back earlier, Taylor. Also, Downing, Joy Mason in there as well. Mel's bottom looking very strong as she goes round. Then we head back to Andrew Taylor in the blue. He's right on the back of Melon bottom now, and also Sol Downing. So Sol Downing working hard. Landon Mason down the back straight are also coming through, and then we see Bailey Smith leading the next contingent of riders. Levi Digny, Tablay. As they head down into the bottom bend, or the top bend, I should say, at the northern end of the ground. They go down past Eric Webster's now. I think we might have a new leader. The new leader out in front. We get nice and close here. Storming over the back wheel, looks like it would be. Thursday, Levi Digny. Then holding off. Sol Downing gets there. From Saddle Block 89. I think that was Sol Downing. Sharvey, my apologies, Sharvey Downing. Sharvey then Sol Downing. So I'm getting confused. Both wearing the similar colours. So Sharvey coming over, right and right. Sol able to. Sharvey, Sol coming over.
Yep, clear.
Yeah, Sol is coming over, right and right to Sharvey for the win. So well done to the Downing. Downing boys, well done. You're taking out off the marks of 30 and 75 respectively. Not sure who got third. We'll find out very shortly. There we go. Sharvey Downing, 47.68. Sol Downing, 47.78. And Levi Digny for third, 48.06. 48.06. So well done to Sharvey, Sol and Levi. 40 Mason, 40. Saddle number 99 came in fourth position.
Okay, give me a second.
So you're on the front, which is going to be right over there somewhere.
Yeah.
Michelle's
Riders making their way out for the under 15 1,000 metre handicap. So this will be over 2 laps. It's event number 19 on the program.
Thank you.
Pivot marker of 160 will be Harvey Pivot.
Ask.
Of
Right
140
round
will be
here,
Mike
Michelle.
in the Tira.
Yeah, perfect.
We'll go to Andy Graham Overton, who'll be riding set off 86 of 120. Oscar Digny will be off 110. Rory Stretton off 100. Very distinctive Rory.
Comes
She's in
past,
pink.
yeah, good.
And then our back marker, ladies and gentlemen, is in the fluoro. Held there by Dad. He's riding off the marker scratch. You've got to earn the marker scratch. And this young man, he's 12 years of age still. Sorry, 13 years of age. 12. Still 12. Riding down to 15, but he's really grown in stature, as I mentioned before. And he's got some class about him. This young man, Noah Blazley. So we're looking forward to seeing what he can do. Riders, attention. And we're away. As Michael Bailey gets out the big gun. Start some of our big guns here down to 15 1,000 metre handicap brought to us by the Mersey Valley Devonport District Cycling Club. Our front bunker is working exceptionally strongly, so that's Harvey Piller out the front. Out after him is Ivan Atira, she's about to join him as they head down past where the Devonport Cricket Club used to be. Not far behind them I can see, I think it might be Oscar Digny that's working exceptionally hard. Rider in the red is Abraham Overton, coming up on his wheel is Rory Stratton. So head down now, Ivan Atira is taking over the lead. Digny in second position. Overton, and our back marker, here he comes, he's flying. He just reached the judge there for the bell lap, and that is our scratch marker in Noel Blazley. Right around the outside he goes now, down past the Mersey Valley Devonport Cycling Club sign. As he heads into the back straight, Digny's taking over the lead. Ivan Atira is in second position, then we go back to Rory Stratton, and flying down the back straight, in the blue road, is Noel Blazley, the Jeez, Marcus, don't you shoot me, Logan? Right ride. I think that's just my it is open, it's your order, Ivy. Right ride between you and Oscar Digny. Good battle. Strong finish also there by Rory Strand. Coming off the mark of 100, had a fair bit of work to do. Abraham Overton in 5th position. And around Anfield there was Huckabee Pinner. Well done, Huckabee. Enough Blazely, times 82.89, 82.89. Very close to second between Ivy Natira and Oscar Digny. And Ivy Natira gets the chocolates in that particular job. Blazely off the mark of scratch. Takes out the first darling, Devonport Cycling Club, junior under 15 1,000 metre handicap, 82.89 was the time. We're going to head back to running. So back to this beautiful deck.
Okay, so back on running. So 3 so you can reset whenever the running's on. Might grab that.
Move to our Tasmania junior under 17 1,000 metre handicap. It's event number 21 on the program, so we're actually going to be staying on the cycling track. Our riders will be as follows: 130. Our limit marker will be Olivia Chellis. She'll go off the mark in saddle box number 79. We'll go to 110, Ellie Walbach. So Ellie Walbach will then be off 110 in saddle box 77. So the derby just hit. Mark off 50 will be Tim Kearns, and Tim is here today, so Tim will be scratching. We'll go to Oscar Peeler off 20, Fletch Main off 25, Peeler off Oscar Peeler off 20, George Montgomery will be riding on 15, and Sid Natira will be
Are you sure it's running?
off scratch.
There's a cyclist on the track over there.
Is he climbing the fence though?
Oh yeah, he is. He just pulled up.
He said now back to the front. And
Yeah.
on their program, it is using 1,000 metre final, 100 metre.
Right. There's cyclists down here.
Oh, no, okay, we're doing something. Alright, down there.
Thank you to our office. Thank you to our office.
I think, yeah, go to the cyclists are going down.
Handicap. The women's Karen will be up very shortly.
Yeah, I'll go to the
Forward
front.
to this Christina Finer, but definitely check across.
No, there is runners there on the track.
Where?
But they're not like
Fanny
getting
Smith.
ready though.
Justin Smith will be in the first heat. Second heat will have Caitlin Kelly
Yeah,
McKenzie Mill.
it is cycling.
Rocket, McKenzie Mill, Warren Perry, Eric McCartney, April Paddy, Ella Leanne, Rocket, there's another one. And Lizanne Wilmot, Masters World winner from last night.
So the commentator got it wrong.
We'll get the crowd involved, Lizanne Will.
It did
Canadian superstar, World Cycling Club in Sydney.
They're doing under 17,000 metre handicap.
Under 17 1,000 metre handicap is brought to us today by Tas Freight. All your logistical needs, pop in and see Tas Freight. Make contact with them, they'll be able to support you with your logistical needs. Not only here in Tasmania, but also on the mainland as well. So they've got services here, there, and everywhere. Feel free to grab on to Tas Freight.
I think the live stream setup is quite good today.
Organise that delivery that needs to be made. Women's Karen will be brought to us today by Willing Associates Property Limited. Their accountants attention. That gun's got a little bit of pepper in it. 15 of our holders again as they get underway. 1,000 metre handicap. Our front marker there is Olivia Chalice. Working hard.
Perfect.
Not far behind. I think they might be telling a broom hall. Then we go back to Ellie Walbrook. So the three girls out in front. Chalice, broom hall, Walbrook. About to join them. So come down the main straight now. I'll read the chart for one to go. You're a real chance here, girls. Working hard. Then we go back. Next one is Fletcher Mason in amongst them. Working hard with him. Looks like that might have been Oscar Pillow. Then we go back to Sid Natero, who's leading George Mulhern. Off scratch, he won the world last night. They go down the back straight, they're about to grab the girls. They head down past the fair front of the stand and side. Where the green club used to be. Brewball still leads and Warlock's there. Doing the work early was Olivia Chalice. The boys find the girls, they come around in the main straight down past the breakfast new stand. Oh, looks like Sid Natero, hold on. I think he's got there. Sid Natero, I think has got there from George Mulhern. And Oscar, and that might have been Oscar Pillar, I think, for third, down on the inside. Tas Carnivals Junior under 17, 1,000 metres handicap.
Reset.
Yeah, Sid Natero, 75, 9-3, 75, 9-3. Good ride there, Sid Natero. Rider off stretch.
Michelle, you're
George
clear.
Mulhern in second. Riding the park for 15, Oscar Pillar down on the inside for third. And the time there was 75, 9-3, 75, 9-3. 1,000 metres over 2 laps. So doubles up. Sid Natero, 2024 and 2025. Good consistency on the young man running on stretch. Congratulations, Italian Tas Carnivals Junior under 17, 1,000 metres handicap. Nice little bonus will go to you, Sid, for being consistent in 2024 and 2025. Elite Women's Kieran, if you can make your way into marshalling, please. On the infield, Elite Women's Kieran, so that's heats number 1 and 2. If you can make your way onto the infield, please, and marshalling, we greatly appreciate it.
If you're pausing, you can
We're going to turn our attention now back to the running track.
actually undo it a full turn.
Put your hands.
Otherwise, when it comes
Mr. Grant Penny for the Elvis Real Estate. Number 20, Eugene Junior, Open 100 metres final.
Okay, thanks very much, Xavier. Two pretty exciting heats. About 25 minutes or so ago. Sees us for the field of 8 for this new gen 100 metre junior final. The results are looked at closely by our handicapper, and we hope to see a pretty close finish here in this final. To be here, and we're running for respective marks. Zoe Lakeland will run in the grey in this final for 22 metres. Then we'll see the black and Quinley Suki will run for 21 metres. Behind her is Maya Humphrey, she'll wear the pink and run for 20. Right alongside Maya, the same handicap, Brady Wednesday will run for 20 metres. Chelsea Hallway was impressively winning her heat. She'll run in the yellow and run for the mark of 18. We're going to go back to the blue with William Robinson, who run in 16. Elkie Dicker will run for the white for this final for 15 metres, and our back marker will see the ball ahead of her. And that will be Claire Masters, and she'll run for the 8 metre handicap in the red. Sort those two heats earlier on, we should be in for a pretty exciting final here. A little bit of prize money up for grabs. $35 goes to the winner, 15 for second and third, and $10 of prize money. Thanks very much to Brothers Real Estate. Game finalists are about to walk up to their block.
Junior, 100 metres.
We're going to try again. We're going to switch.
We just grab some riders to come out to the track for the first of the Kieran. I think I'll Jamie Perry will go on the journey, so he can come through and riders will then move off. And Ebony Robertson will be the first rider, followed by Leo, Asian. Mark second, Christina Tyne will be third, Odette Lynch, she's in red. In sassy colours, Sources 2 front three, Fanny Smith all back. Then back to Emma Frost, one of our USA college riders. First time Tassie. Right at the back there is Ebony Robinson. Not Ebony Robinson, Madison Smith. Madison Smith is right at the back. If I remember correctly, Madison right over the university. She's only been on the bike since September earlier this year. She's showing some set of skills, sort of reasoning tank too, Madison. And will indicate he will move himself off the track very shortly. Riders will then take it up, and that's through Robinson now. You can see Christina Crane and then just following back, just that little bit, giving herself a little bit of a gap. She's the most powerful out of the girls in this event. She won this last year, 2024, on 2 minutes 10.56. So you can still see she's waiting to see what they're going to be doing for the rear. There goes Ross, she's just hanging on, pushing wide at that Lynch. Madison Smith right around the outside. Still waiting. Leo, right on Robinson's wheel. Holding forward. Is Conan. Pushing wide. She's waiting.
Well, it's still outside.
Now they go. Now goes now right around the outside. Conan goes with a dead Lynch. Showing some strong form. There's been a dead Lynch. Right in that. Bit of power. Oh, she's got this easy. Dead Lynch, Leo. Qualified. Conan, Lynch, Leo. Qualified. Going through the triple charge. I'm missing out now. Robinson. So the others that go through to triple charge with Fanny Smith. Emma Frost. Qualified Emma. First time in Tasmania. And going a little bit with the trackside. At the velodrome, Silver's last night. Been down for about almost 2 weeks now. Good over a week, at least, days. Close on 2 weeks by the
Looks like a running race. I'm going to put on 3 and you can reset the running race.
Are they running before the Kieran?
Is there a Kieran lined up?
No, they're nearly.
Okay, maybe this
Hence Kieran, if you can make your way out to marshalling area, please. Hence Kieran, if you can make your way out to marshalling area, please. We are appreciated.
must be a women's Kieran.
Yeah, there's one more women's Kieran.
Sorry, Michelle.
Kieran
There's
Hicks.
Kieran up next. Yeah,
Lynch
Kieran
got it. Last one,
Yep,
Lynch,
reset.
Conan, Leo. First, second, third, much between that, 6-4, 6-6, 6-7. Thinking about Building Associates Property Limited in accountants. Going to get underway. Set up on 102. Kenzie Middleton. And she's a rocker, ladies and gentlemen, so she's running behind the 30. Never mind that woman. So have Nathan Kelly, set up on 130. Lauren Perry. Lauren. Might be very good. There she is. Erica Carney, she's at the rear of the field. April Paddy. And just double check, she's up second wheel. Ella Liang, she's fourth wheel. And Miss Anne Laurent, fifth. So the top three make it through to the final. Also the rep charge, a little later on. Kinsey Allen is a rocket. 130, second wheel, so that's Nathan Kelly. mentioned before, all the riders now can move, as long as they go past the Derby, the lead rider. So they've just got to hold. As you can see, they're bunched up. They're waiting for Jamie to come off, which he does now, so now we'll lead them through. Very powerful athlete, Mackenzie Milne. Thought she was going to rip the point yesterday. At the silver note, she leads them through. Right on her shoulder is Perry. Kelly's stuck on the inside. Example one, she's one of her specialties, Kieran. She's boxed in, right at the back. She's going to have to let go unless she sees a pathway through. No one's prepared to go as yet. They hit the 200. Now goes one now. Real high forward. Down the back, staying straight. She's going to take this out from Perry. And last finishing, Devonport, the Queenslander. Liang takes out third position. Someone was missed out. We'll make it through to the Ripper Judge. Milne, sorry, 673. Sorry, 673. Lauren Perry. Sorry, 6'8". And Liang, my eye, for third.
Okay, I'm on Michelle at the moment. You can reset, Jack.
So I have runners now, right?
Yep, running now.
Liang it is, sorry, 6'8". So Caitlin Kelly has picked his handle box. Fourth position.
They have.
Second.
Well, I think they just.
Really wanted to fence here on is like
Yeah, running.
through.
Yeah, sorry, Michelle. Running now.
Partially. We go back to our running track. We're up to event number 24 on the program, and it is the Bradley Team Eugene Senior Open 100 metres handicap. Grant.
Yes, the 8 runners are down there, all set and ready to go for this big final, the Senior Open 100 metre handicap, part of our new Gen series. And as Amy said, we thank you to the Bradley Liberal team for their support and sponsorship of this event. $70 prize money, 40 for first, 20 for second, and $10 for third place in this final. The line-up is follows. Queen Aiken will start from 27 metres and be our front marker in this final. She'll wear the grey. In the black, Savannah McKenzie will run from 24 metres. Hannah Rush will run from 21 metres and wear the pink.
Yes. So
And Zari Whitney will run from 19 metres to green. Villa Dicker will wear the yellow and run from 15 metres. England Corkery will run from 11 metres to blue. Dante Lemon will also run from the 11 metre handicap in the white. And then a delicate one will play our back marker here from the handicap of 5 metres. These are our finalists. 2 heats early today. We should be in for a pretty exciting contest right here.
But is William up? I don't think he's here.
it's going to be great.
Kieran's are after this. Yeah, there's Kieran's. Yeah. Wait, yeah.
Down on their blocks now. June, Senior 100 metre final, new gen.
It was his last set was clean. It's not anymore.
For the even start, Queen Aiken leads them out. Here comes the black of Savannah McKenzie. Through the middle of the field, look at Dante. Ethan Corker and also Dante Lemon. The black takes the lead, Savannah McKenzie. Look at the line again. Oh, I reckon the pink might have got there. Hannah Rush, I reckon, has dived at the tape, and I reckon she stole it along the line there. Savannah McKenzie was in front for probably 90% of that race. And I think the pink Hannah Rush from my point here might have just got up. Pretty close though, very close contest for those behind her, I
Yes, you
reckon.
can reset.
We'll wait that screen with great interest. The photo finish team working hard.
Oh, sorry.
And all the runners across the line. Great technology we've got here. You can see those 2 cameras across the finishing line. She goes up to the grandstand and make their judgments. Let's see if it was Pink and Hannah Rush. It
pink and red.
Okay,
That's
that big
great.
scoreboard, that big screen up there to help us.
Who's in this?
11.50, fast time there for
Yeah, Kieran's here. This one is scratch race.
under 13 scratch race riders, under 13 scratch race riders. Make your way to the marshal area, please. Got a bit of a lot of working out there, Xavier. I am reminded and been handed the information about the lucky program today, ladies and gentlemen. So hopefully you've all got your program for the Taste the Carnival 2025. And there'll be some prizes. It'll be drawn at 8 o'clock tonight. So you need to place your entry form in a box in front of our main grandstand. And the results on the big scoreboard, and we'll announce them over the PA. 4 big prizes, a Remington Holy Grail razor, a ladies razor for second prize, the neutral bullets for third and fourth prize. To you, Dave. Hey, Grant, we're about to go away in the first heat of the men's Kieran. And brought to us today by Northwest Off-Road Royal Off-Road Accessories. Or then you can see Northwest Off-Road. Last year, he's not here today. It was Big Bad Byron Davies, 157.64. Penny last year, big fella. Blowing some sunshine back up in Queensland as we speak. Off the front here with this one, we have got one of the Corey Warrington. We'll just double check as they come through. I'm pretty sure it was Corey. Frizzly, he's in fourth leg with marks, with white disc. And Scottish Nixon, he's going on around the outside of the home, he's been on the move. We've also got...
It's a bold move from Josh.
Can you, Michelle, could you ask yacht to, so it's in the second
I think Max Woodruff is out there, I'm sure he's not. Ellis is involved as well, so riders will come through. Hope he changes in the world. Corey Warrington, only been running for 2 years, power athlete. Got 4 World Championships to his name, and he leads them out now. Decides to go early. Might have a chat with him a little bit later on with regards to his disciplines. He has those 4 rainbow sashes. He leads them. He's going strong. We're going to push the outcome. And outside of the Piedmont Rawls team member. So Warrington's going to get there. Frizzly storming home. But Warrington and Frizzly. I'm going to go to the right. So that's 18. That might be Nicholas. On the outside. Rider from Piedmont. Raw. And we're back on Lloyd down on the inside. The rest of the 2 at Kieran. That would have been as quick as last year's time. Waddington Flying has taken that one out.
Josh, you can reset.
Waddington.
Really good job from the front there.
Oh,
Brent's
Corey,
coming at him.
Corey did a great job.
Couldn't think he'd hold that.
Not for a little while though.
No. He is.
Husband today. He's a smart rider.
Those official times are placed very shortly, so get out of the way in the second of our men's Kieran's. Might be Whittington, Angus Whittington that leads them through. Sammy Gallagher is second well. We go back to Dalton Street and Jamie Carney. Ainsley Gray at the back. And that will be Preston High at the rear of the field. Likes to get the ground involved, as Preston High did so yesterday in the Silver Dome. Missed out on the first carnival. Doing a little bit of ill health, but he's bounced back well. Going around them. Jamie lets them go. They'll be running around about 55, 60 kilometres an hour. I think the leads them their support of Defence Kieran, or any of your 4x4 accessories, see Northwest Off-Road. So there goes Jamie now. Let's him go, no one's moved. Gallagher, give himself a little bit of room. Whittington continuing to look over his right hand side. Plays down the ACT, Angus Whittington. He'll come through and get the goal lap. He's going to go, and just going to hold. Dalton Stratton. Smarting over what Sam Gallagher will do. He's a bullet, pocket. Whether he's using his own pistons, or the 1100 that he has between his legs when he's doing a little bit of motorbike tarmac racing. Around the outside goes Preston Idell, now comes out Ainsley Gray. Dalton Stratton holds his line down there on the inside, going around the outside. Whittington goes Sam Gallagher, Stratton follows him. Not far behind is Preston Idell, wants to make sure he gets through to the final. Ainsley Gray working up, he's not going to get there. Power by Gallagher, Stratton. Oh! Lucky, that was close. Ainsley Gray just jumping in front of Preston Idell there. Nobody got hurt. Gallagher took that out, 28247, 28247, 7-5, second position was Dalton Stratton. And third goes to Ainsley Gray. Ainsley Gray. It's got the express line, 28302, 28305. Yarny.
He wants to go shopping and then I'll be back. I will be back. Perfect. Has he got Ebony's lunch yet, or is that his? Hello. Yes, I told him to meet you in 15, but I'm... Thanks, John.
We haven't got family members that would like to see what's going on and they're not able to be in attendance. On the YouTube, ladies and gentlemen, go up onto the live stream that is going through Golden Wing Chicken Cycling. Thank you to Aaron Bear Liang and his cohort for putting together live streaming of the Tas Carnivals series. See how juniors get themselves organised for the under 13 scratch race. I think they're going to start.
No, it's okay.
If we've got holders, it'd be greatly appreciated. Otherwise, they'll start off defence, but I think holders would be a better alternative. So if people are able to come hold, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Okay, I'll see you soon, mate. Bye.
Also,
He's gonna go. You can
live
research.
results when it comes to
The next one is
cycling. It's at live.tastiming.com.au. You can see that on the scoreboard over the far side. live.tastiming.com.au. We thank Mark and Izzy for making sure that those results come literally at the end of each race.
I mean, I think that one, they're not too bad.
I also believe the running will also be on live.tastiming.com.au website as well. And we'll also give that other option as well to the TAO website, shortly with these live timings and things like that. So, riders just being briefed in the under 13 scratch race. It's going to be over 2 laps. What just owned by the Mersey Valley Devonport Cycle Club. Event number 27 on the program. Riders have got away. And Michael Bailey gets them underway. So, Thomas Jones, Lottie Natera, Liam Taylor. What a plethora of riders. Fantastic. 40 races. I'm excited. Andrew Taylor, Melbourne Bottom. Linda Mason, Riley Smith, Levi Dickey, Theo Taylor, Sol, Downey, and also Charlie Downey.
Can I get you set up in there? It's cold. Thank you.
If he closes for you, he'll get hot.
You got a replacement in there, Sean?
No, I always do.
Riders are coming through now. So head down the main straight. They're going to break the judge on to go. And leading through, behind Sol Downey. Not far behind, Levi Dickey. Then Theo Taylor. podium. So he's fourth at the moment. Third Tamalay. Sol Downey. Driving Downey also at the rear. And that second bunch as they come through now. Leading them through. Going to take this one out. That's a good ride, 7.92. That's led by Kidney. Second position was Sol Downey. Third, I think they went to Tamalay. Sure whether Bailey Smith or Andrew Taylor in the next.
You can reset that.
Well done to Willie Taylor, rounds out the field, along with Saddleboard number 96, Lottie Natira. Lottie's got her own cheer squad.
So is this one?
That's it, Lottie, you bring the lead on the track, I'll bring the lead from the crowd.
Front.
So Levi Digney from Sol Downey and Theo Tamalay taking out. The number 13 stretch race, it's also a first female. So, test that shortly, so that result will come pretty shortly. That's event number 27. Event number 28, ladies and gents, we're going to go to the Senetic Counting Advisors, or Tax Advisors. Junior under 15 stretch race. So we'll start starting on the fence. Robert Racing, over 2 laps, 1,000 metres, Noel Blaze, Oscar Digney, Abraham Overton in the red, Arthur Miller, Rory Stratton in the pink, Olivia Natira out there in the blue. So leading through with the battle, number 86, that's Abraham Overton. There goes Noel Blaze with Oscar Digney, look out for it, here comes Rory Stratton. She's battling it out there with Olivia Natira. Then we've got Harvey Miller at the rear. Riding strongly, Digney taking it up. To Noel Blaze with a head down the back straight. Rory Stratton working super strongly. She's going to take out first female. She might even take out second position on the podium. Noel Blaze we know is taking all before him. He heads down past Eric Webster, down past the front Matthew Stands. Put on a clinic. Great clinic here by Noel Blaze. And Rory Stratton rolls into second position in the pink. Oscar Digney for third. Olivia Natira strong. Holding out Abraham Overton, and ladies and gentlemen, rounding out the field, coming down the main straight now. On the front of the Harvey, front of the front Matthew Stand, Harvey Pillar. What a Harvey. Oscar Pillar, Harvey's brother, one of last year, a time 1:41.43. Noel Blazley takes it out this year.
You're still clear.
1:34, I think he got 1:34. Rory Stratton, second position. Third, Oscar Digney, and Rory Stratton also takes out first female. So on to Rory. Turning our attention back to the running track now. So what's up next will be the accident affairs centre, Devonport Union Junior Open Road Rules. through to the men's and women's Kieran finals. The women's Kieran final brought by Williams Associates Property Limited. Our riders will be Adet Lynch, Sikui Eo, Lauren Perry, Mackenzie Mill, Ella Liang, and Christina Sloan. So Adet Lynch, Sikui Kiki Eo, Lauren Perry, Mackenzie Mill, and Ella Liang, Christina Sloan, and made it through to the women's Kieran. Later on, I think it's number 52, and number 52 is tonight's program. And in the men's, North West Australia men's Kieran, the finalists will be Graham Grizzly, Ainsley Gray, Corey Boddington, Will Emilus, Sam Gallagher, and Dalton Stret. So Graham Grizzly, Ainsley Gray, Corey Boddington, Will Emilus, Sam Gallagher, and Dalton Stret. They will be part of the North West Australia men's Kieran final. So congratulations to our female and male riders making their way through to the respective Kieran finals in events 52 and 53 on tonight's program. It looks like the attention's going to turn back to the running track, ladies and gentlemen, for two heats of the junior 400 metres. Big thank you to Accident Repair Centre Devonport for supporting these new Gen 400 metre events. Two events, and they qualify for our final at about 3:30 this afternoon. We are running a little bit ahead of time, so perhaps make some adjustments to that start time at the final. They must finish in the first four. We had just one scratching from this heat, so it has left us with 6 runners, so 4 of them will qualify for the final. So we've lined up on the following handicaps. Chelsea Holloway will be in the black and she'll run from the mark of 110. William Robinson, the pink, will run from 95. No green, we go back to Alexandra Summers, who will run from 85. Brady Webster will run from 75. Caitlin Jones in the white from 65. And then it's Gemma Richardson as our back marker here, off the mark of 50 metres. So there's 4 for this heat and the next heat after this one to qualify for our final. First chance to see the runners go around the full running track here. We've seen them run just 100 metre segment of our beautifully prepared track here at Devonport. And this is the first go up 400 metres. I'm using a lane here rules as a lane number 1, which is unlike the Devonport here, but I'll be using all of our 8 lanes for the handicaps. First heat almost set for a start. So it's the black of Chelsea Holloway that's going to lead the field as she goes past the scoreboard and tackles the back straight. Just behind her, William Robinson, the picks off the breeze all beginning. Making some good forward moves here as the white, one of our back markers, trying to make contact with those 3 in the middle of the field. But it's all Chelsea Holloway at the moment with about 200 metres to go. The pink leads up the next 3, William Robinson, followed by the yellow of Alexander Summers. I like the runner in white, Caitlin Adams, Caitlin Jones, she's starting to make some really good inroads into the lead here, but it's all Chelsea Holloway at the moment. Our back marker, Gemma Richardson's right out of it here to pick to some handicap for her, I think. The runner in 3:30 we'll get to see the 8 finalists. We've got 4 of them decided at the moment. Over the track, we can see that the runners scheduled to compete at heat number 2 are on their marks and ready to go. I've not seen a red, and that's Piper Gleason, so I feel Piper's perhaps decided that the 400 distance is not ideal and will be a distraction from this second heat. Claire Masters is running again here, this very talented young sprinter. South Rana, she'll run from 70 metres in the white. Elkie Dicker will be the next runner in the blue from 85. Boston Walters will wear the yellow and run from 85. Well, I'm not seeing the yellow there, so perhaps Boston might also be late scratching. Sarah Lakeland will wear the green and run from 90. Quinley Sukic will wear pink and run from 95. And I think over there near the scoreboard we can see Zoe Lakeland, the black, running for the mark of 110.
How urgent do you need it for?
Pretty good. What's he doing?
Well, there might have been some necessary changes made without starting here. I'm not sure if the gun's in play here or not. Maybe a whistle. I think it might be, as Greg indicating, he's holding up a big whistle. So runners, please be aware of that. You will be hearing the sound of a whistle. Start your event. We'll try to get on top of that before our main races this evening. But the whistle will get set you off, runners, so please listen very attentively for that whistle. There we go, the whistle sets them off in heat number 2 of this new gen 400 metres. Actually, we've got a pair centre sponsored 400, and it's the black of Zoe Lakeland that leads as she gets up into her running. She's the runner in blue there. Elsie Digger's looking good with that long hair of hers. She's straight up alongside Quinley Sukic and takes over the lead. So it's Elsie Digger that's got the lead now, the green going with her, and that's Sarah Lakeland. So she's joining in for the fight. And our back marker Claire Masters, we do know she's got a lot of speed up the 100, 200 metre track. And she's got something in reserve for the last little bit of the race. She'll need to produce something to at least get to the final. And she goes around for the runner in second last, the black there, Zoe Lakeland. But it's no doubt about it, Elkie Digger's done enough. She'll definitely qualify for the final, running strongly through the line. And we'll get another run at 3:30 this afternoon. The green front will Sarah Lakeland. Claire Masters has found something in those final stages to qualify along with Quinley Sukic for the pink. Tough distance to 400. Taking it easy and leave it till late in the race, but it hurts no matter which way you run it. So those young runners will have to rest up and be ready for about 3:30 this afternoon for our final. We'll let you know those 8 finalists as soon as possible. It's pretty exciting 400s there. In fact, to use for some entertaining cycling, no doubt.
Can I go?
Thank you, Grant. Tony Wolseley, event number 31, 217 scratch race over 2,000 metres. This is 4 laps. Kim Coombs is a scratching. Tishno is Carly Brewmore, total 78. She's in the all yellow here. Gotta get away. Last year, Maxim Woodruff took out this event. He's on up to the senior ranks. And no favours is Ellie Water. But you may say, I think might have just taken over the lead. I was competitive there with him. The rear of those four three riders and fourth wheel favours draws on her. Look at Ellie Water. Water just hang on there. She's a gutsy little rider. Next Olivia Chalice, falling at the back, is totally horrible. They'll come to the main straight now. This is going to be close, ladies and gents. Sinatira, I think, right holding his wheel. Draws by her around the outside. Sinatira got the better again, I think. So Sinatira from right on the inside, Mulhern, Mason, Hither. Short between the two girls, Water and Chalice. And I feel that it was totally horrible. That's the 1,000 metre lead riders for the women's 1,000 metres handicap. So that's the Royal
New runners.
1,000 metre handicap riders. If you can make your way to the marching area, please. So that's our women riders. Events number 34 and 35 on the program. If you can start making your way to the marching area, please. And Sinatira gets it 254.86. 254.86. Look at the last year in the sprint race.
Go through the runners.
Nice and George Mulhern for the second. And Fletcher Mason. See whether that comes up very shortly. Don't forget, ladies and gents, tascarnivals.com.au for all the results and records of today's proceedings. You can share that with family members that aren't here, but those that might be interested, friends, those that are partaking either the cycling or the running. Have a good look at it. Go to Golden YouTube, cycling on YouTube. I also ask all holders, you can make your way out into the facilities and marching area. All our riders
In the 1,000 metre handicap. So those of you that would be willing to volunteer and hold our riders, it'd be greatly appreciated. If you can make your way out onto the infield to support our riders in our 1,000 metre handicap, there for our women. And that's brought to us today by Ronald Gray and Elizabeth Muir Memorial. We're going to turn our attention back to the running track. And I think they're going to get underway with the Senior Open 400 metres handicap brought to us today by the Brad Liberal team. George Mulhern for second, I was right there, and Fletcher Mason for third in the scratch race for the under-17s. Over to you, Grant.
Yeah, 2 heats of the senior New Gen 400 metres about to be seen here in front of us. Our runners are all lined up on their handicaps in the following order. Paige Aiken will be our front marker here off 85 metres. Back to the black, Savannah McKenzie. She'll run from 75 metres. Lane Scott will wear the pink and run from the mark of 65. Now, it does have Dante Lemon here off 60. It looks like he's been re-handicapped. Perhaps Dante impressed the eye of the handicapper a bit too much in that 100. He's gone back quite a margin there, as you can see, relative to the others. Hanya Rush, our 100 metre winner, is back off 45 metres the yellow. Tora Carpenter, the blue, will run off that same handicap. 20 metres is the handicap for Jack Penny in the white, and it's Ash Palmer who will be our back marker here and run from 15 metres. So must finish first, second, third or fourth to qualify for our final. So pretty clean start from the field as it's Paige Aiken off the 85 metre mark that leads the way. She goes past the main scoreboard. She's starting to open up in the back straight there, looking pretty strong. The black of Savannah McKenzie makes up some ground. The next runner that catches the eye here is that runner in green. He got re-handicapped, Dante Lemon, but it hasn't held him back at all. He's starting to make some serious inroads into the lead of our 3 ladies ahead of him. It's still the grey Paige Aiken in front. The biggest dangers come from Savannah McKenzie, who's going up onto her shoulder, but also Dante Lemon. Have a look at him. He's cruising around the Lahome Bend here. He's about to go past the Eric Webster stand, and I reckon he's going to lose that as his marker to go past a lot of them. The white's coming through well also. Jack Penny is flying home, but it's Dante Lemon that takes over the lead. He wants to qualify for the final. He's making no doubt about it. Goes down to the line, looks strong too. Takes it out. Good run from the white there, Jack Penny, to get up for second place. The black gets through as well, Savannah McKenzie. And well done to Ash Palmer. Had the hardest job in the field, being the back marker. He has snared a spot in that final later this afternoon. Yeah, Dante Lemon, he was in the green and was handicapped probably initially quite well, but you know, accurately pulled back some margin and had to start behind those that would normally start ahead of him in the colours, and didn't stop the young talented runner in Dante as he takes out the first heat of the 400 metre handicap. Big day for our new gen athletes, particularly if they're in both of our sprint event finals and the mile as well. That's 2 100s, 2 400s and a mile to get into the legs. No doubt we will see some distance runners who'll just prefer that longer race and maybe just start in that one event today. But we will see some of these very keen young athletes compete across all of the races here at the New Gen. So it's a great series. We have indicated a few times it's a great feeder for future years for those that perhaps want to use pro running as their sport over the summer months. TA all run events from as early as October right through till nearing the end of January, and there are much bigger events of course when you go interstate as well, things like the stall gift, which we are quite familiar with, I'm sure, as we see that on our televisions on Easter Saturday, Sunday and Monday every year. And it's certainly something that a lot of these top level pro runners love to aim for. Our attention is directed towards this second heat, and our runners are lined up in the following order. Quinn Aiken, will run from 110 and wear the orange. Veronica Kelly is in the grey, there off 80 metres. Ethan Corkery will wear the black and run from 65. Stella Gounos will run from 65, the pink. Aria Whitney will run from 55 metres, the green. No Jai Cobbing, the yellow, so put a line through him. We do see the blue of River Howe. He'll run from the mark of 35. Again, no white, so Jack Alley, I think, is out of this 400. And our back marker here with the big job ahead of him, he's going to launch out of those starting blocks off the 10 metre handicap, and that's Alec Devonport. So away they go, a big margin separating front marker Quinn Aiken and back marker Alec Devonport as they tackle the back straight now, particularly Quinn. As look at her power down the back straight here at the Devonport Oval. The runner in grey there, Veronica Kelly, in hot pursuit of her, along with the pink of Estella Gounos. We go back a little bit of a margin there until we see the black of Ethan Corkery. Looks good in that 100 metres. What can he produce over the one lap as he's up into fourth position? We're about to have a change to the start, the front of the foot race. It's going to be the grey of Veronica Kelly that takes the lead. Look at our back markers start to come into it now. River Howe in the blue starts to round around a few runners, and Alec Devonport goes with him. First four to qualify for the final. Veronica Kelly looks pretty safe in the grey. Estella Gounos now slips it into overdrive as she wants to make that final, and here comes the two boys from the back. River Howe and Alec Devonport. They probably both know they're in the final, particularly Alec. Look at that, a smart run from him, looking around, making sure he's qualified. River Howe takes line honours, but it's blue, grey, pink and red that qualify for our final. Pretty wise move there from Alec Devonport. Probably been given a lot of good advice. Just get yourself into the final because the big stuff will happen a little bit later. It's a Good races there, some really close competition in our new gen. Well done to all the competitors, all the best of those that have qualified for the final.
Still waiting for holders, and also those of you that are new to holding, one step push please, one step push. That's coming from the Chief Commissaire. So for our riders, one step push. We're about to get underway in the Ronald Gray Elizabeth Muir Memorial Women's 1,000 metre handicap. Christina Clonan took out the handicap 1,000 metres last night in Launceston. Top 7 will make it through from each of the 2 heats into the final. So Christine will be riding off scratch. Caitlin Kelly will be the closest of 20. And joining her will be Mackenzie Milne, so they'll drag her through. Oh, my apologies. Lauren Perry's off 15. So Loz is there. And then a Lynch. Limit marker. Melissa Turner out of 145. Riders, attention. And away they go. So they've literally got 2 laps. So Christina Clonan comes in now. And you can see Lauren Perry leads them away. Mackenzie Milne goes to jump off the back of that. There comes Christina Clonan. Getting underneath 2 is also Caitlin Kelly. Adette Lynch has missed the start, so she's not going to be able to figure in this one. Away they go. Possibly not her forte either. Away we look at Kayla Baker now, working out around the outside of Melissa Turner, who gets up out of the saddle and tries to jump onto the back of her. Then we go back to Suzanne Stratus off the mark of 75. Madison Smith pulling them through now in the black. Away they go, they've got 1 to go. First 7 will make it through. Stratus is holding some good form in recent times. Madison Smith pulled through the next bunch of riders. That includes Lauren Perry, Erica Carney, Ebony Robinson. And then coming around the back there, we can see Mackenzie Milne and Christina Clonan. So first 7 to make it through. Looks like they're going to be able to do that, our back marker, so that's good. First 3 have still got about a 15 mic length lead, but they'll need to go somewhat so they don't get swamped. They've got enough speed, so Baker will lead them through. The first 3 will get through, no problem. So Turner, Baker, Strates coming through, Robinson, Milne, Clonan, Kelly, Perry.
So I'm not sure whether Lauren Perry made it through. I've already got it. There we go. So Baker, Turner, Strates, Robinson, Milne, top 5. 1:13.19. Clonan and Kelly. Lauren Perry has missed out. Lauren Perry has missed out. Clonan and Kelly. So Baker, Turner, Strates, Robinson, Milne, Clonan, Kelly. 8th position was Lauren Perry. So she did a lot of work early. Lauren Perry, unfortunate to miss out, but Caitlin Kelly, along with Milne and Christina Clonan from the rear of the field, have made it through to the Ronald Gray Elizabeth Muir Memorial Women's 1,000 metre handicap, brought to us today by Pine Grove Funerals. Friendly reminder, we still need holders. So holders, if you can make your way out onto the track, please, it'd be greatly appreciated. So riders in the second heat, off 150, we've got 2 limit markers, Eva Smith and Sybil O'Rourke. Off 140, Ruby McEwen. 120, Sunny McEwen, so the twin sisters. 115, we will have Emily Walker, former Will winner here, as well as Launceston. Lizanne Wilmot will be off 95. Then we'll go to Amalia Langham as an addition. Saddlecloth 118. She'll be riding off the mark of 80 metres. I like the kit that Marley's wearing. It just works. It just works. Marley, well done. 65 will be Neo and Frost. So Emma Frost and Kiki. And off 70 is April Paddy. My apologies, I missed Emma April. And our back marker, the superstar out of the Balmoral Cycling Club in Queensland, being held there by her father, Aaron Bear Liang, is Ella Liang. Bronze medalist, under 19 world champs. Riders, attention. Top 7 to make it through. 11 riders, so 4 will miss out. Away they go. Leading them out is Sybil O'Rourke. So Eva Smith has missed her wheel. Well, she waits her for her, and there comes Eva Smith now. But Sybil looks like she's pulled the cleat and she's come off. Something's gone wrong. So Eva Smith now is working out there by herself with Ruby McEwen. Here comes Sunny McEwen coming around the outside. Looks like Emily Walker in the all-black. Lizanne Wilmot jumps onto the back of that. Here comes Amalia Langham. She looks good, smooth. And she joins that front bunch, and away they go. Eva Smith's going to miss them as they've gone past too quick for her. Walker still leads them through. Then we go back to Neo. Liang. Nice and smooth. Tight riding position. She brings through also Emma Frost and April Paddy. They work their way around into the back straight. Emily Walker now has taken over the lead. We go back to, I think that might be Sunny McEwen. Lizanne Wilmot. Around the outside goes Neo now with Amalia Langham joining them, pushing them wide. Ella Liang. April Paddy. Erica Carney. Emily Walker can sit up. You can have a cup of coffee, Emily. Looks over her left shoulder. No one coming. So she gets through. Langham gets through. Neo gets through. Liang gets through. Paddy gets through. Wilmot gets through. Carney gets through. And they're our top 7. So Walker, 73.03, 73.03. Taking that out in a canter. Langham for second. Kiki Neo for third. Liang for fourth. Paddy for fifth. Wilmot for sixth. And Emma Frost. Emma Frost has made her way through. So Emma Frost has made her way through. It wasn't Carney, my apologies. Carney rode in the one beforehand. So well done to Emma, making her way through. Part of the Piedmont Raw team out of Atlanta, Georgia. She's made her way through to our 1,000 metre final a bit later on. Brought to us today by Pine Grove Funerals, known as the Ronald Gray and Elizabeth Muir Memorial 1,000 metre handicap. Next, we're going to go to the men's lightning handicap. It's the Glenn Pitchford Memorial, and this is brought to us today by Sea Road Tasmania. Big thank you to Sea Road for their sponsorship of our men's track cyclists. Again, if we could have some handlers, it'd be greatly appreciated. Handlers or holders, if you can make your way onto the track. In the first heat, we have limit marker will be Peter Macras, rider out of University of Queensland. Masters World Champion down here last year. He's had a big year on the track. Runner-up again last night in the Masters World. Enjoys his time down here in Tasmania. Fun fact, hadn't had crayfish or lobster until last year. As in enjoying the delicacy down here in southern parts of Australia. Off 120 we're going to have two riders, Tommy Blazley and John Taylor. Off 100 will be Jared O'Connell. So Jared is Masters 8 World Champion. That's the 65 to 69 age bracket. Friendly reminder, we still need some holders, please. Off 90 metres, we will have Tim Taylor. Off 70 will be Gonzalez Munoz, Jared. Luca Rocky will be off 60. Off 50, we've got four riders. So Ainsley Gray, Edward Marks, Max Woodruff and Angus Withington. Two laps, Glenn Pitchford Memorial, Sea Road Men's Lightning Handicap. Riders, attention. First five from each heat will make it through. First five from each heat will make it through. Peter Macras leads them out down the back straight. Fun fact, nickname Burger, also known as the Fat Banana. Anyway, away he goes down the back straight. Joining him very quickly was John O'Taylor and also Tommy Blazley, and they go right around the outside of him. Coming through now comes Jared O'Connell with Tim Taylor. Then we go back to Jared Gonzalez Munoz. He's all out by himself. Backmarkers are going to have to do a fair bit of work here. Stretton, Ainsley Gray, Marks, Withington, and then on the back of them is Luca Rocky. They're going to have to work hard, top five to make it through. Front markers are doing reasonably well. And it looks like Tom Blazley, away he goes at the moment. John Taylor not far behind. Then we go back to Tim Taylor. Peter Macras around the out, being rounded there by Jared O'Connell. Here comes the back markers now. We need two or three of them to come through. Dalton Stratton bringing them through. Here comes Edward Marks. Taking it out there is going to be Tom Blazley. The two Taylor boys that got through. Oh, good finish. Withington, Marks and Luca Rocky get there. Just pipping Peter Macras. Rocky actually might have missed out. So Blazley, 106.59. Tim, then John Taylor, Withington. I went with Marks. He did. Top five. They're the top five. Blazley, Taylor, Withington and Marks have made it through. First heat of the Glenn Pitchford Memorial Men's Lightning Handicap brought to you today by Sea Road Tasmania. Up next is the second heat. In addition, Joshy Nixon, he'll be riding in the white, all white. Top, saddlecloth number 8. And he'll be off the mark of 30. So our front marker, our limit marker will be Rory Fisk off 150. 145 will have two riders, Matty Bonham and Patrick Best. 125 will be Simon Barnett from Queensland up in Townsville. I don't think he'll be missing the humidity. Might be missing the warmth, but not so much the humidity. Mitchell Stratton off 110. 95 will be Aaron A.J. Jones. Louis Schramm, one of the USA riders. He'll be riding off 75. Will Emulus off 65. Owen Lloyd will be off 50. Toby Jones and Corey Boddington. Those two boys will be riding off the handicap of 30 metres, along with Joshy Nixon. Still need some handlers, so handlers please. One step push two. Here he is, he's entered the field. Good to see him. The man with discipline and dopamine, Jacob Despard, ladies and gentlemen. He'll be at the clinic tomorrow. Don't be afraid to pull out and go and catch up with him and Jack Hale. Did you bring any of your gear? Jacob? You didn't bring any of your gear? Well, you can at least get an autograph. I encourage you to do that, ladies and gentlemen. If you get the opportunity throughout the course of today's proceedings, go and say good day to some of our athletes. They're more than willing to have a chat, in particular with your children, those that might be aspiring in order to be able to get up, take the place of Jacob and Jack, Christina, Lauren, Corey, etc. Heat number 2, Men's Lightning Handicap, Glen Pitchford Memorial, brought to you by Sea Road. Over 1,000 metres, 2 laps. Nixon, Boddington and Jones going to be working together at the rear. Top 5 make it through. Riders, attention. We're off and racing in the second of the heats for the 1,000 metre Lightning Handicap, the Glen Pitchford Memorial. Our back markers there. Look, Boddington working really hard. Jumping on the back of him is Josh Nixon, and at the rear of them is Toby Jones. We get the bushels out and we go down the front straight, the back straight as they head down there, leading them out at the moment. That looks like it might be Patrick Best, Matty Bonham, and also Rory Frisk jumping on the back. Then we come back to Simon Barnett from Queensland. So Barnett going to lead them through as they come through now. Barnett leads them through. There's Mitchell Stretton. AJ, top 5 are going to make it through. Will Emulus working hard along with Louis Schramm. Look at Boddington right around there. He goes early. He's going to have to work. He's not going to have to do too much work. Toby Jones might have to do a bit of work though if he wanted to make the top 5. Aaron Jones, Mitchell Stretton are going to be a part of that. There's no doubt about it as they head down into the bottom bend. Down past Jericho Cycle sign. Mitchell Stretton punches away. Aaron Jones, he knows he's going to be in the top 5. Toby Jones, though, is going to have to push in order to be able to get there. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do so. I think he's going to be held out. So Mitch Stretton makes it through. Boddington, Aaron Jones, Barnett. And I think that was Emulus that might have made it through in that 5th position. Going through there was Nixon, went out hard early, and also Lloyd at the rear end of the field. Yeah, Stretton, Boddington, 106. It's a 3 second slow off than the first heat, 106. AJ for 3rd. Under 13s, if you can make your way to the infield, please, for the Clark's Painting Junior Wheel Race. Under 13s, if you can make your way, please, to the infield for marshalling, it'd be greatly appreciated. About to get underway in the 3rd heat of the Glenn Pitchford Memorial Men's Lightning Handicap, brought to us by Sea Road. Our front marker off 150, we've got two of those, Andrew Moore and also Paul Craft. Now, we've got a couple of scratchies, so they're bookending, and that's Graham Frisley and Sam Gallagher. So look to see how these two punch. Riders, attention. Kraft, Moore, and Jean-Christophe Bonneville get away nice and sharply. Chris Mullins not far behind him. Then we go back to Simpson Kit, Brendan Simpson Kit, Joshy Rayner, the Flying Wombat, all the way from Cairns in Queensland. Then we go back to Jamie Carney, former world winner here many moons ago. Then we go back to, I don't think, is that Jack Hadley? I don't think it is. It might be Jacob Langer. Oh, no, maybe Preston I, Sam Gallagher, and Graham Frisley round out the field as they head down into the main straight. So Kraft leads them through from Bonneville. Then we go back to Moore. Right at the back of that is Brendan Simpson. Kit goes right around the outside. Back markers have got a fair bit of work to do. Gallagher's bringing through Graham Frisley now. I'd say they're reasonably comfortable. Kraft has done his work, pulls off. Away he goes down the back straight. There's Gallagher pulling them through. Taking over the running, it looks like it might be Christopher Mullins. High and wide on him might be Jack Hadley. They're coming through now. So these two are going to get through. Yeah, Hadley, Mullins, Moore, Carney, Simpson, Kit have all qualified. Looks like Gallagher and Frisley have missed out. And maybe Jean-Christophe Bonneville is in sixth position. So possibly needed a bit more support at the back end there. Gallagher took it out last night in Launceston, the 1,000 metres on the track. Logan James, one of the G-Train crew on deck. Good to see him. 106.62. 106.62 to Jack Hadley. Mullins in second. Moore in third. Carney, Jamie Carney, is in fourth position. And Brendan Simpson Kit has made it through. Brendan Simpson Kit has made it through. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the under-13 wheel race. Brought to us today by Clark's Painting. So Clark's Painting Services. Residential and commercial. Get hold of Nathan Clark and Clark's Painting Services for your painting needs. If we could just ask for holders, it'd be greatly appreciated, please, for all our riders. So we'll have riders off the following marks. Elliot Taylor will be our limit marker. He'll be off 200. 180 will be Lottie Natira. 160 Geordie Mason. Madeline Bonham will be off 150. 130 will be Shavi Downey. Off 100 will be Lars Jones. Then we go to 55. That'll be Sol Downey. Andrew Taylor off 50. Levi Digney off 10. Oh, sorry, Bailey Smith off 40. Landon Mason off 50. Levi Digney off 10. And our scratch marker will be Theo Tabalay. So this will be 2 laps for the junior under 13 wheel race, brought to us today by Clark's Painting. And a big thank you to the Braddon Liberal team for their support by donating a sash. Thanks also to Tas Freight, Giant Devonport and the Goodstone Group for our, I think, part of Tas Carnival, the 87th running of the Devonport Athletic Club Christmas Carnival at the Devonport Oval. Notice a number of runners are starting to make their way in. Mentioned Logan James before, just registering, former Hobart gift winner last year. I think he might have been doing that in Amelia's search from memory. Might have been the women's gift winner at Hobart. See what he can do today. I know Jacob Despard's looking to add to his previous Devonport gift win. So he's running in the 400. Now part of Viking Athletics. Under the tutelage of Brett Robinson. I think it's the Gold Coast in Queensland. Paris Olympian, 4x100 metre relay team member. Got the Worlds and the Commonwealth Games coming up too, so World Champs, Commonwealth Games. Look forward to seeing what he can do there. Riders just getting themselves organised. Big thank you to our holders. One step push. Yeah, just being affirmed there by our Chief Commissaire. Riders, attention, and away they go. Lars Jones gets a beauty of a push there by Dad. Next up is our under 15 wheel race over 2,000 metres. Again brought to us by Clark's Painting. And then we'll be moving to the grass track where we will see our junior open 400 metres handicap final brought to us by Accident Repair Centre in Devonport. So riders in the junior under 15 wheel race will be as follows. Off 350 will be Harvey Pither. 280 will be Ivy Natira. 270 will be Abraham Overton. 260 will be Oscar Digny. 240 will be Rory Stretton. And you've heard right here, ladies and gentlemen, behind scratch. So minus 10. So behind scratch will be Noah Blaisley. Tell you what, he's earning his stripes here, Noah. 2,000 metres, 4 laps for under 15s. Riders, attention, are underway in the under 15 wheel race brought to us today by Clark's Paintings. Look at Noah Blaisley here, he's going back from minus 10, so he's going from behind scratch in the under 15 wheel race. So leading them through, looks like this will be Harvey Pither, the light blue helmet. As he comes through, he greets the judge with 3 to go. Away we go, Harvey on the Merida, working hard, not far behind him. We've got Digny catching up to Ivy Natira, then Abraham Overton and Rory Stretton. So Digny's gone pretty early and without any support. So Ivy Natira, Rory Stretton and Abraham Overton, they're going to somewhat hopefully work together just to draw back this lead that's been given to Harvey Pither with a mark of 350. Noah Blazey comes through to greet the judge with 3 to go. Starting to make some good inroads. Around the outside, we've got a new leader. He'll greet the judge with 2 to go. That's Oscar Digney. So he's caught up to Harvey Pither. Then Ivan Atira, Rory Stretton in the pink. We go back to Abraham Overton. So these 3 are going to be duelling it out here for first, second and third. I think Digney's gone a little bit too early. Around the outside of Ivan Atira goes Rory Stretton. Coming through to greet the judge with 2 to go is Abraham Overton. I'm going to get the bushels out and down the main straight now. Here he comes. From behind scratch. 2 to go. He's a live chance, Noah Blazley. It's only a quarter of a track between first and last. And at this point, we've got a new leader. That's Rory Stratton. Oscar Digney jumps onto the back of her wheel. And now he's working smart. Good strategy, Oscar. Looking for him to do a little bit of work is Rory Stratton. Will he come down underneath? That he does. And that possibly allows Miss Natira to jump onto the back. Abraham Overton around the outside of Harvey Pither. And here comes our back marker. Noah Blazley, they get the bell. Oscar Digney leads them through. Rory Stratton. We go back 5 lengths. Dive in Atira. Abraham Overton. Harvey Pither. Noah Blazley. He's a real life chance here. Let's see what he can do. Can he get up from -10? Down to the back straight he goes. Digney on the inside at the moment. Leads Rory Stratton. Pulls away from her. So it's the Act Turquoise from the pink. Then we go back to the rider in blue. That's Ivan Atira. Here comes Noah Blazley from -10. Not sure he's quite going to get there. Digney versus Stratton. Ivan Atira working hard. Noah Blazley coming from the clouds. Pither, Stratton, Pither. I think Oscar Digney's going to take this out. Oscar Digney takes this out. Rory Stratton, great ride from -10. 10 behind scratch. Noah Blazley for third. Ivan Atira, Abraham Overton. And rounding out the field, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our front marker and all of our riders. Harvey Pither in the Clark's Painting under 15 wheel race.
Yeah, after all the excitement that we just witnessed there with those fantastic wheel race finals, big thanks to Clark's Painting, we're turning our attention to the Accident Repair Centre Devonport New Gen Junior Open 400 metre final. 2 pretty exciting heats contested about 30 to 40 minutes ago. Well, here is our 8 finalists to contest our final here at the Devonport Carnival. Our front marker in this junior final will be Quinley Sukic. She'll run from the mark of 105 metres in the grey. We look back to the black of William Robinson. He'll run from 100. Then it's Sarah Lakeland, who'll run from the 95 metre handicap. Also alongside her will be the green of Chelsea Holloway from 95. Then it's Grady Hoekstra, who'll run from 85 metres the yellow. Elkie Dicker will run in the blue and run from the mark of 85. Then it's Claire Masters we'll see run off the mark of 80 metres in the white, and Kaylin Jones becomes our back marker of the 75 metre handicap. Obviously, after those results are looked at closely from our 2 heats, we've finished up on these handicaps and hoping to see what should be a really exciting final. Accident Repair Centre Devonport behind the New Gen 400 here as we're about to see this final get underway. Good start there as we see Quinley Sukic, the grey, tackle the back straight as she leads and gets off to a pretty good beginning too. Gives the field about 4 or 5 metres, and we see them starting to make their way through now. The blue of Elkie Dicker makes a forward move, as you can see her moving past the pink, and now the black, and moves into a strong second position. The runner in white there, Claire Masters, we know she's a very good 100 and 200 metre runner. Well, she's getting onto the heels of Elkie Dicker there, and she'll look to make her move as they come past the Eric Webster stand. Look at Quinley Sukic. She's not giving up that lead too easily. This little front marker's got a lot of fight in her. Here comes Claire Masters, though, now. She puts in that big strides of hers. She looks fantastic, too. Look at this. A well-timed run. Beautiful performance here as she flies past them, leaves them all behind, and wins this 400 quite convincingly. Quinley Sukic's going to have a great job there to hold on for second place, so she used that handicap to full advantage. Elkie Dicker through to third, but geez, it was all Claire Masters there. You certainly know of Claire's ability over the 100 and 200. She's represented the state on a number of occasions at little athletics level, and also the junior primary nationals. I do recall her running in Launceston there for representing Tasmania and performed extremely well. Just starting to make her way into that next level, that next few age groups, and we're seeing that ability across the 1 to 2, and not a bad 400 there as well. We'll see the official results go up shortly. We'll definitely see the colour white go up first. Quinley Sukic looked a pretty comfortable second place as the others all streamed in behind them. The big screen, of course, across the other side of the ground as we can get all the results. And you will see that website too on the bottom of that screen if you are looking to follow along on your phones or your devices. 50.59 was the winning time for Claire Masters off the handicap of 80 metres. 53.29 was enough to get second for Quinley Sukic. As the others flash up there, Elkie Dicker, we did see her run very well in that middle stage of the race. She did hang on for third, 53.75. Do need results for cycling and athletics, that website again, live.tastiming.com.au. So please put that into your devices and follow along throughout the day and see all the results from all the action.
Also see some results on the Oz Cycling website and live action through Golden Bin Chicken Cycling. So that's the YouTube channel, and they're recording that through the Oz Cycling website, so you can see the live feed through there. Friendly reminder that our 1,000 metre handicap finalists for our women will be up very shortly. So Langham, Turner, Baker, Walker, Strates, Wilmot, Robinson, Neo, Frost, Liang, Paddy, Milne, Kelly and Clonan. They'll be asked to come to the marshalling area very shortly. That'll be followed by our men in the 1,000 metre final, and that will be Boddington, Marks, Withington, Hadley, Emulus, Carney, Taylor, times 2, Jones, Stretton, Mitchell that is, Simpson, Kit, Blaisley, Tom, Barnett, Mullins and Moore. So those riders, if they can make their way to the marshalling area very shortly at the conclusion of the under-17s wheel race, brought to us today by Clark's Painting. So under-17 wheel race riders will be as follows. Our front marker will be Olivia Chalice off 280, 260 will be Talia Broomhall, 250 Ellie Walduck, Fletcher Mason will be off 40, Oscar Pither will be off 30, and George Mulhern will be off 10. Scratch marker will be Sid Natira. This is brought to us today by Clark's Painting. Last year, the winner was Sonny McEwen, time 2:32.47. 2:32.47. Riders, attention. Certainly got mine, Mr. Bailey, with that. So Broomall and Chalice and Broomall lead them out, followed by Walduck. So away they go. So Chalice is waiting there for Talia Broomall and Ellie Walduck to jump onto the back wheel. They're going to have to go. As they come through, they're going to greet the judge with 3 to go. A reasonable lead. So the boys, let's see whether they can swamp the girls again, this time over 1,000 metres. Leading them through with the boys. Off the mark of 40 metres is Fletcher Mason. Then we go back to Oscar Pither, Mulhern and Natira. So Mulhern and Natira working well together. Sid also with a distinctive riding style, that head bobbles from side to side as they work that top bend, the finish line. Down into the back straight they go. Girls are going through now with Talia Broomall. Walduck there jumping, I think, back into second wheel. Then we go back to the rider, Olivia Chalice in the Navy. And away they go. So Broomall leads them through. They greet the judge with 2 to go. Walduck, Broomall, and also Chalice at the rear of the field, leading the boys through. Saddlecloth number 74. So that's Pither. Then we go to Natira, Mulhern, Mr. Mason, Fletcher Mason, and Pither jumps onto the back of them after he's done his turn. They're a live chance, I think, as they're heading into the back straight. They're going to join the straight where the girls are finishing. And they've been led through at the moment. So come past the Eric Webster stand by Chalice. She asks Broomall now to do a bit of work. You're going to have to start pumping at those pistons, girls. The boys are coming and they're coming fast. They get up out of the saddle. Walduck now working hard with Olivia Chalice, Talia Broomall. Boys have been led through by Saddlecloth number 71, Sid Natira. He's done a hell of a lot of work. Mulhern second. Then we go back to Mason and then Pither at the back end of that. The boys are now going to swamp the girls down the back straight. There's going to be a new leader. Unless Ellie Walduck says, I don't want that to happen again for a 3rd time. So she goes out into the lead, steps out by herself. Here come the boys now. She's about to be rounded there by Natira Mulhern. Mulhern around the outside. Here comes Fletcher Mason, Oscar Pither in 3rd wheel. Around the outside goes George Mulhern, and he's going to take this one out. He's extending the lead. Sid Natira battling it out for 2nd position. I think Pither might have got there on the outside from Sid Natira. Mason, Ellie Walduck, good ride there by Ellie. Talia Broomall rounding out the field was Olivia Chalice. 2:33:07. 2:33:07 is the time there for George Mulhern. First 3 place getters for the under 13 and under 15, along with the under 17 wheels, if they can make their way out onto the field, please. So Oscar Digney, Rory Stretton and Noah Blaisley for the under 15s. Mason, Sol Downey, and 3rd position. So Geordie Mason, I'll just have to check on that one off the top of my head. I think it might have been Elliot Taylor. Elliot Taylor, I think, got that. So Elliot Taylor, if he can make his way out. So Geordie Mason, Elliot Taylor and Sol Downey. Under 13s, under 15s was Oscar Digney, Rory Stratton, Noah Blaisley. And our under 17s, coming through there was Pither, pretty sure, Natira and also Mulhern. So George Mulhern taking that one out in the under 17s. They can make their way to the infield because we'll be doing presentations very shortly. Friendly reminder to our 1,000 metre finalists for the men and women, if they can make their way to the infield, please, for marshalling, be greatly appreciated. And it's Theo Tabalay and his father, if they could come out to the middle, please. Theo Tabalay and his father, if they could come out to the middle, please, just to see Riley. Thank you.
Yeah, good reminder just before we introduce this field in the senior 400 metres for the new gen. There is a really, really well put together memorabilia room here, ladies and gentlemen, as you walk along past this main grandstand, just in between this one and the Eric Webster stand. Go up that ramp. It's free to go in there, the memorabilia room upstairs in the Devonport Athletic Club rooms. It's a fantastic look at the history of this amazing event that's been going for over 80 years now. So some fantastic Olympians and stars over all the years that have been coming down to Tasmania to contest the carnivals, and so well put together by Joey Allison, and he'll welcome you in there and take you a great little scenic tour of all the history and all the great things that have happened here at the Devonport Carnival. So please fit that into your busy schedules, please. The finalists in the Braddon Liberal New Gen Senior Open 400 metre handicap are as follows. In the grey, we'll see Veronica Kelly. She'll run from 80 metres. In the black, we'll see Savannah McKenzie from 75 metres. Then it's the pink of Estella Gounos from 70. River Howe will run from the handicap of 35. Jack Alley, not Jack Penny as I pronounced in the heats, who will run from the mark of 20 metres in the yellow. And we see a unique situation here. Ash Palmer will start alongside him in the blue from 20 metres, as will Dante Lemon. He's been given the handicap of 20 metres also in the white. And we see that very impressive back marker, Alec de Bomford. He's moved those blocks out to the about lane 3 or 4 so he can get a clean run at these boys ahead of him. He's got the 15 metre handicap. So that's your finalists in the Braddon Liberal Team New Gen Senior Open 400 metres. So the field's off and running. It's Veronica Kelly, the grey, that leads them as she goes past the scoreboard. The black of Savannah McKenzie is hot in pursuit of her, along with Estella Gounos. The pink, who's moved up nicely up onto the shoulder of McKenzie, pushes her back a position pretty shortly. The back markers have got a lot of work to do. River Howe leads them up the green. Alec de Bomford's already gone past those 3 runners off the 20 metre handicap as our runner in red is trying in hot pursuit of the leaders. It's still with Veronica Kelly out in front. Estella Gounos is looming up, you'd think, to make a challenge to that lead pretty shortly. She's finding another gear now. She comes around the home bend. Still Veronica Kelly in front. Estella Gounos grabs the lead. She's in front with about 100 to go. Look at Alec de Bomford, the red, start to rip it home now as he's putting the big strides in. He's the only challenger to Estella Gounos. She's got the front. Look at Alec de Bomford fly home the red. Gounos just in front. De Bomford flying on the outside. He gets her on the line. What a run from the back mark of 15 metres. Alec de Bomford. Fantastic performance. Oh, you got to feel for Estella Gounos a little bit. She almost got the job done. Put it on the line, but what a run from the back mark. That really got us excited, that one, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic performance from Alec de Bomford. Give him a big round of applause. Magnificent performance from 15 metres. Did not give up at any stage. Made the move at the right time. Went out wide. And he stole the victory on the line. Fantastic performance in the Braddon Liberal Team Senior Open 400 final. We'll look at the official results pop up on that board pretty shortly, but I think you'll see the colour red. The back marker's got up. Well, handicap 2, worth saying. Good work from Gerard Leary. He looks after all that. He watches all the performances throughout the day. 54.23 from the 15 metre handicap. And look at that, just a bit over a tenth of a second. Estella Gounos into second. She should be congratulated. She had a fantastic run, almost got the job done. And third place, all that pops up as River Howe. So there's your results from the Open 400 metre handicap. Presentations.
Now we're going to do our Junior Wheels presentations. So in the Clark's Painting Services under 13 wheel race, in third position, ladies and gentlemen, Elliot Taylor. In second position, Sol Downey. And our winner, Geordie Mason. A big thank you to Clark's Painting Services for their support of our junior cyclists. Geordie wanted me to say big thank you to Mum and Dad and also to all his cycling counterparts all those that participate in the under 13 ranks here today. Please congratulate our under 13 place getters in the Clark's Painting Services under 13 wheel race. In the under 15 wheel race, in third position, brought to us today by Clark's Painting Services from the Launceston City Cycling Club, from 10 metres behind scratch, Noah Blaisley. In second position from the City of Burnie Cycling Club, Rory Stretton. And our winner today, ladies and gentlemen of the Clark's Painting Services under 15 wheel race, Mr. Oscar Digney. I'll hand the mic over to Oscar to say a few words.
I'd like to thank my mum and dad for bringing me here to every carnival, my competitors, sponsors, and everyone else that helps the carnivals go.
Well said, young man. Well done to Rory and also to Noah. Very exciting under 13 Clark's Painting wheel race. Under 15, apologies, Clark's Painting wheel race. In the under 17 Clark's Painting wheel race today, in third position was Sid Natira from the Hobart Wheelers Dirt Devils Bike Club. In second position from the Hobart Wheelers Dirt Devils Cycling Club, Oscar Pither. And our winner today of the Clark's Painting under 17 wheel race from Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club. Please put your hands together for George Mulhern. Hand the microphone over to George to say a few words.
Thank you to Clark's Painting, all the volunteers and mum and dad.
Well done, young man. The boys will grab some photos. That concludes our junior wheel presentations, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to be heading out to the track for our Ronald Gray Elizabeth Muir Memorial Women's 1,000 metre handicap, brought to us today by Pine Grove Funerals. First 7 qualified, and our riders are as follows. Out of the 2 heats, Melissa Turner will be our front marker. She'll be riding off the mark of 145. 130 will be Kayla Baker. Off 115 we have 2 riders, Emily Walker and Suzanne Stratus, both in fine form I might add. Off 95 we have Lizanne Wilmot. Off 80 will be Amalia Langham. Off the mark of 70 will be Ebony Robinson. Kiki Neo and Emma Frost will be riding off the mark of 65 metres. Off 50 we have 2 riders, Ella Liang and April Paddy. Off the mark of 20 will be Mackenzie Milne. Off 15, Caitlin Kelly, and our back marker today riding off the mark of scratch, ladies and gentlemen, our Commonwealth Game and Olympic representative, Christina Clonan. Still waiting for a rider, for a holder for a rider, please. Oh, we've got a puncture, do we? So you can sit up there, riders. We've got a puncture, so we'll need to sort that out. That'll allow their under-17s to make their way from the infield. About to get underway in the Ronald Gray Memorial, Elizabeth Muir Memorial 1,000 metre women's handicap. Riders, attention. And we're away. Christina Clonan gets out nice and smartly. She's out after Mackenzie Milne and also Caitlin Kelly, and they'll be able to drag her through. At the back of the other pack, coming through there was Ella Leong. She's going to have to try and get on the back of Emma Frost and also Kiki Neo in order to be able to make some dent into our front markers here over the 2 laps. Amalia Langham was the one with the puncture. She's starting to go okay. She's out after Lisanne Wilmot, but leading them through, ladies and gentlemen, looks like that might be Emily Walker. Emily Walker from Launceston. Away she goes. Kayla Baker, Lisanne Wilmot. Then we go back to Melissa Turner, Amalia Langham, Suzanne Stratus. Neo leads the next bounce through. Ella Liang's a live chance here. Caitlin Kelly also working really hard. Christina Clonan at the back there going right around the outside. She's working hard. She goes down the back straight. Emily Walker still leads as they come down the back straight right now. Right behind her is Kayla Baker. I think she's going to have to make a move now. Here comes Christina Clonan. She's coming home with a wet sail. They head around towards Eric Webster. Kayla Baker around the outside of Emily Walker. Lisanne Wilmot showing some fine form. Clonan's coming home with a storm, but a Kayla Baker, ladies and gentlemen. Kayla Baker's going to get there from Emily Walker. Lisanne Wilmot, Clonan for 4th. With Amalia Langham, Stratos, Melissa Turner, Robinson, Ella Leanne coming across the line. There's Neo, Mackenzie Milne, did it work early, rounding out the, Emma Frost, and rounding out the field there was Caitlin Kelly. Kayla Baker, first win at the Tas Carnivals Series. It's a big one. It's the Ronald Gray and Elizabeth Muir Memorial Women's 1,000 metre. Only started riding about 3 months ago. A big thank you to Pine Grove Funerals for their support of our women's 1,000 metre. And ladies and gentlemen, she comes past the Eric Webster and down past the Frank Matthews stand. Put your hands together for our winner. She's on the yellow steed with the red red top. That's Kayla Baker, ladies and gentlemen. Good time. 108.73, 108.73 too. Emily Walker for second. Strong ride by Emily Walker. Lizanne Wilmot takes out third. Clonan, fast finisher. Just outside the top 3 place getters and finishes in fourth with a time of 110.1. 110.1 for Christina Clonan. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we move to our Glen Pitchford Memorial Men's Lightning Handicap over 1,000 metres, brought to us today by Sea Road. We thank them for their support of our riders. Front marker is Moore, back marker is Boddington, riding off the mark of 30. Riders, attention. They get away. Andrew Moore on the all black. He's going to be chased down by Mullins and Barnett off 130 and 125 respectively. They also get out there with Aaron Jones, along with Brendan Simpson, Kit, Mitchell Stratton, Simpson, Tommy Blaisley and John O'Taylor. So the 2 Taylor twins are involved here. Then the next bunch of riders, Jamie Carney, jumping on the back of that with Will Emulus, Jack Hadley coming back working with Angus Withington as they head down that back straight. Edward Marks riding really strongly, and there's Corey Boddington as he pulls them through. The back markers are going to be right in the mix here. Tommy Blaisley leads them through. Then we go back to Christopher Mullins is working hard. Barnett around the outside. He's also working hard with Mitchell Stratton. Stratton with that orange helmet. Edward Marks is pulling back through. Boddington and Co as they head down into the back straight. They're going to be a live chance. Our back markers are storming through. Look at Boddington come through now. He's riding really hard. They also got, Edward Marks has done his work. Around the outside goes Mitchell Stratton now. He's going to hit the lead as they head into the main straight down past the Frank Matthews stand. Rider on the outside is also working hard. That might be John or Tim Taylor. But Mitchell Stratton gets it. Tim Taylor, I think the rider on the inside, Aaron Jones, has got third. Beating out Simpson Kit, might be Boddington. Rider on the far side, it might have also been Jack Hadley. So he fast finisher was Jack Hadley in the Glen Pitchford Memorial Men's Lightning Handicap. The young man from Ironcliff Road, multi-talented sportsman, takes after his mother, looks like his father. Mitchell Stratton, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your hand, acknowledge the crowd, Mitch. The Glen Pitchford Memorial Men's Lightning Handicap. The 16-year-old. Well done, Mitch. From Penguin High, taking it out. 105.32. 105.32 was the time. Jack Hadley got second. That's a great ride there by Jack. I missed that. Up on the outside, off the mark of 60. And Simpson Kit for third. Brendan Simpson Kit got third. Well done to Brendan. Jack Hadley second. Our winner though was Mitchell Stretton off the mark of 110.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next item on our agenda this afternoon is the City of Devonport, Tas Freight, Women's Gift Heats. One of our premier athletic events of the evening. We look back through history, of course, to the greats like Kathy Freeman, Morgan Mitchell, all of those fantastic names over the 400 metre distance have graced this track in years gone by. Last year it was Rebecca von Samazorski that took out the event. She's going to be contesting this first heat. Now to qualify for the final tonight at 8:35. There must be in the first two from each of these heats, and then the next two fastest times will qualify. Our runners to contest heat number one are as follows. Caitlin Nicholson will wear the pink, and she'll be our front marker here from the mark of 47. Don't seem to have the green of Trinity and Albajar. Looks a bit late scratching. The yellow of Alexis Harmy will contest this event off the mark of 28 metres. Then we go back to Rayleigh Phillips. She'll run from the mark of 27 metres in the blue. The TAL Sprinter of the Year and the defending champion in this event. She won the Hobart 300 only 2 days ago, so suggests she's still in very, very good form in defence of her title. She'll run from 26 metres the white, and that's Rebecca von Samazorski. And in the red, a recent personal best of 58.33 suggests that Grace Matthews, the red, will be very, very hard to stop from the 16-metre mark. So there's your runners in heat number one, City of Devonport, Tas Freight, Women's Gift.
Testing, testing. Athletes, walk to your blocks. Okay, on your marks.
So it's Caitlin Nicholson, the pink, that leads this field out as she goes past the main scoreboard. In hot pursuit of her is the yellow of Alexis Harmy. Look at the runner in white there. Rebecca von Samazorski's already gone past her co-front marker there in Rayleigh Phillips, and she's in pursuit of the leader in the pink and Caitlin Nicholson. Our back marker Grace Matthews is into her work now. She travels down the back straight, still looking quite comfortable. She'll look to make her move quite late, but it's still Nicholson out in front, making every post a winner at the moment. She goes past the old Devonport Cricket Club, and she's still got a sizable lead, but look at Rebecca von Samazorski in defence of her title. She wants to be in this final again in 2025. She's throwing out the challenge now. Our back marker Grace Matthews is going to have to close up very quickly if she wants to qualify by time. It's still our leader in Caitlin Nicholson. She's been headed now by the runner in white. Rebecca von Samazorski has done the work required to qualify. Can the pink hang on in Caitlin Nicholson? Matthews throws at her but doesn't make it. It's Rebecca von Samazorski. Fantastic performance in taking out heat number one from the pink Caitlin Nicholson, who took full advantage of her handicap of 47, the pink. She's going to qualify herself into the final. And Grace Matthews, well, she'll have to wait and see now to see if that time from her 16-metre handicap in the red will be enough to qualify for tonight's final. Does give you a different perspective when they run in the lanes. You think someone's got a sizable lead, enough to get the job done when their staggers all line themselves up with about 50 metres to go. There we go, the first result of the day. The time we take reference of is 56.48. 56.48 was enough for Rebecca von Samazorski to take it out from Caitlin Nicholson, the pink. 57.26, she was second, and definitely scribe down that time there, 57.96, because that will be key whether Grace Matthews has done enough to qualify. Exciting first heat. We already know two of our Devonport gift finalists. Rebecca von Samazorski, the white, and also the pink of Caitlin Nicholson. Heat number two takes our attention now. Full field to contest this one. Our front marker here will be Jessica Linden. She'll run from the mark of 44 and wear the pink. Brooke Kimber, the green, has been given a lift in her handicap. There's not the 40 in your program. It should read 50, so you can make that change if you require to do so. Ellie Rayner, the yellow, will run from 30 metres. Now we look at Amy Peacock now. 4 times she's placed in this great race, the Devonport gift, but this season in particular, 2 wins already at Richmond and the PCCT Carnival at Burnie over the 300-metre distance, and took out the double at the Launceston Carnival in the 100 and 400. She'll wear the blue and run from 27, Peacock. Isabella Davey, well, she's the 2023 Tasmanian champion over this distance. She'll wear the white and run from 20 metres. And ladies and gentlemen, running in the red, the under-16 Australian All-Schools champion from 2024, Janelle Charles, in the red, will run from 11 metres. So a stacked heat, this one, heat number 2, City of Devonport Tas Freight Women's Gift.
Athletes, walk to your blocks. On your marks.
Away they go. It's Jessica Linden, the pink, who gets off to the best beginning. She leaves Brooke Kimber, the green, a little bit behind her. The other runners starting to make their way through. Look at Amy Peacock in pursuit of that Devonport gift that she'd sorely love to win as she goes up to the challenge, the yellow of Ellie Rayner, and looks to the leader in Jessica Linden. Our back markers, both Isabella Davey and Chanel Charles, have got a power of work to do as they're going past that redeveloped part of the Devonport Oval here, going past the Fairbrother signs. It's our Amy Peacock looks to be the biggest danger to Jessica Linden. Linden's still in front. She's starting to open up that stride now, but look at Peacock start to charge through this field. Gee, she looks fantastic here tonight at Devonport. She's going to qualify for this final comfortably. She takes the lead with about 50, 60 metres to go. There's no real challenges around her. It's Peacock looking $1 million here as she rows down the straight. Can Jessica Linden hold out the fast finishing yellow? It's the yellow of Ellie Rayner, throws out the challenge to her, and I think she's stolen a spot in the final. So Amy Peacock, fantastic running, taking out heat number 2 from the youngster there in Ellie Rayner, the yellow, who finished on fantastically that last 50 metres to get herself an automatic spot in that final. Only 2 times outside those first 2 will qualify. Amy Peacock made no doubt about that. She did that quite comfortably. And she'll be in another big Devonport gift final. Men's C-grade scratch riders to the marshalling area, please. Men's C-grade scratch riders to the marshalling area, please. Yeah, great heat that one, taken out by Amy Peacock. If you look in your programs, her name will pop up as Amy Petter about 4 times in the place gettings. Of course, fairly recently married to a pretty handy javelin thrower in Hamish Peacock. And Amy, I think probably a lot of people are saying is having her best ever season. Could this be the year? We await with great interest the times. We saw that time of 56 from heat number 1. Let's see what Amy's been able to produce here in heat number 2. 57.96, of course, the time for 3rd place, which will be an interesting one. 54.87, so a strong performance there from Amy Peacock to take out heat number 2. 56.36 was enough for the the yellow of Ellie Rayner to get up for 2nd and qualify. And 56.70, well, Jessica Linden puts herself in a nice spot to qualify as she goes up as the fastest non-automatic qualifier at this stage. And a 57.80, well, that's actually pushed now Grace Matthews from a chance of qualifying. So we look at Isabella Davies' time of 57.85 is just that shade faster than the time recorded by Grace Matthews. So some really strong performances, certainly highlighted by Amy Peacock taking it out in 54.87. So that's your quickest time we've seen so far. Heat number 3 next on the menu. Our front marker here will be a runner that certainly knows how to go around this track at least 3 or 4 times. Having taken out the Burnie Mile in 2024, well, she's turning her hand to the 400 here. It's Darcy Miller in the pink from 50 metres. The Burnie 400 metre winner from 2023, Zoe Nicholson, the green, will run from 41. Alicia Holloway, the yellow, will run from the mark of 35. In 2024, she finished 3rd in this race. She's represented Tasmania across a multitude of distances from 800 right through to cross country. It's Zali Wescombe, the blue, will run from 26. And our back marker here will be Annabelle Cook. She'll run from the mark of 20, has been given a slight lift in her handicap from 18 that's listed in your program. So there's your 5 runners to contest heat number 3, City of Devonport, Tas Freight Women's Gift.
Athletes, walk to your blocks. Okay, on your marks. Set!
Away they go in the 3rd and final heat of the City of Devonport, Tas Freight Women's Gift, and it's Darcy Miller, the distance runner, that leads this field up the back straight. She's off to a pretty good tempo in the early stages. We see the green of Alicia Holloway, so the yellow of Alicia Holloway trying to make up some ground. It's the green there of Zoe Nicholson that's in hot pursuit of Darcy Miller as she goes up alongside her and look to challenge. Darcy will have that endurance in her legs. Can she find something for the last 150 metres as it's Nicholson now up onto her shoulder? So these two have cleared out a bit. The blue, of Zali Wescombe starting to make a challenge now. She wants to qualify for this big final after finishing 3rd last year. It's still Nicholson in front. Darcy Miller, as we thought, is starting to challenge now late again. She's finding some extra sting in her legs. Zali Wescombe's going to have to lift big time to get past them here. It's Nicholson that's going to make us to get herself in the final. Miller and Wescombe are the ones to fight out for that automatic 2nd. I reckon Wescombe did enough. So Nicholson takes it from a fast finishing Zali Wescombe. Darcy Miller very close up there in 3rd position. She'll have to wait on those times to see if she's quick enough to qualify. Yeah, really good race that one. 3 of them all together almost. Nicholson certainly knows this 400 metre distance quite well, having taken out the Burnie 400. An impressive performance that one, and got herself into this final. The strong run off that mark of 41 metres. Had an athlete that was not going to give it up that easily, and Darcy Miller, who looked like she was about to qualify automatically, but I reckon Zali Westcombe stole on that second place on the line. Well, we saw 54.87 in heat number 2. Amy Peacock put herself forward as favourite. Well, Zoe Nicholson's put herself into calculations. 55.57. That was a strong performance in taking out heat number 3. 55.73. So it was Westcombe that definitely got up for second. She's into the final. 55.88. That would be enough, you think, definitely for Darcy Miller to get herself a second run this evening. And Annabelle Cook, I'm not sure 59.7 is going to be enough. So we'll give you those official fastest time qualifiers as soon as we can get them to you. But 3 pretty exciting and entertaining heats of the city of Devonport Tas Freight Women's Gift. Riders are just getting underway in the Pine Grove Funerals men's C-grade scratch race. And riders will get 8 laps. 8 laps. In other words, they'll be riding 4 kilometres. Big thank you to Pine Grove Funerals for their sponsorship of our C-grade riders. Last year, Tommy Blazley took this one out. Time of 5 minutes 39.32. Riders look pretty lackadaisical as they head down the back straight. They just mosey down. Beautiful evening for to be actually out on the track. Riders have also had a request from Chief Commissaire. If you could please make sure that you position your rider numbers just to the left on your hip or rib area so that it can be visual when going across the line to the camera. So riders, can you please make sure that you put your number so that it's up towards the hip and rib area so it's visual to the camera. That would be greatly appreciated and making it easier for those doing adjudication. Just want to also reiterate that it was Tim Taylor and Aaron Jones, second and third. Mitchell Stratton took out the men's Sea Road 1,000 metre lightning handicap, time 1:05.32. So Mitchell Stratton from Tim Taylor and Aaron Jones. So 3 Northwest locals. Well done to Mitchell, Aaron and also to Tim Taylor. Brother Jono is out there as part of the scratch race. They greet the judge with 6 to go, just leading them through. Nosing them through was Peter Macras. God, coming down from Uni of Queensland, so up in Brisbane, down to Tasmania, as I mentioned before. Burger, as is affectionately known, only wears the yellow colours that they've had banana. On the bike track, very much a sprinter. Really enjoyed his time in Tasmania last year during the Tas Carnivals series. Taylor goes through. There goes Peter Macras to take over the running as the riders go through. Second wheel is Jean-Christophe Bonneville, based out of Burnie. Into his long distance triathlons, endurance running, riding. So has tinkered with having a crack at track cycling, Jean-Christophe. He's done exceptionally well in recent times. So amongst there we have, as I mentioned, John O'Taylor and the Mersey Valley Devonport District Cycling Club, brother of Tim. Brendan Simpson Kid, looking in fine fettle. Good year. Simpson Kid based out of Launceston, one of the more senior statesmen, number 28.
Kit. So riders go through and they greet the judge. That's Barry Budgeon with 5 to go. Riders are rolling through. They'll greet Barry with 4 to go. Coming up shortly will be our Kieran finals. And our Kieran finalists, we ask you to come to the marshalling area at the conclusion of our C-grade scratches so that we can get your allocated random places for your Kierans. So that'll be Graham Frisley, Ainsley Gray, Corey Boddington, Will Emulis, Sam Gallagher and Dalton Stretton. For the men, for the women, it'll be Odette Lynch, Kiki Neo, Lauren Perry, Kinsey Milne, Ella Liang and Christina Clonan. So if those riders, they can make sure that their numbers are visible to the camera and also make their way very shortly, conclusion of the C grade, into the marshalling area while the mile has been run so that we can do your random draw for your place. Centre cloth number 35 rolling through, taking the C grade scratchies around. They greet the judge with 3 to go. So 3 to go. Riders in the C grade scratch race brought to us today by Pine Grove Funerals, just enjoying their surrounds here at Devonport. So that was Matty Bonham that led them through, 3 to go. I'll start to pick up a little bit of pace as we come through. Bring the judge with 2 to go. Those of you that are interested in getting some bike parts, Velo Pro, Velo, V-E-L-O dash pro, pro.com.au. Just ask Mr. Moore to go through, Andrew Moore. Takes over the running from Mr. Mullins, Blaisley, Taylor, Simpson Kett, Macras, Bonneville, Bonham at the rear. No one's prepared to go, so this is going to be a sprint, one would imagine. So Blaisley would be the person I'd pick out of this. Brendan Simpson Kett, also quite good. He's starting to position himself. Got a fair bit of power. Rider out of Launceston. Macras. So got a bit of a kick. Here they go now, leading them out. Simpson Kett, Blaisley, Macras. They'll be able to get onto the back. There goes Moore after them. Taylor, Bonneville, Mullins. Macras is going to have to work and work hard. Bonham's been left behind now, so Matty Bonham has lost their wheel. They head down the back straight. Tommy Blaisley takes over the running from Brendan Simpson Kett. Here comes John O'Taylor. Fast finishing Andrew Moore, also Bonneville is still in front of Peter Macras. Around the outside comes John O'Taylor. Tommy Blaisley on the inside. Taylor, Blaisley I think is going to get there. Blaisley does. Close for third. I'm going to go for Simpson Kett on the inside of Moore. Fast finishing Andrew Moore. Jean-Christophe Bonneville, Peter Macras, Pine Grove Funerals, scratch race. Tommy Blaisley, 2024 winner. Also now the 2025 winner. But you can add a minute 30 or a minute 20 to the time. So 6:52, 56 last year, 5:40. So Tommy Blaisley taking out 2024 and 2025 men's C grade scratch race here at Devonport. Up next, we'll be heading to the Junior Open 169 metres, in other words, 1 mile handicap. Put you in the hands, capable hands of Mr. Grant Bennett.
Yes, thanks, Xavier. Yeah, we do turn our attention back to the circular track. It's going to be 4 laps of the track in the New Gen Junior Open Mile handicap. Last year's winner, Jakai Westcombe, greet the judges just under the 5 minutes at 4 minutes 57. You can see that in your programs. Listed as 8 starters here, so just there were 9 but 1 scratching, so there will be 8 starters in this mile. Gemma Richardson will be our back marker here, the red. She was listed to run off 40 metres. The handicappers have seen fit to give her a lift of 30 metres, so she'll now run off 70 metres. The white will see Will Humphrey. He'll run from the handicap of 100. Then it's the blue of Sarah Lakeland off 160. Georgia Hingston will be the next runner in the green off 165. Kaylin Jones will run from the handicap of 180 in the pink. The black will be Alexandra Summers, and she'll run from 200. Charlotte Turley will run from the 280 metre mark in the grey, and our front marker here will be Alexis Turley from 350 metres. You can see her here just in front of the main grandstand in the orange there. So 4 laps of the track will only be 3 laps once Alexis gets to that start finish line. B grade and A grade men and women, B grade and A grade men and women, please, to the marshalling area. So that's cyclists, please, B grade and A grade. B grade men and B grade women. Sorry, apologies for that announcement. B grade men and B grade women. Kieran finalists as well, please. Bit of confusion here. So Kieran finalists, please, to the centre of the arena. We'll go back to the start. It's going to be runners 2 whistles. Then it'll be 1 whistle for the set, and then the gun will set you off. So listen for 2 whistles, then 1, and then we'll get you underway. So junior, mile handicap. So off they go. They're often running in the Impress print New Gen Open Mile Handicap, and it is the youngster Alexis Turley who gets off to a pretty good start. She's got 3 laps to go. Let's hope she can keep that tempo going. So she gets the call of 3 to run. The next runner we see is Charlotte Turley. The one would assume that these are sisters, so they'll know a little bit about racing each other, as Charlotte's got to give Alexis about 70 metres head start, so she's in hot pursuit of her with 3 laps to run. We go back in the field and we see Alexandra Summers, the black, who's off to a pretty good beginning. She looks to be a little bit more conservative with her pace, and perhaps our 2 front markers, as she'll get the call of 3 to run. Then we see the pink of Caitlin Jones. She's moving along quite nicely. The green bouncing along well as well, and that's Georgia Hingston. Back to the blue of Sarah Lakeland. And geez, look at the job ahead of our back markers here. The youngster Will Humphrey from 100 in the white, and all the way back to Gemma Richardson, the 70 metre handicap, with the biggest job ahead of her. So as we see Will and also Gemma go through with 3 laps to go, well, we're not too far away from greeting Alexis Turley again. She'll get the call of 2 laps to go. The only danger you think here is, has she gone out that little bit too hard? It can be a bit intimidating, a bit scary to be so far out in front of everyone. You think you need to win the race in the first lap. What can she do for the remaining distance of this mile handicap? She's still holding the lead nicely. She's probably increased her lead, in fact, over her sister, I think, in Charlotte, who's going past our food van here, part of the Taste the Carnival here at the Devonport Carnival in 2025, but it's still Alexis Turley. I tell you what, she's looking okay. So she's got 2 laps to run. So about 800 metres of the track here at the Devonport Oval. Her sister Charlotte, I think, is starting to find the going a little bit tough. She's sort of almost in no man's land here, with about 70 or 80 metres between her and the leader, and also those that are behind her. We have seen a small change in the lead. We see Georgia Hingston, now the green, move past the black of Alexandra Summers, moves up into 3rd position. The others behind her, they've still got so much work to do. That includes our back markers, Will Humphrey and also Gemma Richardson, who aren't really seeing any runners at this stage with 2 to go. Gemma Richardson, though, starting to look pretty strong as she moves up alongside Will Humphrey, and she'll have to look up and still see so much of the field ahead of her. It's still the youngster Alexis Turley right out there in front in the orange. She's got a sizable lead over Charlotte Turley, the grey. I tell you what, I like the runner in green in Georgia Hingston. She's starting to look pretty good as she'll go past that scoreboard, but still got so much to do to get into contact with them. Are we seeing anything from behind? A back marker, Gemma Richardson's gone past Will Humphrey. He's now using her as a bit of a pace marker as he's trying to go with her, and they'll try to pick up runners in this last lap and a half or so of this race. It's still our front marker, our early leader, Alexis Turley, is going to try and win this from gun to tape. Look at this run. She's going very well. Those arms are still pumping. She's still holding a pretty good pace. She's going to take some running down, you think, ladies and gentlemen. I reckon she's going to need a bit of encouragement. There's still another about 500 metres to run for her, but gee, I tell you what, she's doing a great job of it though, isn't she? She's coming down past the main grandstand, getting that little bit of a lift from the crowd. So about 40 metres to go until she gets the sound of the bell here at Devonport. That's just one lap to go. Can she hang on? Alexis Turley still got a nice lead, leading this Impress Print new Gen mile by about 40, 50 metres probably over her sister Charlotte. One lap to go can sometimes trigger some of these runners into doing something special in the last lap, or they'll need something special to run down the runner in Alexis Turley. She is starting to find the going a little tough as her sister Charlotte gets the call of one lap to go. Here's a danger, I reckon. Georgia Hingston, what can she do in the last lap? She hears the bell. Will she start to go for it? The blue in Sarah Lakeland moving up. Our back marker, Gemma Richardson, well, she's done a great job. She's obviously very good to get that handicap, so what can she do in the last lap? It's still Alexis Turley. Oh, I tell you what, it's getting a little bit hard for Alexis in front. Can she hang on? This has been a brave effort from her. Her sister Charlotte, I think, is starting to get a bit of a taste for it now. She might start to slip it into overdrive to run her down. So it's Alexis still in front. She goes past that redeveloped area in the Devonport Cricket Club. Can she do it? About 200 metres to go. Look at Charlotte start to close up on her, and also the green of Hingston. Oh, I reckon that's the only three that can really do anything here is our back marker. Gemma Richardson has done a great job to get past a fair few of them, but I'm not sure she's got enough to get past our leaders. It's still Alexis Turley in front, 20 metres. It's probably only 15 metres now as the grey of Charlotte Turley starts to throw out the challenge. What can Alexis do? Come on, let's get behind her. Can she lift something for the last little bit of this race? Here she goes. She was waiting. She was waiting for the challenge to come, and there it is. She's lifting. She's going to win this, I think, from gun to tape, but Charlotte's not giving up. Oh, boy, look at this. Sister versus sister. Alexis Turley in front. Charlotte's flying home. It's going to be Charlotte that spoils the party. Alexis tries her best to come back, but no. Oh, what a run from the two girls. Fantastic in the mile. Magnificent performance from Charlotte Turley. She stops to watch to see what sort of time she's produced. Oh, big round of applause for Alexis as well for second. Good run from Georgia Hingston to hold on for third. Well done to our back marker there, Gemma Richardson, all the way back off 70 metres. Fantastic run from her. Great running from all the juniors in the mile. Keep that applause going. It's a long way to go, ladies and gentlemen. 4 laps of the track. We'll probably see some runners later tonight go a little bit faster than these youngsters, but I tell you what, they probably won't put in as much effort as we've seen here. Here comes Will Humphrey through the line. Good finish also from Kaylin Jones, but well done to all competitors in the new Gen Junior Mile. All men Kieran riders, please, to the centre. All men Kieran riders. We're going to try to keep this program flowing. It's going pretty well at the moment. We're not too far off exact time. All men Kieran riders, please, to the marshalling area.
Although, yeah, they're just practicing. They're going to be 2 Kieran and then the heat for the here.
Holders, please. We need holders for this event. So if you have been doing that job throughout the day, and of course we can also get the assistance of others as well to be a holder and indicate that you're willing to do that role to some of our officials. So we need some holders, please. Friendly reminder, if we could grab some holders, please. So holders for our ladies, Kieran, we greatly appreciate it. So if we could grab some holders, please, if they could make their way out for our ladies, Kieran.
riders for our Kieran are as follows in the Willings Associates Property Limited. Need some riders, need some holders please for our Kieran riders. Thank you to those that are making the effort to support. Be greatly appreciated if we could grab some riders. Lauren Perry requires a holder on the inside. Still requiring a holder. We've still got one more. So our riders will be as follows. So we've got Lauren Perry on the inside from Launceston. Kiki Neo next. So this is the random draw. That Lynch. Ella Liang, Mackenzie Mill, and Christina Clonan. She's right in her favourite spot there, Christina Clonan. So riders head off. And they're behind, Lauren's right behind Dad there on the Derny. So brought to us by Willing Associates Property Limited, the women's Kieran final. So the rider I'll be looking for here, ladies and gentlemen, is the woman in blue black. So that's Mackenzie Mill. She's sitting fifth wheel. Right behind her is Christina Clonan, so she can see everything that's going on right in front of her. Riders have to stay behind the Derny. So that's Jamie on the motorbike. As he takes them around for about 1.5 laps. Ella Liang, fourth wheel. You can see Odette Lynch there just giving herself a little bit of space. She's third wheel behind Neo. Neo's come right up behind Lauren Perry. Perry's still sitting right behind Dad. They'll pick up speed here and they'll get around about 50, 55 kilometres an hour as he releases them, and away they go. They'll hold their positions as per the random draw at the start. Perry still leads. She'll look over her shoulder. Made the conversion to sprint racing as opposed to her endurance, and she goes early. She's got a bit of endurance up her sleeve. Power might be a little bit questionable. Here comes Mackenzie Mill, and this is the girl that's got power. There's no doubt about that. Keep the eye on the girl in black on the outside. Neo's on black on the inside, so they are riding parallel. Around the outside comes Ella Liang and also Christina Clonan. Odette Lynch might be thrown off the back. She's more an endurance rider. Look at Christina Clonan come right around the outside. She's challenging Lauren Perry. Here comes Mackenzie Milne. She'll almost rip her hamstring as she pulls her pedals, but Christina Clonan's put on the classiest display, and she's going to take this one out. Close for second. I'm going to go Lauren Perry on the inside from Mackenzie Milne. Ella Liang, superstar, under-19 superstar out of Queensland, bronze medalist at the Junior Junior Worlds in the Netherlands. Neo, Kiki, and Odette Lynch round out the field. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a super display by Christina Clonan, the princess of the track. She's a powerful athlete, Commonwealth Australian representative at the Olympics. As she comes down past the Eric Webster stand, please acknowledge the class on display, ladies and gentlemen. Very impressive there by Christina Clonan. She's taken out the Willing Associates Women's Kieran final here at the 87th running of the Devonport Carnival, part of the Tas Carnival series. Christina Clonan, very impressive. Blew them away.
Because I got confused a bit because they were there and
We just call for some holders, please, for our men's Kieran finalists. Be greatly appreciated. That's brought to us today by Northwest Off-Road, a 4x4 accessory distributor. Christina Clonan has taken that out from Mackenzie Milne. Lauren Perry for third. 202.67 and 69. 202.67 and 69 from Mackenzie Milne. and 6'9" for Lauren Perry. So third position. The winner though, quite convincingly, 2:02.17 was Christina Clonan. Our riders have drawn. And Graham Frisley will sit in behind Jamie Perry. Dalton Stratton next. Then we go to Ainsley Gray, Sam Gallagher. Keep your eye out for him. And then right behind him is Angus Boddington. This is the power athlete. He's got 4 world records. He's wearing his Olympic kit, Australian kit. He's sitting 5th wheel. And at the rear of the field is Will Emulis from Queensland, Balmoral Cycling Club. Interested to see what goes on here. Graham Frisley, well known for his endurance on the track, has quite a bit of power. Dalton Stratton for his smarts, tactical smarts. Bike handling. Ainsley Gray out of Hobart. He's got some power. So does Sam Gallagher. Keeps looking over his shoulder. There's a fair bit of reason, a good reason to do so, because that's Angus Boddington right behind him. He gets up out of the saddle now, starts to pick himself up as Jamie Perry goes off the track. Right at the back is Will Emulis. Looking. No one's prepared to go as yet. Gallagher gives himself a little bit of room. Emulis comes down right behind Gallagher. There goes Boddington. So Boddington goes now past Eric Webster. Gallagher's out after him. Here goes Frisley, jumps on his wheel, cuts him off to Boddington. Look at the young man go, the Paralympian. Gallagher's now going out and Frisley's out after him. Here goes Dalton Stratton. He's followed by Ainsley Gray. Will Emulis is hanging on the back of him. Their tongues are hanging out as they go down the back straight. Oh, he's extended the lead as Boddington. I'm not sure whether Gallagher's going to get him. Let's see what happens. Frisley tries to go around the outside. He kicks again. Sam Gallagher, he's out after Boddington. Boddington, though, still holding them at bay. Sam Gallagher around the outside. Frisley coming home strongly. Gallagher gets there. Graham Frisley. Angus Boddington for third. 1:57.74, Sam Gallagher. He's a pocket rocket. The man out of Brunswick, Victoria, now basing himself up in Queensland. Loves 2 wheels, Grant. He loves not only the 2 wheels where he uses his own pistons, but he also likes the 2 wheels where the pistons are between his legs. He races them as well. He's a fast man on 2 wheels here at Devonport. He's also a fast man on the tarmac. He's got the pistons between his legs. Well done, Sam Gallagher taking out, ladies and gentlemen, the Northwest Off-Road 4x4 men's Kieran final.
Exciting stuff, and we should be in for some pretty exciting heats we're about to see. And that's of the City of Devonport Sea Road sponsored men's gift of 2025. A little bit different qualifying conditions for our men as there was for the ladies. We've got 5 heats here, so the heat winners, so the winner only from each heat will go straight through to the final, and then there will be 3 times also taken across those 5 heats. The 3 fastest non-automatic qualifiers will also make it to the final at 8:53 this evening. 2 official scratchings from your programs. Then it's Tom Gartland, a recent winner of the 300 metres at Hobart. He was second in the Richmond gift earlier this season. He'll be in the yellow. He'll run from 27, so a small adjustment there for your programs. Last year's 3rd place getter and this year's Richmond gift winner, Joby Wescombe, will wear the blue and he'll run from 21 metres. And then it's the New South Welshman, Will Adams. He'll run from 14 metres in the white. So there's your field. 5 runners to contest heat number 1. City of Devonport Sea Road men's gift.
Athletes, walk to your blocks. Okay, on your marks.
Good start, and it's Brandon Clark, the long jump champion, who gets them underway as he goes past the scoreboard. Then it's the Bernie Gift winner in Logan James in hot pursuit. The green as they go down the back straight start to settle into their pace. Geez, look at Joby Westcombe. He's a man on a mission here as he flies past Tommy Gartland, who won the Hobart 300. And going with him is the New South Wales runner in Will Adams, who goes up to challenge Westcombe on his inside. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, you've got to win your heat to guarantee a spot in the final. Joby Westcombe in hot pursuit of our leader, Brandon Clark. Will Adams is starting to find something now on the inside. It's probably going to be Will Adams that'll lead with about 50 or 60 metres to go. He hits the front. What has he got left in the legs? They're starting to get a bit weary, a bit tired. Westcombe trying to throw out the challenge to him on the outside. Will Adams is determined. He's going to make it through to the final. Fantastic run from him. Westcombe and Clark almost hit the line together. I reckon Westcombe might have just got there to give himself the best chance of qualifying by time. But, gee, Will Adams, nice run. He's come down with the Daniel Samet and the Central Coast stable. A big group of them are in Hobart. They all contested a number of events there, and Will certainly performed well in the 300 down there at the Hobart meeting, and that certainly showed through there with that nice win, a nice strong performance off the back mark there. It's a tough job, 14 metres. He's got to run almost the full trip. 46.82 too. That's a competitive time when you consider last year's winning performance was 46.18. 46.82 has shown that Will Adams is here with a job to do as he takes out heat number one. Let's take reference to that time in second. Joby Westcombe's 47.27 and perhaps even Brandon Clark's 47.35. You'd think those two times might stand up as competitive when we look at those fastest time qualifiers. But no doubt about Will Adams, he's straight through to the final, not having to worry about any of that fastest time stuff as he qualifies as our winner in heat number one. Yeah, looking up the track here, where official scratchings were handed to me some time ago, but it looks like perhaps the runner in yellow, former very good distance runner, Jonathan Allen, has withdrawn. Late scratching by the looks of it. I can't see his colours out there, and he certainly doesn't look like he's preparing. So he's out, along with the green also of Isaac Parnell. Looking around the track trying to find the runner in pink as well, BJ Cobbing. I'm not sure if he's fronted up for this heat. So it looks like there might be a number of scratchings here. This could be a real match race with just three runners. So I think with a fair degree of confidence, BJ Cobbing also. So our three front markers, which is really unfortunate, have had to withdraw from this one. So only three to contest. Heat number two doesn't change the qualifying conditions, of course. Still got to win the heat to qualify. Our front marker here now becomes Henry Marston, the blue, and he'll run from 22 metres. Our runner in white finished third in this race in 2023 and then was second in the Bernie 400 as well. So certainly knows the distance very well. A very accomplished 400-metre hurdler as well, and a winner of a number of races in the Scottish series over there. It's Declan Gould, who resides in Victoria, from 15 metres. And ladies and gentlemen, I didn't expect to see this because of all the things I've seen of him in the last 5 to 6 years. Have been on the sprint track, the 100 metres, running for Australia in the Olympic team, in the 2024 Olympic Games 4x100 metre relay team, the World Championships, the World Relays, one of the fastest men in Australia, and the second fastest all-time Tasmanian. It's Jacob Despard, the red, who'll run from 6 metres. Fantastic to have Jacob here. He did win this race as a very young man in 2014. Could he do it again 11 years later off a much, much harder handicap? All the best, Jacob Despard, in heat 2 of the Devonport Gift.
Athletes, walk to your blocks. Okay, on your marks. Set.
So the gun fires, and it's Henry Marston who's going to run pretty scared here for the first bit of this races. He's our front marker as he gets off to a pretty good beginning. Then it's the big Scottish runner in Declan Gall, who's starting to open up now. Geez, look at Jacob Despard, that speed in the legs. He doesn't look like he's trying much at all, but he's making up ground on Declan Gall. It's still Henry Marston there out in front, the blue. Despard looking okay at about the 200 to run as he's gone up to make up that difference in handicap of Declan Gall as he's right alongside him now. Still Marston out in front. Looks like he might be saving a bit to finish off here. Despard going up to challenge Declan Gall. He's starting to push it into overdrive, the 400 hurdler. Despard goes up on his inside. Look at these three. They're side by side as they go down the straight here. Despard hits the front. Gall fights back. Despard and Gall. Declan Gall with a determination takes it out from Jacob Despard and Henry Marston. Well, there was only three of them in it, but what a race, ladies and gentlemen. A really, really great contest between the three of them in the city of Devonport, Sea Road Men's Gift. Declan Gall, he certainly knows how to hurt in those 400 metre races. Made this final and finished third in 2023. Well, he's definitely going to be in there again in 2025. He's under the guidance of Mark Hipworth, who's a name quite familiar to a lot of people down here. 48.30. 48.30, a little bit slower than heat number one, but that's not to matter for Declan Gall as he's going to qualify. 48.62. You'd think it might be a tough task for Despard to qualify by time, but tell you what, a fairly good run from only 6 metres for the better known 100 metre, maybe slash 200 metre runner in Jacob Despard, putting himself on the line. I reckon he might need a bit of help for the next 20 minutes to recover from that one as well, but look how close that was, 48.63 for third. So just 0.3 of a second between first and third when you consider all those handicaps as well. Fantastic running from the boys in heat number 2. Yeah, 3 more heats to go of this men's gift of 2025. Certainly our marker or our time we're looking at is certainly the form guide so far would be that 47.27 from Will Adams. Strong run in winning in 48 seconds for Gall in that second heat. The third heat, just the one official scratching on certainly on my paperwork here, and that's Hamish Lindstrom, who was quite the credentialed runner. He's the man who was due to run off 7 metres. He's out. Can't see Adam French there, the white, so the defending champion is not going to try to do it again in 25. He looks like he's out. I do see Jared Gilroy, though, a former Burnie 400 metre winner, multiple wins over his great career in the TAL, and have been a finalist in this race on a number of occasions. He'll wear the blue and run from 25. See the youngster James Buse, he'll run the yellow from 30 metres. Joby's younger brother, Jakai Wescombe, who's also a very talented young distance runner, but also not pretty handy over this distance. He'll run from 34 in the green, and our front run from 40 metres. So there's your field, 4 runners in heat number 3, the city of Devonport, Sea Road Men's Gift. Now in the final is all the other winners so far. Heat 4 captures our attention next, and we have one official scratching. The white is definitely out, Noah Nakagawa. He was a Hobart Gift finalist, but has probably decided to turn his attention to the shorter events on offer, as he's out. I do see the greens. In fact, yeah, Bradley's there. He's just having a run through. Most of the others have turned up. Our front marker here will be the youngster Darcy Kennelly, the pink. He's got the mark of 40 metres. Bradley Moylan will wear the green and run from the mark of 36. Now Ross Lovell, a very, very good sprinter over his career in the TAL, a Latrobe Gift winner and a number of other victories to his name. Having a go over here in the 400 metres, 27 metres is his handicap in the yellow. Alex Ling, the blue, will wear have the blue and run from 24 metres. And this man finished second in this race in 2023. Produced some fantastic runs at Stall a couple of seasons ago. Suggests that his best performance is probably still to come in Tasmania, being a Burnie Gift finalist. He'll run from 9 metres. It's Taj Singleton, the red. So he's got the biggest job ahead of him in heat number 4 of the Devonport Gift.
walk to your blocks. Okay, on your marks. Set.
So good start as the youngster Darcy Kenley sets them out here. And in hot pursuit of him is Bradley Moyle in the green. Then we go back to the big runner in Ross Lovell, the yellow, who's starting to make up some ground. Then we see the blue of the runner in blue there of Alex Ling, who's off to a pretty good start as he goes up to challenge Lovell. And Taj Singleton a long, long way back, starting to get into his running now as he goes up with 200 metres to go. He still sees them all ahead of him. The green has got the lead at this stage, and that is the runner of Bradley Moylan. Making the challenge now is Ross Lovell, along with the blue of Alex Ling. Lovell probably takes over the lead. Here comes Taj Singleton from the back of the field as he now puts out his big challenge from way back there off only 9 metres. Singleton goes up to challenge him. Lovell still just in front. Lovell and the blue of Ling and Singleton. But Ross Lovell, great run there to get up and win heat number 4 from the blue of Alex Ling. And Taj Singleton in third place. Couldn't quite get to them. Darcy Kenley through the line there. Off the limit, a young runner, of course, that will see plenty of progress in the future years. It would have been a few probably favouring Singleton to be able to grab those two ahead of him, but great run from Ross Lovell. Haven't seen a lot of him this season. He's decided to probably focus just on this race. Certainly had plenty of competitive races over his long career. The 400 certainly not his favourite distance, you'd think, but a strong run. 48.56 the winning time for Ross Lovell in the yellow from the 27-metre mark. 48.75 for Alex Ling, the blue, and Taj Singleton 48.99 from 9 metres. Just the one heat to go, 5th heat. City of Devonport, Sea Road, Ben's Gift. Official scratching is the blue. That's the runner Luke Hayter. Most of the others are there, I think, ready to go. From Will Adams is certainly standing up as our best time, so at the moment he's looking like the hot favourite after 4 of these heats. What can we see produced from runners here in heat number 5? Heath Cripps has got the blocks in there, and he's off the 40-metre handicap. Not seeing the runner green, probably no surprises. John Howe, who recently won the Hobart Gift, has decided to turn his attention perhaps to the shorter events. Yellow, we should see Hudson Highland Whelans. He'll run from the 30-metre handicap. Samuel Lewis Johnson, who's been running some very good 400s in the Athletic South Interclub Series, breaking the 52nd mark almost, an OVA gift winner in 2023. He'll run from 18 metres. And we see former national under-18 medalists for this distance. Third in the recent Terang gift in the Victorian Athletic League. South Australian, the red of Luke Simpson, will certainly be the highest credential runner here of 10 metres in the red. So 4 runners to contest heat number 5. Final, this last one, 4:53 the scheduled time, 8:53 will be our final this evening. They're almost set for a start.
Athletes, walk to your blocks. Okay, on your marks.
running. It's Heath Cripps, the pink, who'll take some running down as he goes past the scoreboard. Next is Hudson Highland Whelan's the youngster. And then we go back to White, Lewis Johnson, and the man at the back of the field here, Luke Simpson, the Australian, looking pretty good there as he's opening up his stride now, starting to relax into his running, and he's making up some ground on both Whelan's and also Lewis Johnson as they go with about 200 metres to go. Cripps it is though, it's out in front. He's going to take some running down. Look at that, he's using that handicap to full advantage as he goes past now the Eric Webster stand with a fairly handy lead. Simpson it is, the South Australian, that throws out the challenge on the inside. He looks to have grabbed Cripps there with about 40 metres to go, and he looks a very classy performer. Luke Simpson does it quite easily in the end. Lewis Johnson fighting on well for second, but oh gee, that was probably the better run we've seen tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Looked in control all the way round and saluted quite comfortably there from Lewis Johnson and Heath Cripps, who certainly made the job hard for them for at least 3/4 of that. It's third and not too far back there, Highland Whelan's. So Luke Simpson in the final, he will be our back marker again, so wear that red colour on 2 occasions in heat, and he will be our back marker in the final as he's taken heat number 5, 48.13. Well, not as quick as Adams, but certainly looked very comfortable, did Simpson. So he takes out heat number 1 from Lewis Johnson, who I think that time will see him pretty competitive for one of those fastest qualifiers. And officially third, I think you'll find that the pink will get pushed up there, and there it is, Heath Cripps 49.38 into third. So there's your 5 heats, ladies and gentlemen. Devonport Gift, pick out your favourites from what you've seen. Our next race on the card, Xavier will bring you all the action. It's the Braddon Liberal Team Men's B grade scratch race.
Thank you, Grant. Congratulations to all our heat winners. Qualifying. We have a couple of nervous runners, including Jacob Despard with regards to their times, whether they qualify for the gift later on this evening. Riders involved, we've got 3 additions. Will Emulus in saddlecloth number 18, Josh Nixon saddlecloth number 8, the all white. Will's also wearing a little bit of grey. Angus Withington, the ACT. Fun inside Graham O'Connell there. He's wearing the kit going through, saddlecloth number 25. Sorry, Jared O'Connell. Masters 8 world champion, Masters 8 world champion, so it's the 65 to 69 or close to the 70-year age bracket, and he's still riding at a very high level. 10 laps they had, they'll come through. The judge, Ian, 9 to go. 9 to go. Jamie Carney in and amongst them, Simon Barnett, Tim Taylor, Aaron Jones, Luca Rocky. There goes Luca Rocky, the Hobart World winner. Bike Mechanic out of Hobart, Mitch Stretton out after him. Then we go back to Jamie Carney, he's still riding around. So we've got Jared O'Connell there, he's 65 plus. And you've got Jamie Carney, 57, riding third wheel. Doesn't look a day over 30, Jamie. Emulus not far behind him. Then we go back to Withington, Joshy Nixon. I think that might be Gonzalez Munoz. Yes. Followed by Taylor. Jones. Barnett. O'Connell. And the Flying Wombat, Joshy Rayner. So Flying Wombat is the Cairns. That's his nickname, Josh Rayner. Never seen a Flying Wombat. Seen the damage they can do though if they get hold of you. And remember Fatso with Roy and HG. Alright, Tim Taylor's out on his own now. Greets the judge with 7 to go. Gonzalez Munoz, Rocky, Nixon, Stretton, Emulus, Withington, Carney, Barnett, Jones, O'Connell and Rayner. Waiting riders, they're happy to see him go. Just a friendly reminder, you go to the Oz Cycling website and you'll get the Golden Bin Chicken Cycling live feed, YouTube. YouTube. So those that might have an interest and aren't able to be in attendance, they can actually see live through that particular platform what's going on here at Devonport under the sunshine. Beautiful evening. Light northeasterly wind as Wellington brings them through now. Tim Taylor, the local lad, is out. He greeted the judge with 6 to go. He's put about a third of a lap into the guys. Now, Carney's decided, well, that's enough's enough. And he's gone with Barnett, and I think that might be Withington that's joined him. Gonzalez Munoz, and Joshy Nixon decides to go as well, so to pick up the pace. He's going to bring through Rocky and company. But Tim Taylor, he's going to greet the judge with 5 to go. Riding wells, Tim. Got a podium in the 1,000 metre handicap, lightning handicap before. Jamie Carney leads out Simon Barnett, down from Townsville in Queensland. Feisty rider. Withington not far behind him. Starting to make some inroads now. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
You're not your special what you came back in how many laps? I don't know.
3 laps to go.
3. No.
Timmy Taylor getting a little bit of support as he comes through. Greet the judge with 3 to go. Let's see whether we can get him up, the local boy. He's doing good. From the Cervelo, Carney now goes again. This time to go and join him is Luca Rocky. There goes O'Connell, followed by Aaron Jones, Withington, Stratton. Younger of the 2, Mitchell, and a 1,000 metre handicap winner. Emulus far behind him, then goes Rayner, Barnett, and lost the field is Gonzalez Munoz from Piedmont Team USA.
Come on.
They've got to get themselves organised. Aaron Jones decides to go now, and he's attacked. They haven't gone with him, so he's out on his own. So he might be able to catch Tim. Let's see what happens. 2 to go. It's about 50 metres between Tim and AJ. There's our M8 champion. World champion, Gerard O'Connell, so he's 65 plus, he's out after them. He's going to be doing the work on his own. Flying Wombats also decided to go. Withington's going to jump back on his wheels. They head down the back straight. Here comes Aaron Jones. He'll work with Tim Taylor now. As they come round to greet the judge with 1 to go. So sparring partners, these two, Devonport and Bernie. A bit like when the Blues v the Hawks at the Devonport Oval. Tim gives way and away goes Aaron. O'Connell's about to be swamped by the bunch. Here goes Withington and Jamie Carney. They're out after that 3rd, possibly 2nd place. Look at Jamie Carney go. He's turning back the clock. Works that bottom bend into the back straight. Jamie Carney's out after Tim Taylor. He's going to get him too. He might even get Aaron Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, look at this. 57 years of age. Superstar. Multiple time Olympian. USA champion, college cycling coach. Turn back the clock. Give him a round of applause. Jamie Carney, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron Jones for 2nd. Barnstorming, Luca Rocky for 3rd. Followed by the Flying Wombat, Simon Barnett. Tim Taylor. Mr. Emulus Withington. And rounding out the field will be O'Connell and Stratton. Ladies and gentlemen, as he comes round, please put your hands together. Jamie Carney, he won the wheel back in 2001. Very impressive. Jamie, I might just get you to jump onto the infield just for a second. We'll have a quick chat with Jamie. While I do that, I might ask the men's invitation elimination race riders if they could make their way onto the infield. I know you're short of breath, Jamie. That was impressive, mate. What's it like to be back in Tasmania?
Oh, it's great. I had a flashback there. It was great. Here we go.
And how are you going, trying to teach the tactics for the college team that you brought across
Well, basically, your guys' racing is harder than almost anywhere on the planet because we don't do handicaps. Handicaps are so hard. And, just do them over and over again. The reason why you guys are so tough. So it's great.
In fact, I read recently, I think you sent it through to David Dennis, that the first time that you rode down in Burnie in Tasmania, you were given the handicap to scratch, and that was suggested by none other than Stephen Pate, one of your fiercest riders. Rivals, how did you go with that?
It was an interesting thing. The handicapper didn't scratch it and paid the whole scratch. He needs to be back with us. And I appreciate that. It was fun.
Now tell us about one of the male riders and one of your female riders that you've got here from Piedmont College that you are tutoring at the moment. So give us a name.
We have Preston I. He's new to track racing. He's only been doing this for about 2 years now. And obviously, he's riding pretty well.
Yeah, certainly has. He really got the crowd up and going last night. Very extroverted. Strange coming out of the front, but I really like the cut of his jib. What about from a female perspective?
We have Emma Frost. She's my assistant coach at Piedmont University, and she's a jack of all trades. She's an A mountain bike rider, a second class rider. She's an A&M with herself. She's a well-rounded rider.
Fantastic. You enjoying your time back here? And what does the college group think of being down in Tasmania?
Oh, they love it. They come with me down here. These 5 said that they wanted to come, and all of them love it. I'm sure they'll want me back next year.
Well, appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. The last time he won a wheel race down here was in 2001. He's taking out the B-grade scratch race at the ripe old age of 57. Ladies and gentlemen, from the USA, a superstar, Jamie Carney. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
Yeah, great stuff, and great to have Jamie back and providing his insight, coaching and stuff to all that group that he's under control of, and still showing he can turn the pedals over pretty well. Elders Real Estate get behind this senior open mile handicap for the new gen competitors. The junior race suggested to us that it's going to be quite an exciting affair here if the handicaps are similarly done. Veronica Kelly is our front mark here. She'll be 320. Savannah McKenzie will run in the grey from 300. Lily O'Geary will run from 280 metres in the black. Toby Jones will wear the pink and run from 230. Jai Cobbing will run from 115 and wear the green. Hannah Rush will run in the yellow and run from 110 metres. Then we go back to Ash Palmer, the blue, and he'll run from 100 metres. And they've given now youngster Toby Flanagan a pretty big task here. He'll run from 20 metres in the mile and wear the red. So all the best to the new gen senior mile competitors as they're about to tackle the 4 laps of the track here at Devonport. 2 whistles, then 1 whistle, then the gun runners. So you're in the starters' hands. Off they go, and it's Veronica Kelly that we'll see for the first time as she goes past the Devonport Athletic Club and past the main grandstand as our early leader. She'll get the call of 3 laps to go. Just in behind her there is the grey of Savannah McKenzie, being tracked along well by Lily O'Geary as she goes through with 3 laps to run. Now there's quite a sizable margin between O'Geary, the black, and the next handicap runner, and that's the runner in yellow, in Tanya Rush. She's got a lot of work to do here as she goes up to the Eric Webster stand with about 100, 150 metres until she starts to see another runner. All the way back now to the red, so it looks like we've had a number of late scratching, so the red is our next runner, and that's Toby Flanagan. So these 2 runners in Tanya Rush, the yellow, and also Toby Flanagan, are going to have to turn this into almost a time trial. They're not going to see another runner for probably at least a couple of laps, and they're just going to have to hope that those out in front of them are going to start to find the going pretty tough and they can just keep that constant pace. He looks like a pretty good mover, does young Toby Flanagan. Let's get right behind him, ladies and gentlemen. He's got a huge task. He'll have 3 laps to run as we look back on the field, and we see that the leader at about the 250 metre mark is Veronica Kelly. So that gives you a bit of perspective of how much Toby's made up, but he's still got a lot of work to do. Veronica Kelly out in front, then Savannah McKenzie, back to Lily O'Geary, the black. So those three are really a long, long way ahead of the rest of the field. The next runner over the back is Tanya Rush, and also Toby Flanagan still working hard. So 2 laps now to go for Veronica Kelly. Can she hold on? She's got a nice little action there. She's holding her form pretty well with 2 laps to run, about 800 metres. Then we've got Savannah McKenzie. Then we go back to Lily O'Geary, who's probably closing up a little bit now. She looks like she could be a little bit of a danger. Gee, a lot of work to do for Tanya Rush, the yellow, and Toby Flanagan still looking pretty good. He's holding a nice constant pace, but he'll just have to hope for a bit of fatigue that's going to set in to perhaps our front markers as we look out the front and still see Veronica Kelly up the back straight, goes past that scoreboard, knows that she's only got just over a lap and a half to go, still holding a pretty good pace, pretty good tempo. Back to then the grey of Savannah McKenzie. Lily O'Geary looks like she could be starting to get a bit of a taste here as she's starting to move up onto McKenzie, and she'll have to turn her focus solely on the leader in Veronica Kelly. You'd think the win is probably going to come from these 3 runners. We look back and see that Tanya Rush has still got at least the length of the straight, if not more, until she makes some contact with the top 3. And our back marker, Toby Flanagan, still working hard. He'll probably have his sights set on Tanya Rush first, and then probably look up and think, oh, I've got a lot of work to do to still catch these front markers. What's going on at the front of the field? It's Veronica Kelly still out in front, past the Eric Webster stand. She'll be starting to get a bit of support from probably people that know her well as she starts to work hard now. We love the sound of the bell, distance runners. She's about to hear that and know that she's only got 1 lap to go. I tell you what, I like the pace and the timed run of Lily O'Geary. Look at her start to go now. So she's timed her run pretty well, you'd think, as she's left Savannah McKenzie, the grey, back in 3rd place, and now she's out after the leader, Veronica Kelly. Go back to the yellow. There's still so much work to do. That's still Tanya Rush. Toby Flanagan trying to work hard. He'll probably at least try to make a race out of those 2, but it's all about the front of the field. Still Veronica Kelly out in front, past the scoreboard. She's had a pretty sizable lead up until about this point, but now she's only got about 10 or 15 metres with the youngster Lily O'Geary. Knows that if she can just put in some really hard work here in this back straight, she might be able to challenge for the lead. So still Veronica Kelly, the orange in front. Lily O'Geary, you'd think that stride just looks that little bit longer, a little bit stronger. Can she get to her? It's Savannah McKenzie still in 3rd. She's going to have to fight hard, you'd think, to hold on to that spot, as the other 2, Tanya Rush and also the back marker, Toby Flanagan, will try to challenge her. It's all back to the front, though. Veronica Kelly, the orange. Lily O'Geary now tries to go 1 more gear. Can she find a big change of pace? Still in front is Veronica Kelly. She's been there right from the start of the race. She wants to hang on right to the end. O'Geary starts to really dig in now. She's trying to challenge. Veronica Kelly in front, trying what she can to hang on. Here comes O'Geary. Kelly still in front, the orange. O'Geary flying home. Kelly still in front. O'Geary getting closer and closer, but won't quite get there. Well done, Veronica Kelly from Lily O'Geary. Good run. Look at this run from the back marker here. Toby Flanagan flying home in the last little bit here to try to steal a spot on the podium. Still McKenzie, the grey, trying to hang on gallantly for that spot. Here comes Flanagan, though. He wants a spot on that podium. McKenzie still in front. Flanagan and also Tanya Rush. Look at them fly home. Oh, close one. Oh, it wasn't much of a race after those first 2, but they certainly made it in the last 50 metres. Well done, Flanagan. Good run from 20 metres. But congratulations, Veronica Kelly. She made the most of her 320 metres and she takes out the mile handicap in 2025. Just the 5 runners in that race. We're just awaiting the official times to go up. certainly interesting for third, fourth and fifth, wasn't it? A really great finish as they all threw at the line. But Veronica Kelly has been awarded the win there, 4:49.86 of her 320-metre handicap. And you'll certainly see, I think, the black there, Lily O'Geary, 4:51 exactly, 4:51.00. It was enough to get second place. And the third place competitor there, Savannah McKenzie, just held on. So she had them flying home over the top of her, but she managed to hold on and secure that third position.
Caitlin, can you just film the bunch, like the whole bunch, and then for this whole race? Because they eliminate off the bat for this race, so you just want the bunch. Thanks. Sorry?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, he'll still be on the back.
Right, underway, ladies and gentlemen, the Giant Devonport Men's Invitation Elimination Race. And from the get-go, there'll be one out. So, Ian, we just need you to move out of the way of the camera eye there. That's all right. Thank you. So riders will go through. So we're on from the get-go. So usually they get one neutral lap, but this time there's going to be one out from the get-go. Jacob Langham, Corey Boddington, Louis Schramm, Jamie Carney, all withdrawn. And the only addition is Josh Nixon. Number 12, saddlecloth number 12, Owen Lloyd. Owen Lloyd, you are out. Owen Lloyd is out. That's the rider out of Piedmont Raw College team out of the US. He's riding on the trusty yellow steed.
Okay.
So at the back there goes Toby Jones right around the outside, has to reposition himself. He's going to have to be around about 5 wide as he comes through. Ooh, running out of track. Josh Nixon, you are out. Josh Nixon, saddlecloth number 8. Josh Nixon, you are out. It's the rider in white, and he was the recent addition. Out of Queensland. It's Josh. Riders will reposition themselves. Oh, it looks like one's just fallen out the back there, run out a bit of puff.
Back to the line, or what do you mean?
Looks like Angus Withington. Angus Withington will be out. That's saddlecloth number 21, the rider from the ACT.
Oh, right, yeah.
Riders are coming around. Saddlecloth 18. Saddlecloth 18 is out. That's William Emulus. Riders are heading down the back straight now. They reposition themselves. At the back is that might be Toby Jones.
Blue one.
And looks like Toby could be a little bit. Saddlecloth number 10, Toby Jones. Toby Jones is out. Saddlecloth number 10.
Lucas?
Queensland Academy of Sport, Balmoral UQ Cycling Club. Can't remember off the top of my head. It's one of the two. Different from Queensland.
Yeah, nice. Lieutenant.
7 riders left. Local boy Dalton Stratton still amongst them. Ainsley Gray in the black. Same with Jack Hadley. And that is Jack Hadley. Q is out. Women's A grade scratch race riders, if you can make your way to the A-grade scratch race riders to the marshalling area, please. Riders are coming around now into the main straight. Looks like Ainsley Gray could be caught down here on the inside. And it is saddlecloth number 15. Ainsley Gray is out. Ainsley Gray is out. Rider from Hobart. So Dalton Stratton, local hope, still involved with Preston Eye, Graham Frisley, Sam Gallagher. Eddie Marks with a white disc. We have 5 riders left. As they come round now, and top bend into the main straights. Northern end of the ground, push through. Sammy Gallagher will be out. Sammy Gallagher will be out. Saddlecloth number 2. Dalton Stratton stuck down on the inside. Preston Eye goes right around the out. Graham Frisley second. Will Edward Marks leads them through that bend. Stratton been pushed wide by Frisley. Hasn't quite the turn of pace. Let's see whether he can hold on. I think he's got there. Preston Eye, you are out. He's smarting at Dalton Stratton. So Preston Eye, saddlecloth number 11 is out. Rider. A bit of pizzazz from USA College, Piedmont College, part of the Piedmont Raw cycling team. Stratton around the outside of Marks, sitting right behind him is Frisley.
Middle one.
17, Edward Marks, you are out. So it's Dalton Stratton and Graham Frisley. Edward Marks, you are out. Edward Marks, you are out.
It was the middle one, right?
So it's between Dalton, Stratton and Graham Frisley. Edward Marks is out. So they work their way down the back straight.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He was in front.
Riders coming through now. Graham Frisley's going to win this in a canter because Dalton Stratton knows he doesn't have the speed. Good effort by the local. And Graham Frisley, ladies and gentlemen, naturalised Australian. Now getting the opportunity back in the US where he was born. And he has taken out the men's invitation elimination race brought to us tonight by Giant Devonport. Up next, we're going to be going to event number 62. That being the women's A-grade scratch race brought to us by Simplot Australia. Suyaka Guccino was the winner last year in a time of 5 minutes 17.3. 5:17.3.
Oh, was this one as well? Unless you want to do
Numbers.
it.
Paddy, Frost, Liang, Robinson, Neo, Smith, Carney, Lynch, Perry, Milne, Clonan and Kelly were part of our women's A-grade scratch race. Marley Langham, I think I've missed her. Marley Langham's up there. Well done, Graham. Yeah, but I'll take her dad out for lunch a little bit later on in the week. On the socials too, ladies and gentlemen, have a look at Adette Lynch's view from a bike. So she's got some sort of 360 camera. It's got a 360 view, sits right on the stem, and you're able to see what is going on from the rider's perspective. It's a very impressive piece of technology. She had it on last night at Launceston. Gave a real perspective of what was going on in between the riders at high speed. Fearless track riders as they greet the judge with 7 to go. Fearless are track riders. The smallest of details matter for their safety, for their strategy, and for tactical advantage. Especially when you're doing in speeds upwards of 55, 60, up to some of the guys are getting it between 70 and 75 kilometres an hour. So you don't want to make a mistake on those boards. You don't want to make a mistake on the asphalt that we're on tonight. As Christina Clonan leads them through. Great, the judge with 6 to go. Thanks, Barry. 6 to go. Doing a great job, Barry Budget. Down there is the lap counter. In fact, all the Devonport Athletic Club committee members volunteer their time. We thank them for their service, giving back to the Devonport community. For continuing on the tradition of Taste the Carnival, 87th running of the Devonport Athletic Club meets here at the Devonport Oval on a serene summer night. Finally, we're getting some summer. Erica Carney leads them through. Then we go to Emma Frost. She's got those blue suede shoes on. Joining me down here on the infield is Aaron Bear-Liang. He's the person responsible for the live streaming through the Oz Cycling website. And then he's got his own YouTube channel called Golden Mint Chicken Cycling. Welcome, Aaron, back to Tasmania. Your daughter's out there today, and she's doing reasonably well. How's things been since you got back into Tasmania?
Very cold. Almost died yesterday. What was it, in Hobart 2 days ago? But the fantastic carnival, and yesterday in Launceston was an absolute cracker. Beautiful day here today. Can't believe this this grass. I just like being out walking on it, mate. I can see why you don't wear any shoes. I don't do the live stream. It's the crew up there. Used to Caitlin, Jack, Michelle, Felicity. I get kicked out these days.
Is that because you get a bit grumpy?
Yeah, just a little. The internet. I think we bought a Starlink. We connected it to an Elon's satellite. We still can't. How do you guys get through life down here? Have you got some special trick or something?
That's why I've got the shoes off, mate, because we feel grounded down here. Going out now is Robinson. So Ebony Robinson, away she goes, saddlecloth number 110. So she starts to pick it up to greet the judge with 3 to go. So interesting to see what happens. It looks like Adette Lynch is out after her, and she'll pull the group through. Lauren Perry in second wheel. And there's your daughter in third wheel. She's wearing Queensland Academy of Sport gear.
Yeah, the rider that just went off the front, that's Ebony Robinson. She was also one of the junior Australian team that went to Appledorn and brought home a bronze. She started life as an enduro, as did Lauren Perry, who's in the blue behind Adette, and then Ella. Ebony has still got the length, as does Lauren Perry, doesn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. No, Deb, I don't lose it. There's definitely that. Although Lauren did say to me just recently she feels as though she's not as she used to be. And away goes, I think that might be Mackenzie Milne. Away she goes. Christina Clonan's out after her, so it's going to be a bit of a sprint now. They've got 1.5 laps to go. Who's your pick from here, Aaron?
Ella.
No bias in that whatsoever. Right, do your father proud, Ella. Away she goes now. Mackenzie Mills starts to stretch them out. There goes Adette Lynch. So she's got the tank, as Bear mentioned before. Malia Langham. I like that kid, Malia. Brings out the blue in your eyes. Away she goes. There goes Ella Liang down behind Amalia Langham. Also joining in is Lauren Perry now. So there's that endurance coming to the fore. Mackenzie Milne leads them through. It's down on the inside though. In the red is Adette Lynch. Around the outside goes Christina Clonan. A bit of money up for grabs here from Simplot Australia. Let's see who's hungry enough to grab it. Amalia Langham around the outside. Here goes Adele Lynch, pushes away past. She's battling it out with Christina Kleiner. Christina, I think she's got it again. Adele Lynch, Mackenzie Milne, I think maybe for third. On the inside from Amalia Langham, Lauren Perry, Ella Liang, Kiki Neo. Rounding out the field are our riders, Miss Kelly and Robinson from the Simplot Australia Women's A-grade scratch race. A lot of volume for the girls over the course of the time down in Tasmania, Aaron.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic as a training block. A lot of fun. The girls really enjoy it. The boys really enjoy it. Christina Kleiner going well today. I think she used to be enduro herself, but she's riding herself into some form in these carnivals.
She certainly is. You mentioned before the World Juniors in the Netherlands. Can you just tell us about what actually happens at that particular venue and the experience and the vibe?
Yeah, well, the Apeldoorn Velodrome is actually a concert venue, so it has amazing sound and lighting, and they have the 6th day there as well, so it's a real spectacle. A lot of money spent on the event. It's a lot of fun. If you can get yourself to a World Championships, it's really exciting. Very exciting for the kids. Oz Cycling have opened up. They've reviewed the selections now, and they've broadened the selections, and quite a few kids here that are vying, under 19s, that'll be vying for a trip to Belgium this year for the Junior World Championships, and there'll be 4 Australian teams going, 2 team pursuit teams and 2 sprint teams, and some of the kids here should be in those teams.
Well, if I get the opportunity, I'm definitely going to make my way across to Europe and experience one of those. Thanks for joining me down here on the infield. Talking about a vibe, we're about to go to the Elders Real Estate Little Athletics 100 metres handicap. I think up first are the Tiny Tots, Grant.
Oh yeah, the Tiny Tots are down there. Look at them, ladies and gentlemen. The 4 of these fantastic athletes lined up on their handicaps, off scratch. They're going to run them over the 40-metre distance. So when you hear their names, let's give them a big round of applause. In the black today, Archer Rolls. There he is, Archer, closest to the bike track. In the white, Eddie Bishop. In the green, Logan Pierce. And running in the red, Oakley Brown. So there's your 4 Tiny Tots. They're about to get underway. Focused is on the finish line. Who's the fastest little 3-4-year-old here tonight? Will it be Logan, Archer, Eddie, or Oakley? Oh, good start, and look at Oakley Brown get off to the best of them. The little runner in the red, Oakley Brown pumping the arms well. Look at Eddie Bishop starting to come right into calculations here. Oakley Brown in front. Eddie Bishop goes to the front. Eddie Bishop and also Oakley hit the line almost together. I reckon we're going to give that to Eddie Bishop. I know Eddie pretty well. He lives a couple of doors down from me, so well done, Eddie. Congratulations. Know his dad, Hayden, very well. Almost my neighbour, so I reckon Eddie's got up and taken that out. We might get official placings, but well done to the Tiny Tots. Great job from Oakley, Logan, Eddie and Archer. Fantastic stuff. Okay, the Elders Real Estate have supported that Tiny Tots race that we just saw, which has certainly got us all excited, and they do support the 8 heats, 8 of them, of the Little Athletics 100-metre handicap. So they're running the 100 metres. And ladies and gentlemen, very tough qualification here. You've got to win your heat. There's no spots for anybody else, only heat winners. So really cutthroat qualification here. Our runners are as follows. Remy Roberts will run in the black from 31. Ariel Horseman will run in the orange from 29. Eliza Hathaway will run in the white from 25. Ashlyn Hingston in the blue from 20. Rylan Martin will run in the green from 12, and William Robinson will run in the red from scratch. First only will go through to the final. Good start. Look at Remy Roberts lead them out. Starting to make a challenge on her now is Ariel Horseman. It's still Remy Roberts in front. Horseman throws out the challenge. I reckon Remy Roberts is going to hold that handicap. She just gets there. Well done. From Ariel Horseman in second. The others were a bit far back. Perhaps the handicap's not quite generous enough for them. We'll definitely be seeing Remy Roberts again as she takes out heat number 1. Great stuff from the East Devonport Little Athletics crew and all the people associated with that great club. They run regular Saturday morning competitions, I'm pretty certain, at the Girdleston Park over there at East Devonport. Fantastic opportunity for our little kids to experience athletics for the first time. The Tiny Tots, of course, right through to age groups of about under 15, under 16, I think, in the little athletics. So great little competition for them every Saturday. So they're being walked out now, the runners in heat number 2, to their handicaps. And Elijah Sharman will be our front marker here. We have the mark of 38 metres. Brooke Bartush will have the orange colour and run from 29. Indy Quigley will run the white from 24. Fletcher Rolls will wear the blue and run from 20. India Hazelwood will wear green and run from 12 metres. And we go right back to 2 metre handicap, and that's for Kaylin Jones. So there's your 6 runners, first only to qualify for the final. And they're away, and it's Elijah Sharman, the black, that gets to the front. Can he hold on just like Remy Roberts in the first? Look at the white coming through now. That's a fantastic run from Eliza Holloway. She's the biggest danger to our leader. Eliza Holloway gets there. Well done. Came through the middle of the field there. Eliza Hathaway, sorry, I should say. She's taken that one out in heat number 2. So we've got 2 of our finalists so far. Now, what am I doing? Indy Quigley, sorry, I apologise. I'm mentioning the runners from the first heat. So Indy Quigley was the winner. So we've got 2 of our 8 finalists decided on. Runners involved in heat number 3 getting walked out now, and that's Ruby Kelly, who we'll see first. She'll walk all the way out to the 40 metre handicap. Darcy Rockcliffe will wear the orange and run from 30 metres. Noah Howe will wear the white and he'll run from a handicap of 25. Enzo Mitchell will wear the blue and run from 21. Asher Easley will wear the green and run from 13 metres. And our red here will be Willem Jordan. And Willem will wear the red and run from the handicap of 3 metres. So it's been a real front markers affair so far. Let's see what they can do here in heat number 3. And it's a clean start, and we see Ruby Kelly lead the field. Darcy Rockcliffe trying to get onto level terms with her. Here comes the white of Noah Howe, but I'll tell you what, they're going to find it hard to catch Ruby Kelly. She's out in front. Ruby, oh, maybe just held on from the fast finishing Noah Howe. Really close one there as they hit the line together. They were definitely moving at different speeds. Noah was going that bit faster. Did he quite grab that runner on the line there? Looked like Ruby Kelly might have just done enough to qualify. Seeing results up there from heat number 2 with Indy Quigley given the win at 13.71. Heat 3 will go up there fairly shortly as well. It's a bit tough to handicap them, I guess, when they're running shorter distances too. They won't get quite as tired. Some of our younger athletes out off those 20, 30 metre handicaps. Close one. I reckon Ruby Kelly was probably just a bit too good there. Yeah, she was there. 12.97 for Ruby, so she's into the final. So congratulations to her. We'll see her running again in that big final, which we'll see later this evening. And Noah Howe, great run. 13.13 into second. Heat 4 is next on the agenda. Frances Turley will be our front marker here. She'll run in the orange from 50 metres. In the under 6 age group is Frances, so probably one of our younger competitors here today, so we're giving her the full 50-metre handicap here. Declan Howe, the white, will run from 30 metres. Leo Rolls will wear the blue and run from 21. Bo Loader, the green, will run from 13. And then we go back to the red of Oliver Hathaway, the red, and he'll run from 7 metres. Can't see him down there though, Oliver. Yeah, looks like we're getting the indication that Oliver is a non-starter. So just the 4. All the best to Francis there, the under 6 runner from 50 metres in this 100-metre handicap. Okay, off you go, Francis. Can she hold them out here in the orange? Look at the running style. She's got a beautiful looking style. She's looking way too strong for them. Well done to Francis Turley. She's shown them a clean set of heels. Takes it out easily from the green of Bo Loader. Oh yeah, I reckon Francis was holding off a bit there. She's waiting to produce something even better in the final. So they'll have to have a look at that. That was a convincing win to Francis. 6, just 5 years of age, but tell you what, she could move down that track pretty well. 12:54 too, a fast time. Women's B-grade scratch race riders. Women's B-grade scratch race riders, please report to the marshalling area. We'll have you ready to go at the conclusion of these heats. So women's B-grade scratch. Our attention turns to the 5th heat of the Elders Real Estate Little Athletics 100 metres. We'll see Sonny Howe in the orange from 32 metres. Then Huxley Rolls, the white, from 25. Freya Sharman, the blue, from 22. Back to Charlotte Turley, the green, from 13. And it's going to be Estelle Jordan, who'll wear the red and run from 8 metres. Away they go, and it's Sonny Howe. We had a little bit of confusion about whether it was time to go or not, but he's got to get moving now. Sonny Howe just in front. Here comes the white of Huxley Rolls. Sonny Howe's just looking around. Yeah, he's going to hold them out. Well done. Good run. And an eye-catching run there too from Estelle Jordan. She flew home the back marker to almost get second or third across the line. Sonny Howe, the orange. A little bit confused about whether the gun actually went. It was right to start running, but when he got confirmation it was right to go, they weren't catching him. So well done, Sonny. He gets himself through to the final. Women's B-grade scratch. Women's B-grade scratch riders, please report to the marshalling area. Women's B-grade scratch. Seeing a lot of them now starting to surface on the bike track, so it looks like they're going to be ready to go. Heat 6. Elders Real Estate Little Athletics. We see Skylar Rolls, the orange, run from 33. Ace Brown, the white, from 26. Zaria Bramich, the blue, from 23. Alexis Turley, the green, will run from 14. And it's Georgia Hingston, the red, and she'll run from the mark of 9 metres. Heat 6. Skylar Rolls, good start in the orange. She'll take some catching. Here comes Ace Brown, the white. Coming through well also is Aria Bramich. It looks like Ace Brown's going to throw out the biggest challenge to our leader, Skylar Rolls. Skylar Rolls just in front. Ace Brown closing, but no, not going to make it to the front marker again. So well done, Skylar Rolls. We're going to have a final with a lot of youngsters in it. I think they're going to be as young as 4 or 5 years of age, up to about 6 or 7 at the moment. Markers just can't quite get there, can they? So Skylar Rolls in the orange. She used that handicap to full advantage, and she's into the final. Just the 2 heats to go of our Elders Real Estate Little Athletics. Just a reminder, this is majority, or I think almost all made up of our East Devonport Little Athletics competitors. They run their competitions on a Saturday morning. Their season has definitely gotten underway and already started, but I'm sure it perhaps would be possible to still get some involvement in that if you see the right people. Millie Loader will be our front marker here, the orange, 31. Stella Rolls, the white, from 27. Isaac Turley, the blue, from 25. Connor Rolls, the green, from 15. Jack Quigley will be our back marker off 10 in the red. Oh, little false start, but I'm not sure it helped him too much as we saw Isaac Turley get off to a pretty good start. He's in desperate to make this final. Look at the red come through now, though. Jack Quigley, he's still in front. I reckon Quigley's going to get up. So the back marker's got there. Well done. Great to see one of our faster runners there from 10 metres. Jack Quigley get up and get himself into the final. Geez, I hope Isaac Turley's all right there. Took a bit of a tumble. Yeah, I think he's fine. He's no doubt a little bit disappointed he couldn't quite get to that line first place. I have been informed that a lot of the competitors today are also from the Deloraine Little Athletics Centre as well. So thank you very much, Deloraine, for making that trip to compete here tonight, along with, of course, the East Devonport Club. And certainly not exclusive to them also. I'm certain I've seen some Burnley Little Athletics competitors as well. So if you are someone involved in any of those centres, please feel free to enter in future years for this. We'll turn our attention to the final heat, and we should see in the orange our front marker as Evie Rouse. Scarlett Wild will wear the white, although no, I don't see Scarlett there. No, she's not, so she's a scratching. Raffy Roberts will run from 26 metres, the blue. Sienna Bramich, the green, from 16, and Tanner Quigley will be our back marker, the red, from 10. Here goes Evie Rouse. Can she make it another one for the front marker? She's not quite sure if they're coming. They're definitely coming, Evie. Here comes Raffy Roberts. She hits the front. Raffy in front. Tanner Quigley flying home. He's going to get in. So Tanner, I think, along with his brother Jack, are going to qualify as our two back markers. They were both given exactly the same handicap, so could we see a match race between the two boys in the final? Tanner's going to be there. He was inspired by Jack in the earlier heat, and they're both qualified comfortably from the back mark there. 10 metre that handicap, so they had to run almost the full trip. So well done to all of our Little Athletics competitors. Congratulations, and we'll give you those 8 finalists pretty shortly. We see Tanner Quigley's name pop up onto that scoreboard in first place in 14.14, but they'll have a look at all those results, and we'll try to provide you with a really exciting and entertaining final later in the evening.
Now there is women's B grade track race, so that's the one like a normal first to the line. So you're just going to do the front.
Yep.
Jack's going to do the front.
All right.
All right, up next, ladies and gentlemen, we're into the Brad Liberal team women's B grade scratch race. So Eva Smith in the purple, Sybil O'Rourke in the navy blue, Sunny McEwen. Ruby McEwen in the white. Yep, there she is in black. It's a Turner with a little bit of red, white, red, grey and black. There we go. Zan Wilmots in the pink. Taylor Baker's out there in the red. And that is our contingent. And they've got 7 laps. So the ladies have 7 laps. 3.5 kilometres, so 3,500 metres. Lana Lake last year took us out in a time of 6 minutes, 2.52 seconds, 6 minutes, 2.52. Now we'll be heading back to the running. Now we've got the 150s on. Riders making their way around. Headed packed schedule. We'll be feeling somewhat tired after the work that they've had to complete in the space of 48 hours. Turn our attention to Sybil O'Rourke. So Sybil O'Rourke riding second wheel at the moment. She's in the Navy. Well-known O'Rourke clan. Greg being a father from a handicapper. I think she's the youngest. In fact, she'll be the last to leave home. Leaves mum and dad at home by themselves. She'll be making her way to university next year. I think she might be heading up towards Sydney, where she's got a couple of her siblings currently. Nice, comfortable cadence. Been shown here by the girls. B grade scratch. Just waiting for one of them to play their card, play their hand. No one's really prepared to go as yet. They bring the judge, that's Barry, with 3 to go. So 3 to go. Walker now goes to the front. It's down the back straight. Bit of a logistical nightmare too. Coordinating and carting bikes, parts, kits around the state. Tip the lid to David Dennis and company, and those that coordinate and facilitate the logistics for riders. Those in particular, as they greet the judge with 2 to go, they come from the mainland, part of the contingent around the state. Even those for the locals being able to get up and down north and south, south north, north northwest, northwest to north. So those of you that support those that are involved with cycling, we say thank you. All right, let's see what we can do here. We've got 1 lap to go, so I'm going to get the bell. Emily Walker is my pick. Ruby McEwen, Suzanne Stratus, boxes her in. There goes Turner right around the outside. Smith's been thrown out the back. Baker also out the back in the red. Emily Walker, Lizanne Wilmot. Right on her tail, there goes Suzanne Stratus out after her. Sybil O'Rourke coming with a dash 2 from Devonport. She's not going to catch hold of those 3 though. The 3 older states, women. Walker though, too much power. Stratus might get Wilmot though on the outside. Oh, that's going to be close for second. I can't pick it from here. O'Rourke goes through and takes that 4th position in women's B grade scratch race, brought to us by Brad Liberal team. 5:25.94, 5:25.94. So it's a little bit quicker than last year. Stratus, it looks like might have got it, yeah. 0.18, 5:26.18. O'Rourke, and then Sonny McEwen. So Sonny McEwen in the grey, got up for 5th position. Head back into grass track. We're turning our attention to the Empress Sprint, women's 150 metres handicap. That'll be followed by the men's after the invitation pursuit race, where we'll have Tasmania v Queensland. So looking forward to seeing those names that get underway for that with regards to the pursuit. Nonetheless, let's turn our attention back to the running track And we'll hand over to Mr. Grant Penny.
Yeah, just a quick announcement, David Dennis, if you're somewhere around, could you please catch up with Rod Walker? He's just here on the infield in front of the main grandstand. David Dennis, could you please report to Rod Walker? Yeah, the attention does turn to our sprinters, an event that for a while was known as the Devonport 200 metres. For a number of years now, the 150 metre distance seems to be a happy medium for a lot of our runners that perhaps may have their eyes set on the Burnie Gift in a couple of days' time as a beautiful little lead-in for them. So we're going to see this 150 metre handicap. Thanks very much to Accident Repair Centre Devonport for putting up the prize money of $1,000. Now to qualify for the semi-finals that are at 7:48 this evening, these runners need to be the first three in each of their heats to qualify. And that's it. After that, there will be no fastest time, so need to finish first, second or third to qualify. Sorry, in fact, it's Impress Print that have got behind this one. I was looking at the men's sponsorship for a while there, so we'll wait a little bit for them. It's the first four from each heat into the semi-finals for our ladies, so apologies, ladies, if you've heard that information from me before. It is the first four. So with one scratching and looking up, I'm not seeing Ellie Rayner, which doesn't surprise me as she's in the Devonport Gift final. She's out. So there's just four of them. They will all qualify, but we still will be expecting a very hard and honest performance from the four of them. Chanel Charles, of course, that very impressive 400 metre runner and a former national champion for her age. Over that distance, will run from 11.5 to yellow. Back to Lucy Carter, who of course is a former Devonport Gift winner, a stall gift finalist. She'll run from 10 metres the blue. Beck Kovacic is a former Burnie Gift winner. She'll run the white from 8.5. And it's great to have the Tasmania's fastest woman at 11.50. She's now residing on the Gold Coast under the Viking Athletics crew with Brett Robinson. Chelsea Scollier, Tasmania's fastest woman, is back, and she'll run from red of 3 metres in this first heat. Off they go, and it's Chanel Charles, the very good one-lap runner that leads them early stages. Look at Lucy Carter, flies out of the blocks and around the bend as she takes the lead. Beck Kovacic, the white, throwing out the challenge, and here comes Chelsea Scollier from the back of the field. Lucy Carter, though, is too strong. Good form through the line. Chelsea will get through into second place officially with Beck Kovacic and Chanel Charles. They all make it through, they all qualify, but that certainly gives an indication of the form that they may be in. And I'll tell you what, Lucy Carter's in some very good form. It was listed as 11 metres, so it's 10 metres she ran off in that first heat. But that wasn't enough to stop Lucy Carter. A very impressive performance in taking out heat one. Now, an announcement in regarding to the men's 150, which is was due to follow this women's. There was going to be an invitation pursuit race between Tasmania and Queensland on the cycling track. That event has now been cancelled, so that will not be happening. So we'll be going straight from the women's heats, which are about to see the second heat, which there's 3 of them in all, so the second and third heat of the women's, straight into the men's 150 metre handicap heats. So, men, if you're over there warming up and preparing, there won't be a bike race in between these 3 heats of the women's 150. We'll be straight into your heats. First heat, Lucy Carter takes it out, 17.61 from her handicap of 10 in the blue. Just scrolling over the page there, just letting us know that we had a couple of scratchings. Second was Chelsea Scholar, 1834, Beck Kovacic, 1852 and 1868 for Chanel Charles. Lucy's going to be hard to stop. You think in those semis at about 7:48 this evening. Second heat, not far away. We look down the field, we do see the pink of Caitlin Nicholson. She's going to be in our women's gift final later this evening, so certainly making the most of her trip from Victoria here is Caitlin, as she'll be running in these 50-metre handicap heats. Our front marker off 21 metres, the pink. Certainly won't expect to see the green of Rebecca von Samorski. She's a scratching, as this, of course, she's going to be defending her title in the Devonport gift final this evening. Alexis Harmy's there. She'll be running in the yellow from 14 metres. Trinity Anal Bashar was listed as 10.5 in the program. She's running off 12 with a slight adjustment to her handicap in the blue. In the white, certainly a runner of great interest, the current Australian bronze medalist in both the 100 and 200 metres at the recent Australian All-Schools, and in the process of getting her bronze medal in the 200, broke the long-standing state 200-metre record for her age. It's Jayla Olam, the white, and she'll run from 6.5 metres. Jayla, of course, won the Rosebery gift in a dead heat about a week or so ago. And Rayleigh Phillips is the runner that's going to replace our scratch runner in Bella Pasquale. We're certainly hoping to see the former stall gift winner here, but an injury has put her out and she's been replaced by Rayleigh Phillips. And Rayleigh will be running the red from a handicap of 16.5. Looks like we're not seeing Rayleigh. Oh no, she is there, sorry, my apologies, my eyes were playing tricks on me. She's definitely there. So there's your runners in heat number 2. They go, and it's Caitlin Nicholson, the pink, that leads them out from Rayleigh Phillips, the addition, the red. So she certainly hasn't made up that ground early days, ladies and gentlemen. Look at Jayla Olam start to rip through the field. The back marker, this very exciting young junior sprinter. Caitlin Nicholson just holding her, but look at Jayla Olam. What a form she's showing. I reckon she's got up there. What a run. From 6.5 metres. Has not stopped the 14-year-old from flying through the field. Now, we've spoken a lot about Chelsea Scollier over the years. Well, Jayla's starting to take some of those times away from Chelsea. The 200 metres was the most recent one. Has broken the 12-second barrier over 100 with wind behind her at the National Championship. So a real star of the future, Jayla Olam. And certainly in a situation we haven't seen, certainly I haven't in all the years that I've been involved, a dead heat in a Rosebery gift final. Could not be separated. 1/1000th of a second between Jayla and also Robin Locke. They were given equal first. So she knows how to handle herself in the professional running environment as well. So Jayla Olam, I think you'll find, might just go up there. Oh no, I'm wrong. I'm in the wrong angle here. I'm not seeing things as well as perhaps you are. Caitlin Nicholson was given the nod. 17.81. I'm only 2 100ths out. Jayla Olam, 17.83 second. And third there was Trinity Anal Bajar. She's starting to get herself back into some reasonable shape again. And officially fourth, Alexis Harmy. So she'll go through the semi, and missing out there was the addition, Rayleigh Phillips. Looking up and look at the third heat, Impress Print Women's 150. We can put a line through the Bernie gift winner, Kate L. Smith, and injury has prevented her from attending here today. So Ebony Newton becomes our back marker, a recent Hobart gift finalist. She'll run from 6.5, the white. Perry Barnes, the blue, will run from 11, not 10.5 as is listed in your program. Aris Pastaris, or the yellow, will run from 13.5. Again, another metre lift from what's written in your program. We see Tess Horton, she'll run from 17 metres in the green. And it's Robin Locke, that athlete we mentioned before, involved in that equal Rosebery gift win with Jayla. She'll run from 30.5 metres, the black. So they're down on their blocks. Number 3.
No, I don't think so. I think it's still at the accommodation. Yeah, I'll live.
Airway pretty cleanly, and it's Robin Locke that gets off quickly, and she's going around past Eric Webster stand. Look at Tess Horton in hot pursuit, along with the yellow of Aris Pastaris, and here comes the back markers now. Ebony Newton starts to get right into it. It's still Robin Locke in front. Newton going up to Challenger. Yes, I think she's done enough. Very classy run from the back mark there, Ebony Newton. Made the trip across to Tasmania to compete in these carnivals and performing extremely well so far. A really good performance in the Hobart gift. Be a place getter there in that final, and she's showing that 100-metre form converts nicely to the 150-metre distance. They run about 100 or so metres of bend here in this 150 with only about a 40-metre straight here at the Devonport Oval. 17.47, that suggests it'll be very competitive for Ebony when it comes to the semi and final. And Robin Locke, a good run there to hold on for second in 17.88. Tess Horton's going through to the semi-final, so that'll be another run for her. And officially fourth in that one was Perry Barnes. So Perry gets another opportunity to run and possibly make that final when we see that semi. So semi's running about 7.48 this evening. We did try to let the runners know that there won't be a bike race now, so there was going to be a potential invitation pursuit race between the two states of Tasmania and Queensland. Well, that's been called off, and we're going to move straight into the men's now in the Accident Repair Centre men's 150-metre handicap. The qualifying conditions here are a little bit different, as there are 5 heats to be contested here, so to get through to the semi-finals, first 3 in each heat are into the semi-finals, not first 4, which you've just seen. It's going to be first, second and third that will qualify for our semi-finals. Last year's winner, Callum James, won this event in 15.73, so that might give you a bit of a reference point about what sort of time might be required. Callum has made the trip down again to run the carnivals, a former Tasmania, but now a regular VAL competitor, Victoria. And he perhaps is saving his legs for the big Burnie carnival in a couple of days' time. Big schedule, 3 carnivals over the space of a little less than a week, so runners need to be really wary of when they're ready to produce their best. Sometimes they do it here at Devonport, some do it at Burnie, even Hobart, but managing that workload is very important. Heat number 1, we'll see Adrian Bender, who's certainly knows success in Tasmania, having taken out the Burnie 400. He'll run in the pink from 22.5. Darcy Kennelly's been lifted out to 21 metres, the junior, and he'll run in the green. Then we go back to the yellow of Isaac Parnell. He'll run from 16.5 metres. Now Shannon Winchester is the runner in blue here. And Shannon, of course, is a para representative for Australia, so it's great to have the Paralympian here, Shannon Winchester, the blue, from 15.5 metres. Pretty certain Luke Hayter, yes, I can see Luke down there preparing himself. He'll run from 10 metres, the white. And ladies and gentlemen, a great opportunity to see Tasmania's fastest man. He holds the Tasmanian record. He's represented Australia at the Commonwealth Games in the relay. It's Jack Hale in the red, and he'll run from 0.5 of a metre. So almost as soon as he started his pro running, he was back at scratch, or even half or a metre, even behind scratch at times. There's Jack Hale. best performance probably at the Carnivals would be a really close second in the Burnie gift. That was done off a very, very tight mark. There's one of Ballarat gift over in Victoria not that long ago, so he's well accustomed to the professional running scene. And great to see Jack supporting this series. We saw him in Hobart. He narrowly missed the final down there off a very tight mark of 1/4 of a metre. Well, he's only been given a bit extra to run the 150 metre distance. So 1/2 metre for the Hailstorm. What can he do in heat number 1? Misfire or someone not quite in that perfect starting position. Looks like all the runners will be given a second opportunity. There are penalties awarded for false starts in professional running. It looks like Grenville Bell Chambers is getting around the field saying, look, no penalty there, just probably wants to see something a little bit different as far as how they're holding themselves. Great to have Grenville here. He was involved in a really bad incident at Hobart Carnival a couple of days ago where a runner coming out of the blocks and cannoned into Grenville and knocked him over, and in the process took a fair bit of skin as well, and had to get stitched up, 14 stitches in all. And despite that setback, has recovered. He's not walking perhaps like he normally would, but to tell you what, well done Grenville for fronting up and saddling up for the Devonport Carnival. I reckon it must be almost 50 years of doing something like this or involvement in professional running. So amazing work, Grenville. Second opportunity for the field here. First heat, Accident Repair Centre, 150 on their blocks. Away pretty cleanly is Adrian Bender, the Victorian, as he gets into his running. Look at them start to come through now. The yellow of Isaac Parnell goes up to challenge along with Shannon Winchester. He's a big runner, there's Winchester as he goes up to challenge at Parnell. The yellow, and look at Hailstorm come through. Oh, bad luck, a bit of an injury come to Parnell, but it gave Hale the opportunity, I think, Jack Hale, to probably steal the win on the line. Yeah, certainly hoping that Isaac Parnell's okay there. He's certainly pulled up with about 20-30 metres to go and looked a certain chance to qualify. I really hope that's nothing serious. He looks been having a good year, Isaac. Performing quite well. Could be cramp. I can hope it might be just something as mild as that, but I reckon the result, that little incident may have given Jack Harlan has an opportunity to take it out off 1/2 metre. So he took my eye a bit, that injury, and Jack Hale in the process has managed to salute and take the win. So good run from Jack Hale from 1/2 metre, ladies and gentlemen, to take it out. Shannon Winchester, a really eye-catching run there. He got up for second place off his 16.5 metre handicap. And Adrian Bender is qualified as a semi-finalist by finishing third in 16.15. First three in these men's heats will qualify for the semis, and those three in Jack Hale, Shannon Winchester and Adrian Bender have got the job done, and they're through. couple of scratchings, unfortunately, from heat number 2. Say Morris, the former Bernie gift winner, is withdrawn. I wonder whether he's turning his attention to Bernie in a couple of days' time. And also John Howe, who ironically was involved in that same race, finishing just second behind, say, after winning the Hobart gift a couple of days ago. I reckon he feels his form is good enough to rest up for Bernie, so John won't be running in this heat. Nash Hammond becomes our back marker here, the youngster from Bernie High School. He'll run from 11 metres in the white. In the yellow, we'll see Reece Barwick. Pretty certain, yes, I can see Reece there just getting back towards his starting position. Jack Penny, the green, will run from the 20.5 metre handicap. Bit of support in the crowd. Good to see Jack's got some people behind him today. And Andrew Hay, who was a recent winner in the Rosebery gift, he will run from 22.5 metres in the pink. First, second and third, of course, so just the one runner to miss out from these 4 runners to contest heat number 2. Of this accident repair centre 150. We've seen Jack Hale salute in heat number 1. Mentioned last year's winner 15.7, Callum James, so Hale's time of 16 seconds suggests he'll be very competitive come semi and final time. 5 runners walking up, about to get down on their blocks. Heat number 2, Accident Repair Centre, Devonport men's 150 metre handicap. So good start from Andrew Hay as he leads this field in the early stages. Here comes back Jack Penny in the pink, in the green, sorry. The yellow of Reece Barwick throwing out a challenge. Look at the blue there. Or John Howe looks like he's been replaced. That's definitely not him. It's Tom Gartland. Gartland it is that goes through and takes amongst it as well. 15.78. When you refer to last year's winning time of 15.73, well, both of those men are going to put themselves right into calculations. Reece Barwick, the yellow, is officially third. So Gartland first, Andrew Hay was second. And then we saw Reece Barwick qualify in third, the yellow, 15.62. That will take some beating, you'd think. Our attention now goes to the third heat, and the runners lining up off their marks. We'll see Ryan Lane, the pink, he'll run from 23 metres. Daniel Samet, who's brought a really big group down here from the Central Coast as their trainer, but running extremely well himself. In the green, he'll run from 21 metres. Former Bernie gift winner Luke Whitney, installed 200 winner, so this distance should suit him nicely. He'll run from 16.5 metres. We see the youngster Hudson Highland Whelans, the blue, he'll run from 15 metres. And it's great to have the former stall second place getter, Waverley gift winner in the red from 3.5 metres, Hamish Lindstrom, running from the back mark of 3.5. So a really highly credentialed professional runner is Lindstrom, the back marker, as they are set to go in the third heat. Yeah, not sure what'll happen there. Did see runner Luke Whitney, the yellow, come out of his blocks, but we're getting the indication from Grenville, nothing in the way of penalties given to any of the runners. I think we felt a little bit of unsteadiness, so they'll be given second opportunity here. I know the penalty for braking in the 120 metre distance is a metre. I assume it might be the same in the 150, but no one's going to receive that now. So they're going to get a second opportunity, third heat, 150 metre handicap. So away, okay, is Ryan Lane, our front marker. Look at Daniel Samet get up into his running nice and early as he going up to challenge the early leader. Luke Whitney getting into his running too, and look at Lindstrom, the back marker, start to fly through in the headband. It's Samet still in front, Lindstrom flying home. Gee, what a run from the back mark. Hamish Lindstrom. Very, very good 400 metre runner and 200 metre runner, but geez, that stall gift, second place, you really saw the speed that he possesses, Lindstrom, as he takes out heat number 3 quite convincingly. So Jack Hale get up in heat number 1 from half a metre. Well, that was almost as impressive from 3.5 from Hamish Lindstrom. 15.56, so he's put up the fastest time of the day so far. So the back marker is going to be hard to stop. You'd think in these semis and finals later on as Lindstrom salutes. Good run from Daniel Samet also, 15.84. They're really flying here at this 150. He was second. And officially third in getting themselves through to the semi-final. Certainly those two times there, you can see it's Ryan Lane, just 1/100th behind Samet. So those two really had a great contest off those front marks. And they both get through to the semi-finals. 15.56, that's a very strong run from 3.5 metres over running scene. Field that has presented themselves for heat number 4. Looks like it's been a little bit decimated with a few withdrawals. I am seeing the peak of Dan Lamoto there. He'll be a front marker in this one from 25. The green of Heath Cripps, who put up a really good performance in that 400 metre heat earlier. He's going to have a crack at the 150 here. See if he can get through to the semi-finals. He'll be of 22 metres. Brandon Clark has obviously pulled out for the reasons being that he's in the big gift final later this evening. No Adam French, as we haven't seen him throughout the day, so he's out. We are seeing Noah Nakagawa, who was a Hobart gift finalist only a couple of days ago over the 100 metre distance. He'll run from 9.5. And looks like our back marker, the very talented junior runner from I think Launceston or Hobart, Riley Howard, is out, so that's a shame. One of the most promising junior sprinters in Tasmania at the moment. Like the yellow, yeah, I did see that happening as I was over there. The yellow has been replaced. That's Samuel Lewis Johnson over there, so we have given him a late addition to the field, and he's of course a OVA gift winner, so it's a good inclusion to have Samuel Lewis Johnson in the field in the yellow. They go, and it's the Dragon, Dan Lamoto, that leads them out here as he's up into his running. Look at Cripps start to get moving as he's those big fast strides of his about to take over the lead, but Lamoto's not giving it up that easily. Here comes Nakagawa as well, and Lewis Johnson. Lamoto, though, has used his handicap to full advantage and takes it out there in heat number 4. So a good run from Dan Lamoto. Nakagawa had a really good run from the back mark of 9.5. Catch the Dragon, he was too good for them in the pink top and the purple headband. He's got the job done. Yeah, very quick so far, the times we've seen from these heats, so we'll have to be in the 15-second region, you think, to be a real contender come semi-final and final time. Let's see what Dan's been able to put up off his 25-metre handicap. Long career in the pro running scene as Dan Lamoto, and successful over his time. 15.74, so he's right in the mix as the Dragon, so he'll be right there when the whips are cracking. 15.92 for Nakagawa in second place, the wide. That was a nice run from his handicap at 9.5. semi-finals in third place. It would have been a close one there, I reckon. Yeah, it was. It was Heath Cripps that managed to just hang on and run 15.93 to qualify for the semis. Women's invitation elimination race. Riders, could you please report to the marshalling area? So all women's invitation elimination riders, please make sure you've reported to the marshalling area. Your event is next to get underway after our final heat of the Accident Repair Centre Devonport. Go and see them for all your bingles or accidents that you may be involved with in your vehicle. They're a great company that'll help you out. So they're behind this event. They've sponsored the men's 150 for this year. Been a good spectacle so far. We've seen some really good performances from both front markers and back markers. And this 150, just the one heat to come. A little bit decimated with runners here. Scratched. I think we've got a replacement here. Devonport, the youngster that we saw win that 400 metres earlier, he's the replacement in the blue. So Gilroy's out, of course, because he's in that big Devonport gift final, but Alec has put his hand up and said, I'll have a run here in this 150. And Connor Hicks will run in the pink here. So a few... Tyler. Hicks, it is the pink that leads them out just narrowly, and then the green now. BJ Cobbing starts to get into his running. Here comes the yellow of Jaden Reed with that big long ponytail of his, goes out the challenge. Look at these three front markers. It's going to be BJ Cobbing though, just a bit too strong. Takes it out probably just from Jaden Reed, the yellow, and the pink there of Connor Hicks as well, as those three look like they've gone through the youngster Alec Devonport. No doubt got some tired legs after his big 400s in the new gen earlier, but great to see him putting his hand up and having a go against the faster runners. He won't probably get another crack at it though in the semis, as it looks like he finished in fourth. Fifth and final heat. Not too far away, women's invitation elimination next up, but BJ Cobbing's put himself right into calculations. 15.61, that's a competitive performance. 15.68 for Jaden Reed. This is going to be some exciting semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen. And third, officially Connor Hicks. It's a late addition to the field. He's third. 15.61 the winning time. Over to you, Xavier. Jericho Automotive's women's invitation.
Thank you, Grant. So the Jericho Automotive women's invitation, as Grant just mentioned, about to get underway. The riders will have no neutral lap. So there is no neutral lap. We're going from the start, so from the gun. That'll be the first lap. So there'll be a rider out each lap. So Amalia Langham, Suzanne Wilmot, Suzanne Stratus, Maddie Smith, Kiki, Neo, Ebony Robinson, Ella Liang, Emma Frost, April Paddy, Erica Carney, Annette Lynch, Lauren Perry, Mackenzie Milne, Christina Clonan and Caitlin Kelly. I'd like to call upon our A-grade men's scratch riders, if they can make their way to the marshalling area, please, our A-grade men's scratch riders. Just in between our women during the elimination. If you can make your way, please, to the marshalling area, greatly appreciate it. So, first rider to be eliminated will be 108 Saddlecloth 108, so it's Emma Frost. Emma Frost is out.
Michelle, are we doing the thing again that we did earlier with the people that are eliminated? Or were you not there? Just that I'm following the one.
So the next rider that is coming through that will be out, Lizanne Wilmot. Lizanne Wilmot is out. Always the crowd pleaser is Lizanne. Riders reform. They head down the main straight in front of the grandstand. Frank Matthews. And that's 106, so that's Emma Carney. So Erica Carney, sorry. Erica Carney, you are out.
But you can't get all the angles, right?
Those A-grade riders, men's A-grade scratch riders, if you can make your way to the marshalling area, please. It's safe to do so. In between the women's invitation elimination. Riders roll through now. Caitlin Kelly looks like she might be in a bit of a spot of bother. And Saddlecloth 130, Caitlin Kelly is out. Riders now reposition themselves as they head down that back straight. Reorganise. Looks like it's Ella Liang that's picked up the tempo as they make their way in. She's coming to the front of the bunch. Down on the inside, right on her shoulder is Amalia Langham. Rider at the back, in a bit of trouble. On the red steed. 107. April Paddy. So April Paddy is out. Saddlecloth 107. April Paddy is out.
Thank you.
Lovely cloud formation up there. The evening sky. Very light breeze blowing at the moment here in Devonport. Just a touch of a northerly. Rider at the black on the inside might be stuck. It is Saddlecloth 114. 114, Maddie Smith. Madison Smith, you are out. Madison Smith, Saddlecloth 114 is out. Mizuki Aikita was the winner in 2024 of the women's elimination. Invitation elimination. Brought to us today by Derrico Automotive. So you still get silver service. So the attendant actually comes out to you. It's almost a novelty these days. Suzanne Stratus. Suzanne Stratus, you are out. Saddlecloth 117. 8 riders left. Start to make our way into the evening. It's still night. A little chilly. Molly Langham, no, she's okay. Looks like it's Ella Liang. Got caught there. And nowhere to go. So Ella Liang, Saddlecloth 109. Jack Hadley, if you could make your way out, please, if you're in attendance to the men's A-grade scratch race marshalling area. We greatly appreciate it. Looks like Kiki Neo could be in a bit of trouble here. Lauren Perry, you are out. Saddlecloth 103, Lauren Perry, you are out. So Kiki Neo, able to sort herself out. Riders roll around again. So we see the Spirit of Tasmania make its way out the heads of the Mersey River. Beautiful night for sailing. Across to Geelong. Saddlecloth 110, Ebony Robinson, you are out. Ebony Robinson, you are out. So that leaves Clonan, Milne, Lynch, Neo. And Langham. So, still got one of the local girls involved. That's Amalia Langham. She brings herself to the front. She's 3 wide though. So she's going to have to muscle her way through here. It's going to be close. Neo, Kiki Neo, you are out. 111 is out. Kiki Neo, you are out. Saddlecloth 111. Kiki is out. She removes herself down the back straight and they reform, get themselves organised. At the back is Amalia Langham. She's going to have to go 4 wide here. Clonan down on the inside. Lynch still leads them through. Langham pushes hard. 102. Saddlecloth 102. Mackenzie Milne, you are out. Mackenzie Milne, you are out. There's a good push by Amalia Langham. She's sandwiched between 2 professional riders, Adette Lynch and Christina Clonan. Marley been part of semi-professional outfits around the world. I think her most recent trip was she might have even been like a team manager over in Asia. So it'll be Malia versus Adette as Christina Clonan comes up. So 101, Christina Clonan. So, an endurance specialist, Adette Lynch from the South Australian Sports Institute. That's the gear that she's wearing. Norwood Cycling Club versus the City of Burnie. You'll now also be able to take Graham out of debt.
Anyone want to take over? Okay, yeah. Yeah, that was crossing with me earlier. Can you take this one? Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I had one of them yesterday, it's quite good. And folks. Yeah, yeah. That's right, yeah, the local one. We've done four twice, the other one, isn't it? One like that, one running.
Ladies and gents, we're about to go to event number 75 in the program,
No.
and this is in honour of Constable Keith Smith. So it's now called the Constable Keith Smith Memorial Men's A-Grade Scratch Race. attendance with me is Alison Jarman, the Mayor of Devonport. Before I hand over to Alison, we're going to ask if we can have a moment's silence. So a minute's silence in respect for Constable Keith Smith. And Alison, in a moment, will disclose as to why she has handed each of the riders who have taken off their helmets in honour of Constable Keith Smith and the ribbons that she has asked them to attach to their kits for the A-grade men's scratch race. So if you could bow your heads, please, and stand for a minute's silence in honour of Constable Keith Smith.
Thank you. I'd like to just say, if I may, a huge thank you to the Devonport Athletics Club for honouring Constable Keith Smith in this way. It's very important to us to remember Keith for all that he did, his 25 years of service. An incredible man, and he loved his cycling. We couldn't think of a better way to honour him than to name the wheel race under Keith's name. We thank the family. We approached them last year, and they were very happy for us to speak to them about it, and very happy for this, to honour him in this way. Thank you very much for the minute silence. We really appreciate it, and good luck to those racing right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Those lovely words in honour of Constable Keith Smith, and also to the Devonport Athletic Club and Mersey Valley Devonport Districts Cycling Club for honouring 25 years of service to the police force. And each of the riders, as I mentioned at the start, are wearing a little pin. I have one on my hat in honour of Constable Keith Smith. And Alison, the Mayor of Devonport, spoke with the riders prior to them starting the A-grade scratch race. So the A-grade scratch race is brought to you today by Pinegrove Funerals. As much as I'd like to market Pinegrove Funerals, there for you to support you in your time of need. Good numbers up on the hill, northern end. Great to see a number of caterers in attendance tonight. Beautiful evening here in Devonport as they roll round led there by Graham Frisley with 29 laps to go. It's a 33-lap race, which is around about 16 kilometres. We've got sprints up for grabs at laps 25, 15 and 5 to go. Each worth a little bit of cash. So we're looking forward to that. Thanks, Bear. Riders roll around, so Mr. Boddington. So next one around. Oh no, we've got 2 to go, sorry. They will then get a bell, and on that bell, or a whistle. What are we running with? No, we're running with a whistle. So we'll get a whistle, and the riders will know that their sprints are up for grabs. So that little bit of cash will come in handy. Now there's 3 of those. So if you do that, plus you take out first prize, you're close to $1,000. When he comes around again, kids, Preston might give you a bit of a high five. So you might want to give him a high five as he comes past. Just don't grab his arm. That's the only thing I ask of you. So Preston's at the rear. The kids are waiting for you, Preston. So you can do it this time, Preston. The kids are there. Give him a high five, kids, as he comes through. There we go. Well, Dalton got in first. Well, there's the first of the sprints. So, righto, here we go. I'm looking for Mr. Boddington here. In 4 different categories or disciplines on the track. He's a Paralympic athlete. He holds a world jersey. So I'm interested to see. Gallagher goes. He goes early too. Oh, he's got him on the hop. Marks isn't going to go. Bit of noise on the fence. Sammy Gallagher is going to take out the first of the sprints. They're not that interested. So Sammy Gallagher gets the first of the sprints. They'll roll around. It'll ease up somewhat, I would imagine. So they come round. Now, I'll greet the judge with 25 to go. 25 to go. The next sprint is at lap 15. So Preston I leads them through. Toby Jones rolls to the top. As the riders come through. They're going at a reasonable clip. Last time in 2024, Shoi Matsuda took out the scratch race in a time of 19 minutes 26.41 seconds, 19:26.41. But the record is 19 minutes 20.4, 19:20.4. That was by Tony Homan. That was a while back. I think that's when I was in year 12. So 30 odd years ago now.
They do that high fives and the next one I'm going to win in on that.
A little athletics crew making their way out onto the grand stage. Looking forward to seeing what they bring up. Be a nice little spectacle. Love their youthful enthusiasm. Super exuberant. Preston rolls through, leads them through. They're going along at a reasonable clip too. You'll see the flick of the elbow. They usually use their left elbow in order to be able to bring the rider through. So that's down on the inside of the track. Then they'll roll to the top, up onto the outside. One will take over from the other. Notice a lot of them are down in that pursuit position. They get the benefit. Rider in front. Biggest rider out there at the moment is Edward Marks. He leads them through. Sammy Gallagher will be drawing upon that. He's a smooth operator Ed Marks out of the ACT as the sun comes out from behind the clouds. Glorious day here at Devonport. They've really turned it on. Sunshine Coast here, the northwest, God's country. Short, quick turns. Owen Lloyd, Graham Frisley, Hadley. They greet the judge, 20 to go. Preston Eye off the back with Dalton Stretton. Bit of showmanship by those two. A little bit earlier on. Cunning riders. Kemby Larrikins off the track as well. But the thing about them is they've got competitiveness, a high competitive spirit. Toby Jones takes over. They greet the judge with 19 to go. Out of a 33-lap race. And away they come through now, Graham Frisley. Very adept at multiple things, on the bike, on the track and on the road. And giving one of the fans a bit of a high five. Sunshine out here, what a glorious day up on the hill. For your convenience, and remember to make some noise as they come past. Lots of culinary delights up on the hill. This place in 24 months will be reconfigured, in particular on the eastern side, so that's on the river side. There'll be netball, basketball, cricket. All additions. The track will be resurfaced. As we go to the second of our sprints. So Gallagher took out the first one. Interesting to see what he does in this instance. You'll notice that they've started to pull back. Very short stints on the front. So Frisley's rolling through at the moment, followed by Marks. Here's Sammy Gallagher. Prime, pole position really. He'll be pulled through here. Right on the outside, on cue, Sammy Gallagher. So Marks, Frisley could possibly go. Chosen not to. And they wean themselves out again. Reform. As they come past with those disc wheels, you'll hear the big whoosh. The whir from the disc wheels, the riders go through. Next time round, they'll greet the judge with 13 to go. 13 to go. Dalton Stretton just off the back, riding himself into form. Owen Lloyd at the front. So go down past Eric Webster. Releases to Graham Frisley, and all of a sudden he's picked up the tempo. So the boys are going to start to stretch him out a little bit here. So Frisley's decided to go with Marks. You can see the points can't go with them. Toby Jones is going to have to pull them through. There goes Angus Boddington though. Corey Boddington Apologies. Powerful para-athlete, Dalton Stratton. I thought he was riding himself into a little bit of form. He's tonguing it, and he's out the back, so's Owen Lloyd. So Preston Isio, last of the Americans involved. So greet the judge with 12 to go. So 3 riders have been dropped off the back. Could be 4, unless Preston I can get himself sorted. Got some courage. All the riders, to be honest with you, have got a lot of courage. Some of them are fearless out on the track. Top of that, their pain threshold's exceptionally high. One of the best exponents of that, finding his limits and extending on those, is Graham Frisley, ladies and gentlemen. Away he goes. Down to that streamlined position. Weeds them out. Sammy Gallagher's just dropped off the back. So we won't see him in the final sprint. At 5 to go, I thought he might have made it to that point. Taking out our Kieran earlier on today. Nonetheless, another $100 to his name with the 2 sprints so far. Riders going through. Putting on a good display is Frisley. Ainsley Gray sitting right on his wheel. I like the cut of his jib. Young man out of Hobart. Got some real ticker. Jack Hadley. Toby Jones. Preston I, Eddie Marks out in front, leading them through. They go down past the Eric Webster stand. Jones will lead them through. They'll greet the judge. They're under 10, so we're down into single figures. 9 to go. 9 to go for our riders. And the Constable Keith Smith Memorial Men's A-grade scratch race. Over the 33 laps. We've got one final sprint, and that'll be with 5 to go. Post that, we're going to be moving to our Little Athletics 100 metres handicap, brought to us tonight by Elders Real Estate. Three laps, will be one more sprint. He's having a bit of fun out there, is Preston I, ever the showman. An array of colours. On the cycling jerseys and bibnicks that the riders are wearing. A day off for some of them tomorrow, not all. We've got the Ulverston criteriums, and they are starting from around about, I think it was 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, so down there on the foreshore in Ulverston. Strongly encourage you to get along, come and support the riders in the criteriums, finishing with the men, women's and men's at the back end. Coordinated and organised by Sally Stratton. Righto, this is our final sprint. Boys are starting to get a little bit serious here. Ainsley Gray at the rear. Toby Jones, Jack Hadley. There goes Preston I going early. Are they out after him? Are they prepared to give it to him? Frisley's not. He's down out after him. He wants the extra kanga if he can make it. So I versus Frisley. 2 Team USA riders. Piedmont College versus the national representative. Around the outside comes Frisley. He's holding him at bay, but I think Graham gets there. He gets the sprint. He can go on with it from here if he wants. Let it go. Away goes Graham. He's got 5 laps remaining. Let's see what he can do. Have they got the ticker in order to be able to catch up with this endurance beast? Edward Marks is out after him. He's been joined there by Jack Hadley, Ainsley Gray, Toby Jones. They're tonguing it out the back. Preston High didn't quite go on with it. And away goes Graham Frisley. Look at him go, ladies and gentlemen. About 55, 60 k's an hour once he gets going. Eddie Marks holding down second position. Right on his wheel is young Jack Hadley out of Launceston. So he's looking pretty smooth at the moment. And it's a fair way back to Ainsley Gray and Toby Jones. As he goes past the members on the hill, Graham Frisley's turning it on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make some noise on the fence as he comes through with 3 to go. 3 to go. Hadley and Marks working together. Let's see if they can peg it back. There's money to fourth, boys. So there's going to be a battle between Ainsley Gray and Toby Jones. Preston possibly forgot that. He could have gone on with it with Graham. Cashed in. So Marks and Hadley are going to be working out for second. Frisley now. Hands down into the drops. He greets the judge with 2 to go. Frisley now down that back straight. Holding that lead. He's going to be the length of the straight as our second place getter goes through. Edward Marks carrying Jack Hadley. And he's half a lap in front of Ainsley Gray. Come on, make some noise. What a performance here by Graham Frisley as he goes round now. Gets the bell. Final lap for Graham Frisley. We're going to have a battle royale between the young 2 combatants here from the ACT. In case body wrap being Eddie Marks and Launceston-based Jack Hadley. And for that fourth position and a little bit more cash, Toby Jones and Ainsley Gray. Away they go and get the bell now. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Give him a round of applause. He goes past the hill. Eric Webster stand. This man's elite. Absolutely elite. He's put on a show. They call him Grizzly. Second's going to go to Jack Hadley. Third, Eddie Marks. We turn our attention down the back straight. Toby Jones around the outside of Ainsley Gray. Bit of cash up for grabs, but Ainsley's not going to be able to go with him from the 200-metre mark. Toby Jones is flying home. And he's going to pick up some cash for fourth place. And the Constable Keith Smith Memorial Men's A-grade scratch. As our riders make their way round. A big thank you again to the Mayor, to the Devonport Athletic Club and to the Smith family in honour of Constable Keith Smith, the men's A-grade scratch race taken out by Graham Frisley in its inaugural year. We're going to be turning our attention now back to the running track for some little athletics over 100 metres, brought to us by Elders Real Estate. That'll be followed by our welcome and introduction by Mr. Jeff Roots, the Devonport Athletic Club President. Our opening, which will be conducted by the Mayor, Alison Jarman, and the National Anthem. I'm looking forward to this rendition by Rory Stretton.
Yeah, early in the day we saw 8 pretty entertaining and exciting little athletics heats, and we do thank all of the little athletics centres that have been involved in these races up to this point. I know Deloraine have had a presence here today. There's been some Burnie little athletics competitors competing throughout the program, and of course East Devonport form the majority of the competitors here tonight. 8 finalists in the Elders Real Estate Little Athletics 100 metres, and they'll be as follows. Our front marker, and she's there closest to the crowd, right next to the bike track, it's Frances Turley. She's going to wear those East Devonport Little Athletics colours that you can see there, and she's ready on the 50-metre handicap. The yellow will be worn by Skylar Rolls, and she's going to be running off the 33-metre handicap. Now you will notice she's behind the runner in black, Ruby Kelly, who's going to be off 40 metres. Sonny Howe will wear orange and run from 32 metres. Remy Robert will wear the white and run from 31 metres. Indy Quigley, the blue, will run from 24 metres, Tanner Quigley, the green, from 10 metres, and Jack Quigley, the red, from 10 metres. So 3 Quigleys in the field. Good job from that family. And all 3 of them are our back markers in this one. So the red, green and blue are our back markers, but they've all got a big job to catch up to, in particular Frances Turley, who's looking back and thinking, yep, I've got you guys covered, no problem at all. 50 metres to run. Can she do it from the front mark? We go all the way back 40 metres to the 2 Quigley boys, Jack and Tanner, in the red and green. They'll be in hot pursuit of those out in front of them. Almost set for a start. Little Athletics, 100 metre final. And away they go. Frances Turley is off and running and giving it everything at the front of the field. Here comes the rest of them. The black of Ruby Kelly. Frances Turley still in front. Ruby Kelly throwing out the challenge. Frances Turley gets up. Holds on from the 50 metre handicap. Too good for them. Didn't really need to do an amazing start. Just stood there and waited for the gun to fire. Had them all covered. Well done to all the finalists, guys. You can walk across. There's no need to stay in your lanes. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The Little Athletics finalists in the 100 metres. And well done to little Frances Turley. She was the first across the line. Congratulations. Okay, some presentations. So, first, second and third in our Little Athletics events today. Firstly, for her performance in third place for 31 metres in the white, Remy Robert. Oh, well, first is going up there first by the looks of it. So Frances Turley is up there in first. So congratulations to her. Big round of applause to our winner. Second was the black. And that was Ruby Kelly, and the white is up there as well, Remy Robert in third place. Congratulations to our podium, our place getters, and in particular those just to the right of them there, the other finalists. So well done to all the Little Athletics competitors. Big round of applause. Congratulations. Big occasion right here in the Devonport Oval in front of all this big crowd. So well done, guys. I'm now going to hand the microphone over, or hand over the microphone duties, I should say, for the welcome and introduction by the Devonport Athletic Club President, Jeff Roots.
Thank you, Grant. I'd like to welcome everybody to the 87th Devonport Athletic Club Sea Road Taste the Carnival. I'd like to thank all our sponsors for the continuous support of our carnival. A special thank you to Sea Road and Chaz Kelly, their Executive Chairman, for their continued support. And they've given us another 3 years support, which is great for this club to keep it going. And also a special thanks to Kathy and Peter Bruin for their continued support of the women's wheel race, which is the richest wheel race in Australia. So thank you very much, Kathy and Peter. I would also like to thank the Devonport Council for their support of the carnival, and to the groundsmen for the great job. If you look around here, you wouldn't see a better ground in Australia than what this is today. Without the support of our sponsors and the council, this event would not be able to be held. I would like to also thank the state government for their support, and to SCAT to ensure that the carnival series can continue, and to David Dennis for organising top-class athletes, which has been a real battle for him, I know. He gets a lot of promises, but people then have other things happen. But thank you very much, David, for what you've done for this year. And last but not least is my committee for the work they do to get the event up and going. As I've said for the last 3 years, if we don't get some younger committee members soon, I don't know how much longer this carnival can go on for, and with the entertainment here tonight, we need to keep it going. The average age of our committee is 71. We've got 2 people over 80 on our committee. One of them does a marvellous job with the memorabilia room up there. If you haven't seen it, you want to go up and have a look. It is such a great effort he has done. And if we don't get some new members, the carnival may not be here in the next 2 or 3 years, which would be a real shame. I would now like to ask Devonport Mayor Alison Jarman to officially open the 87th Devonport Athletic Club Carnival.
Thanks, Jeff. Thank you so much for inviting me here, mate. And to him and Lynn and the whole team, an amazing event. Fantastic weather, something you can't ask for, mate, but it's wonderful. The Devonport Carnival is truly a highlight on our city's calendar, and it's wonderful to see such a strong turnout tonight. Thank you for coming and supporting this. First held in 1937, the Devonport Carnival has a proud and long-standing history and continues to be one of the most anticipated sporting events in our community. Like many locals, I have fond memories of attending the carnival as a young girl. The buzz of the crowd, the thrill of the competition, and the sense of excitement that filled the air. Sport has an incredible way of bringing people together. I remember when Kathy Freeman was here, running around this very ground, absolutely amazing. Tatiana Grigoriova, I remember coming into the cinema to come and see a James Bond film. I was so excited to see her and meet her. We've had some incredible athletes here over the years. Sport breaks down barriers, creates connection and fosters a shared sense of community and belonging. Events like this remind us just how powerful sport can be, uniting people of all ages and backgrounds. I would like to sincerely thank and congratulate the Devonport Athletics Club for the enormous amount of work that goes into delivering this carnival year after year. Your dedication, passion and commitment are deeply appreciated by our community. And as Jeff said, if you think this is wonderful, come along and be a volunteer and help them out. It's a wonderful team of people. Council is proud to support the Devonport Carnival, and we are grateful for a club like yours that invests so much time and energy into creating opportunities for athletes to participate, compete and achieve their best. The Devonport Carnival forms part of the renowned Tas Carnival series, alongside events in Burnie, Hobart, Rosebery and St Helens, a prestigious group of carnivals showcasing athletes across Tasmania. To all the athletes, congratulations on your efforts. I know there is plenty of exciting competition ahead this evening. So what I might say is it's an absolute honour for me to be here and to announce the official opening of the Devonport Carnival. Thank you and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Alison, for opening the carnival. Now, I would like to ask Rory Stretton, one of our under 15 cyclists, to sing the national anthem for us. Thank you very much.
Australians, oh let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty, rich and rare. In history's page, let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains and let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Thank you, Rory. Now we'll hand over to Grant to continue our program.
Yeah, magnificent stuff and magnificent rendition of the national anthem, Rory. Well done, congratulations. The big part of the program about to get underway, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to be treated to what should be a really exciting race on the running track in about 5 minutes' time. And that will be the running of the Elders Real Estate Women's Mile of 2025. A great decision by the organisers to create this unique event for the ladies, for the women. $1,600 for the winner today, so plenty of prize money on offer. $600 for second, third will get $200 and fourth for $100. Now there is a bonus amount of money here for a particular athlete in this field. If she can break a time that has been set at 4 minutes 45, and that's been identified as the fastest ever time run from the scratch mark here at this track for a female. I'll let you know who that particular person might be doing that very shortly. The athletes have been warming up in the last half an hour or so, and they're almost set to go. There is a number of changes that you might want to take note of in your programs. There are 3 official scratchings from this field, 1 addition. So you can see the importance of this, with a lot of them all coming here. They're all decided they want to have a crack at this big race here today. It's a fantastic occasion for these ladies. They put a line through Miller Hopkins, the grey, the Victorian's not made the trip. Inika Barnes, the pink, is out. Zali Westcombe, of course, who we know will be running in our big Devonport gift final later this evening, has withdrawn from this mile. There is an addition to this field, and that's Sophie Marshall. And she's been given the colour yellow and white, and she'll run from the mark of 185, so she'll be near the back of the field. Our front marker in this race tonight will be the runner Alicia Holloway. She's here right in front of the main announcing area. She's a local girl, Alicia. She goes to Reese High School. She'll wear the blue and white and run from the mark of 350. In the red and white, just slightly ahead of her off the 395 metre handicap, is one of Tasmania's best para athletes, and that's Emily H. Berger. She'll run from 395 metres. We go back to the purple, it's Piper Sharman. She'll run from the handicap of 300. Keisha Charles in the program listed at 285. That's been revised back to 260, and she'll wear the orange. Then we go back to a pretty talented young lady. She's an 800, 1500 metre champion from the northwest end of High. She goes to Burnie High School. She'll wear the black, and she'll run from 220 metres, not 240 as you see in your program. Then we go back to someone that we should keep an eye on throughout this race. She's had a fantastic season as she's transitioned up to the longer distances, having taken out the 1,000 metre event at the PCCT Carnival, second in the big Launceston 1600 at the beginning of the season. That's Eve Bell, and she'll run from 205 metres. She's been a finalist in this Devonport gift before, but she's going for it in the mile here tonight in the green. Then we go back to the blue, and that is Darcy Miller. Darcy Miller is the 2024 Burnie Mile champion, and she will run from 185 metre mark as almost at the back of our field. Next to her in the yellow and white, we'll see the addition to the field, that runner Sophie Marshall, and she'll run from 185. The next runner in the white is a very talented young lady from Hobart. She was third in the Tasmanian Championship. She's on the rise. She's represented Tasmania a number of occasions at the National Championships, and that's young Evelyn Forbes, and she'll wear the white and run from a mark of 145. And ladies and gentlemen, our special guest here for the Elders Real Estate Women's Mile. She is a Olympic finalist. She is the 5,000 metre finalist at World Championships this year. She is the second fastest woman all time in Australia, over 1,500 metres. She's currently ranked in the top 10 in the world for 1,500 metres. Please welcome to Devonport, Lyndon Hall in the red from scratch. So that 4 minute 45 time has been put there for Lyndon to try and get an extra $500 as a bonus, given out by the Devonport Athletic Club. Can she do it tonight? Let's keep our eyes on that clock that you'll see ticking over on the board. We're almost set for a start. The Elders Real Estate Women's Mile. So away they go, and it is Lyndon Hall that's the only runner in the field to get the call of 4 laps to run in the Elders Real Estate Women's Mile. She's left the 2 front markers in Alicia Holloway and also Emily H. Berger just behind her as she sets off on her journey, racing the competitors in the field and racing the clock. Going through to get the call of 3 laps to run is the runner in purple, and that's Piper Sharman, the young runner off the 300 metre mark. Then going through in the orange is Keisha Charles as she gets the call of 3 to go. Watch out for Marley Palmer. She's a young athlete on the rise in the black as she goes through with 3 to run. Then it's Eve Bell, that one we said to watch out for, been in some great shape this year. The Bernie Mile champion in Darcy Miller goes along with the runner next to her being Sophie Marshall. Then we see the very talented young runner Avalon Forbes go through with 3 laps to run, and we look a long way back, but she is world class, ladies and gentlemen. It's Lyndon Hall as she comes through to complete her first lap. Let's keep an eye on the way she's running. Let's keep an eye on that clock. It's ticking over at the moment. It's about 63, 64 seconds for the first 400. It suggests she's on some very quick tempo in the early stages. We expect all these girls out in front to start finding the going a little bit tough, but it's Alicia Holloway with 2 laps to run. She's only got 800 metres left to travel. She's left Emily H. Berger quite a distance behind her, the red and white. Now we see a runner that is catching the eye, the way she's moving around the track, and that's the purple of Piper Sharman as she's in hot pursuit of those 2 ahead of her. Going back a little bit there, it's Keisha Charles, Marley Palmer, Eve Bell now just starting to loom up and look to run off the pace of Marley Palmer, the black, as they go through to get the call of 2 laps to run. We still see Sophie Marshall and also Darcy Miller, the Bernie Mile champion, who finally got that really big win on New Year's Eve last year, as she sits in second place behind Sophie Marshall with 2 laps to run. Watch for them in the later stages. They're both very good young distance runners, as is this young girl in the white, Avalon Forbes, one of the best junior distance runners in Tasmania, as she goes through with 2 laps to run. Lyndon Hall must be feeling a little bit lonely back there. She still hasn't seen anyone. Come on, crowd, let's get right behind her. She's not only out after them, she's out after this record tonight, ladies and gentlemen, as she goes through with 2 laps to run at about 2:14, 2:15 on the clock. So the record's still on for play here with 2 laps to run. It's Alicia Holloway coming around past that redeveloped section of the Devonport Oval, going past the Eric Webster stand. She's starting to find the going a bit tough. As you can see, her pace has dropped a little bit. We see the purple, Piper Sharman. We mentioned her earlier. She's still moving along pretty well, bouncing along the track. The others are starting to now close up on the leaders. It's Emily H. Berger still in 3rd with the orange of Keisha Charles, about to push her back a spot. Look at Eve Bell now, the green. She's left the Marley Palmer behind as Alicia Holloway gets a lap to go in the Devonport Mile. Going through now is Piper Sharman. She'll hear that bell. Eve Bell is the one that's starting to loom up as the biggest danger to our leaders. And look at Lyndon Hall in that really crucial 3rd lap in a distance race. Is starting to make up a power of ground now. Can she do it, ladies and gentlemen? It'll probably be a bit up to you. Can you get right behind this world-class athlete in Lyndon Hall? She's about to represent Australia at the World Cross Country Championships. She's going to go for home now. 1 lap to run. It's still Alicia Holloway up the back straight with about 10-metre lead over the purple of Piper Sharman, who is starting to now find another gear. So Piper Sharman, I think, will take the lead very shortly in this big mile race. It's still Alicia Holloway in front. Piper Sharman is her biggest danger. Here comes Eve Bell in the green, who's starting to slip it into overdrive. She'll have to do something amazing from here. And look at Lyndon Hall, ladies and gentlemen, the back straight. She's starting to fly now. She's looking at runners ahead of them and knows that she can catch up to them, but I don't think they're going to catch these leaders tonight. It's still Piper Sharman, the purple. She looks too strong. Let's get right behind her, ladies and gentlemen. A beautifully timed run. Piper Sharman, the purple, is not going to be caught. Wow, Eve Bell is absolutely flying here to try and steal a couple of spots. Alicia Holloway doing everything she can to hold on for second, but no doubt about our winner. Piper Sharman takes it out, the Elders Real Estate Mile. Here comes Alicia Holloway. She's going to be grabbed on the line by Eve Bell. What a run. The clock's still ticking over. Here comes Lyndon Hall, 4:29, 4:30. She's going to destroy that time. What a run from Lyndon Hall from the back of the field. Keep that applause going for the rest of the field as they're coming through in the Elders Real Estate Mile. Fantastic run from Piper Sharman. Well done to her and all of her connections. And a big congratulations to Lyndon Hall for getting that bonus, for smashing that 4:45 time that was set out for her. What a world-class performer, and what a great Great performance from all the ladies and gentlemen. Let's get right behind them. A fantastic demonstration of mile running there from all the girls and ladies in the mile. The official results will go up very shortly, but wow, what a treat that was to see such an exciting event play out, and Lyndon Hall showing all of that class that's seen her represent our country at a number of big events, the Olympics, the World Championship. She's about to run again for Australia in less than a month's time over in America at the World Cross Country Championships. But Piper Sharman was the winner tonight from her handicap, and that was 300 metres in the purple. She ran 4:22 for the distance off that 300 handicap. Eve Bell really did show that she's got a real future in distance running with a 4:25 off her handicap of only 205. So she's standing up 100 metres almost, Piper Sharman. And well done to Alicia Holloway. Had to do all that running by herself out in front. She's managed to be rewarded with a third place tonight. So well done. And that official time for Lyndon Hall will go up very shortly. But Darcy Miller's ran a great run. Of course, already had a big win last season, 4:33 for fifth. Lyndon's official time, I think, will tick over in a minute. And there it is, 4:34.29 from scratch, ladies and gentlemen. That is some run. So congratulations to the Olympian and the World Championship finalist in Lyndon Hall. Just looking at our program, scheduled time of 7:39 for official results for all the competitors in the field are now being displayed on the main scoreboard. Really exciting event that one was, and it leads us into what should be a really action-packed next 2 to 3 hours of the program. Women's wheel race, heat number 1. You can start to marshal, please. So start to make your way to the marshalling area, please. The next race that should be capturing our attention is the Lada Masters 300 metre handicap. Been some really good numbers in our Masters fields throughout this season. A couple of official scratchings that I've got here. Adrian Bender, the red's out. He's in the 150 semis. Daniel Samet also got himself through to those semis. He's out the yellow. Jessica Linden, of course, is going to be in our gift final. She's a withdrawal from this Masters. Stu Jessup, the purple, is out. And Justin St John, the front marker, the green and white, is a scratching also. So that would leave us with a field of our front marker being Brooke Kimber, the yellow and white. 80 metre handicap, so make that change in your program. Robin Locke will wear the blue and white and run from 72 metres. Just looking around for Robin, not sure if she's there, I can't see her colours. The red and white will be Winona Sharman, and she'll run from 68 metres. Then we go back to the orange of Ben Charles, he'll run from 60. Shane Palmer is the listed there in grey, just looking for Shane, not sure if I can see him over there. There he is, he's ready to go from 58 metres. Clements Lavey for the black will run from 50 metres. Rob Mason, the green, from 35. Andrew Hay, the blue. Interesting decision from Andrew to run. He's going to have to front up in the 150 semis pretty soon as well, but he's out there at 27 metres. The white, Luke Whitney, is probably going to be behind the gazebo there over near the scoreboard. He'll be running off the 18 metre handicap, and he will be our back marker in this one. So there's your field. Masters 300, proudly sponsored by the Lada Cafe. $200 of prize money for our Masters competitors, $125 for first, $50 second, third, $25. Last year's winner, Brendan Burr, not here this year, but ran it in a time of 37.23. So that's a bit of an indication of what we might be seeing around the track here as they're about to tackle the track here at Devonport, 300 handicap. And they're off and running, and it looks like Winona Sharman's going to be our front marker here with a few late withdrawals there as she tackles the back straight and now into that home bend. Look at the orange there of Benny Charles. He's starting to make the challenge now along with Shane Palmer. Luke Whitney from the back of the field along with Andrew Hay are starting to get the big strides going as the younger of the Masters competitors start to make up the ground now. It's Ben Charles just in front. Winona Sharman still boxing on. Here comes Luke Whitney via the bike track along with Andrew Hay. Oh, a bit of a tumble there. Whitney and Hay go to the line. Hay keeps it together and Andrew Hay takes it out from Luke Whitney. Oh, good finish there from Shane Palmer. He might have just nabbed third place on the line from Ben Charles. He got caught up in a bit of traffic there, did Shane Palmer, with about 50 to go. So that was a very, very good performance to find something again to get up to possibly a place. Andrew Hay's been in a really rich vein of form. Despite his age, is perhaps running as good as he ever has. He's already had some wins this season, been right up in the placings in a number of events. He is listed to run in the Masters, no, not the Masters, the 150 metre semi-final, so he'll have to do a bit of recovery work. But a smart decision perhaps to run the Masters. 36.25 has seen him get the victory in the Lada Masters 300. Luke Whitney officially second, 36.49. Let's have a look who got that third place. It was a close one. They're certainly moving quick this year. That was significantly faster than last year's winner. 27.2 saw Brendan Berg get it done. 37.70 was Shane Palmer. He just nabbed Ben Charles on the line, so he gets the chocolates or the prize money there. So well done to the Masters competitors. Our attention now, of course, turns to the Kathy and Peter Bruin women's wheel race. Over to you, Xavier.
Thank you, Grant. Congratulations to Andrew. Take the Masters 300 metres. Interested to see how he goes. Grant in his under 50 semi and backing up after the win in the 300. As Grant just mentioned, Kathy and Peter Bruin women's wheel race. This is the first of two heats, the first 8 heats to make it into the final. Just ask if we could have some holders, please. Holders for our riders would be greatly appreciated. So on behalf of the riders contingent, we'd just like to say a big thank you to our holders. Their support of our riders at the 87th running of the Devonport Tas Carnival. Devonport Athletic Club Christmas Carnival, part of the Tas Carnival series. In heat number 1, our front marker will be Ruby McEwen, and Ruby will be riding off the mark of 240. Sunny McEwen off 225, so her sister Emily Walker will be off the mark of 210, and she looks in fine fettle at the moment, does Emily Walker, so it'll be interesting to see how she goes. I suggest that she will make it through and have a crack at doubling up and becoming a dual Kathy and Peter Bruin women's wheel race winner here at Devonport. Lizanne Wilmot will be off the mark of 195. She ran the Masters wheel. The richest Masters wheel race in the Southern Hemisphere. Last night in Launceston off 105 will be Ella Liang. Just in front of her by 5 metres will be April Paddy off 110. Off 100 we go to Maddie Smith. And then Kiki Neo will be riding off the mark of 90. Off 35 will be Caitlin Kelly in the whites. Off the mark of 30 will be Mackenzie. And our back marker, riding off the mark of 10 metres, will be our Olympic Christina Clonan. We see the light towers starting to take effect here at the Devonport Oval. Big thank you to JG Bruin, particularly to Kathy and Peter Bruin, strong supporters of our women's wheel race here at Devonport for a number of years. Riders, attention. And we're off and racing in the Kathy and Peter Bruin women's wheel race over 2,000 metres. So our back markers there have seen 4 laps to go. So Christina Klein is going to get on the back of Mackenzie Mill and also Caitlin Kelly. They've got a bit of work to do over that 2,000 metre mark, but I'm sure that they will make it through because the top 8 will get through. So only 3 of the 11 riders will miss out in heat number 1 of the Kathy and Peter Bruin women's wheel race. So our leaders, as they come through now, they greet the judge with 3 to go, are the McEwen twins. So that's Sunny and Ruby. Then we get to Emily Walker and Lisanne Wilmot. So those 4 can work together. The next group through is led by Madison Smith. That also involves Ella Liang on the back. Neo just in front of her. Here comes our back markers, led by Caitlin Kelly. Second is Christina Clonan, and Mackenzie Milne rounds out that trio at the back of the field. We got the bushels out and Lisanne Wilmot down that back straight into the bend as she goes down past the eateries up on the hill underneath the lights. Night sky here at Devonport. They're looking a little bit of disarray, the front markers. I would have thought they might have tried to sort themselves out because they've got 4 good riders out there. So there goes Sunny McEwen. Let's Lisanne Wilmot through. Emily Walker then takes up the running. Ruby's still sticking with them. So she's going okay. Madison Smith still doing a fair bit of work in that middle bunch. Back markers now are starting to pair off a little bit. Caitlin Kelly's losing touch with Christina Clonan and Mackenzie Milne. They head down into the back straight and into that night sky. That looks illuminated down the back there with the Fairbrother sign and the Devonport Cricket Club. They go past the hill, make some noise as they come through now. Sunny McEwen leads them through, then Lisanne Wilmot, Emily Walker. We go back to Ruby McEwen. Here comes the Malaysian rider in Neo, and around the outside goes Mackenzie Milne and Christina Clonan. They've done their work early, so that's good. Jumping on the back of Clonan there is Ella Liang. Nice tight riding form being shown there by the Queensland Academy of Sport at Balmoral Cycling Club as they go through now and they head into the bottom bend. It looks like it might be Emily Walker that takes up the front running. Lisanne Wilmot is in second wheel. Then we go back to Sunny McEwen. Here comes Neo now with Mackenzie Milne and Christina Clonan. Ella Liang not far behind. And then at the back of that particular field, on there, the top 8 there, Ruby McEwen looks like she's missed out. Caitlin Kelly's gone. So, in fact, it's 9. 9 doesn't go into 8. Who's going to miss out here? Emily Walker certainly won't. Neither will Sunny McEwen. I think she's going to get in. Same with Neo, Mackenzie Milne, Lisanne Wilmot. Oh, it's going to be close. Maybe Ella Liang. We'll have to check on that. She might have missed them at the back end. Ruby McEwen coming through, and Caitlin Kelly will round out the field. Unless I'm missing one. We'll get that very shortly. But definitely Walker, Sunny McEwen, Lisanne Wilmot, Kiki Neo, Mackenzie Milne, all through. Clonan, did a work early. So did Mackenzie Milne. So they're the top 6. Who was next? Was it Paddy? Was it Smith? Not sure. April Paddy. And Madison Smith has made it. Madison Smith has made it. So Ella Liang does miss out. So Walker, McEwen, Sunny, Wilmot, Neo, Milne, Clonan, Paddy and Smith have made it through. So they're the first 8 of the 11 in heat number 1 of the Kathy and Peter Bruin women's wheel race. I'm going to head back to the running track. Once we're off the running track for the first of the semi-finals of the 150 metres handicap for the women, brought to us by Impress Print. We'll be back for the second heat of the Kathy and Peter Bruin women's wheel race.
An exciting time of the night. It's going to be running action, cycling action, back and forth. So we should be highly entertained, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to turn our attention to the faster sprinters we've got here tonight at Devonport after seeing some really, really great distance running there from our ladies. This is the 2 semi-finals of the Impress Print 150 metre handicap. Now to make it through to tonight's final, which is one of our last events on the program, need to finish in the first 3. So first, second or third across the line here will qualify for tonight's final. Our front marker here in the pink has got a big night ahead of her. She's about to contest the Devonport gift final. It's Caitlin Nicholson, who'll run from 21 metres in the pink. We see Tess Horton, who's a former OVA gift winner. She'll run from 17 metres. Former St Helens gift winner Trinity Anal Bajar, 12 metres is the yellow. We see the blue of Perry Barnes, who'll run from 11 metres. And then we see the very talented interstate athlete in Ebony Newton, who was a Hobart gift place getter. And she'll run from 6.5 metres in the white. And then we see Tasmania's fastest female, Chelsea Scollier, who is a world under-20 representative in the relay and the 100 metres. She'll run from 3 metres. So it's great to have Chelsea back. As we know, she's now living and training in Queensland under the guidance of Brett Robinson and the Viking Athletics crew up there. So big field here, 6 ladies to walk their blocks in the Impress Sprint. Women's 150 metres. So Nicholson, the pink, leads them out in the early stages. Tess Horton's up into her running nice and early. The green as she's in hot pursuit of the leader. Coming through nicely now is the white of Ebony Newton. Trying to go with her is Chelsea Scollier. Newton looks the biggest danger to our leaders. Ebony Newton now hits the lead and she's going to qualify for the final and take this semi-final out in style. I reckon Tess Horton and Caitlin Nicholson, the 2 front markers, have qualified also, but it was all Ebony Newton there. You can see very classy runner that she is. Off that 6.5 metre handicap was way too good for them. She closed up on them with about 20-30 metres to go and looked comfortable in the end. So Ebony Newton will go through to that final quite comfortably. I reckon second and third went to our 2 front markers. It is Ebony Newton that officially goes up as first on our big scoreboard. Second was Caitlin Nicholson, so she's in the final of the 150. And officially third and getting a spot in the final, yeah, but it was Tess Horton. So Tess is in the final tonight. So there's your 3, Ebony Newton white, Caitlin Nicholson pink, Tess Horton green. Winning time 17:55.
Just like to call all the men's wheel heats, if you can make your way please. So all men involved in the Genetic Accounting and Advisor Steve Daly, Order of Australia Memorial Men's Wheel Race. If you could please make your way to the marshalling area please. So all men for the wheel race heats, doesn't matter what heat you're in, if you could please make your way to the marshalling area. Just on the infield will be greatly appreciated. So second and final heat of the Cathy and Peter Bruin Women's Wheel Race about to get underway. Our limit marker will be off 260, that'll be Eva Smith. 250, excuse me, will be Sybil O'Rourke. Off 245 will be Melissa Turner, 235 Kayla Baker. Then there's quite a bit of a gap. So off 140 will be Amalia Langham, 120 Suzanne Stratas. Off 90 will be off 100 will be Erica Carney. Off 130 Emma Frost, apologies Emma, I didn't see that. Ebony Robinson will be off 90, Adette Lynch 50 and Lauren Perry off 30. So the girls at the back, there's only 2 of them. They've got a fair bit of work to do in order to be able to catch up, mind you. They've got time and distance on their side. So they've got a bit of endurance in them, Lauren Perry and Adette Lynch.
Yes, I think that is the front. Let me go to you. Yep. I think that is with the red line. Yep. Thank you. Even if you want to get the front 2 riders because they're close together, like zoom out a little bit. Perfect. Thank you.
Just waiting for our flags. We're all clear. Riders, attention. And we are underway in the second and final heat of the women's wheel race, brought to us tonight by JG Bruin, in particular Cathy and Peter Bruin. constant support of our women's bicycle races here at the Devonport Oval. And taking up the lead as they come through to greet the judge with 3 to go will be Eva Smith. Not far behind is Sybil O'Rourke, so out of Bernie and Devonport respectively, Kayla Baker, then we go back to Melissa Turner out of Devonport. So those 4, if they work together solidly, should make a good fist of this. Then we go back to Emma Frost, Suzanne Stratus, Amalia Langham. Jumping on the back there is Erica Carney, and then we go back to Saddlecloth 110, Ebony Robinson, Lauren Perry and Adette Lynch are going to have to do a fair bit of work here, ladies and gentlemen. Adette was just mentioned to me before, she's a bit cold. I suggest she's warming up now. She heads round into that back straight. We get the bushels out, we look down into the hill area, and there's Sybil O'Rourke who's taken up the running. Kayla Baker around the outside, and Melissa Turner joins her. Eva Smith dropped off the back. She's still in contention though, if she's able to keep her cadence up. Sybil jumps onto the back of Melissa Turner. Good decision, good strategy, Sybil, as they head into the back straight, main straight at the moment. It looks like it's Ebony Robinson that leads Amalia Langham through. Then we go back to Emma Frost, Suzanne Stratus, Erica Carney, and here comes Adette Lynch and Lauren Perry, our back markers. I tell you what, they've got some engines, those girls. Away they go at the northern end bend. They're going to go down past the Sea Road, Tasmania. Big sign. We got to get the bushels back out and coming towards the hill now. It looks like Melissa Turner leads Kayla Baker and Sybil O'Rourke. And a pack forms at the back. Eva Smith's about to be swamped, so she won't be one of the first 8. First 3, though, could possibly get there. They'll greet the judge with 1 to go. 1 to go, Sybil O'Rourke. She head down, bum up. Pistons pumping. She leads Melissa Turner and Kayla Baker through. Here comes Lauren Perry, the queen of the track. Adette Lynch sitting in beside her, along with Suzanne Stratus, Amalia Langham, and the 2 girls from Piedmont College in the Atlanta, Georgia. So that's Erica Carney and Emma Frost. I think Ebony Robinson's amongst them as well. We head down the back straight. Kayla Baker still leads. In second wheel might be Melissa Turner. Sybil O'Rourke hanging on for there for dear life. Here they come though, they're storming home. Adette Lynch leads them. Amalia Langham. We go back to, I think they might be, no, Susan Stratus is in behind. Lauren Perry there. Erica Carney's dropped off the back. The first 3 are going to get there. Good ride. Good ride by our front markers. They're Adette Lynch, Amalia Langham, Lauren Perry all qualified. Suzanne Stratus. I think Frost gets there from Robinson. Erica Carney misses out. And along with Eva Smith. Good effort by the back markers. Great ride, good strategy, good tactics employed by our front markers there in heat number 2 of the Cathy and Peter Bruin women's wheel race. Missing out will be Eva Smith. I think it might be Erica Carney and also Miss Robinson. So Ebony Robinson and Saddlecloth 9 to 110 did a bit of work for those middle markers. I think she might have missed the opportunity, Grant, to make her way through to the Cathy and Peter Bruin women's wheel race final.
Yeah, exciting stuff. We're about to turn our attention to another big 150-metre semi, but I am reminded we are getting very, very close to the lucky program draw. We're going to draw it around about 8 o'clock tonight. We'll try to squeeze it into this program sometime soon. Make sure you get your entry form in to the box in front of the main grandstand. So you've got about 5-6 minutes to do that. So quickly get down there with your lucky program number, and you could be the lucky recipient of the 4 prizes from Harvey Norman. We have a multi-groomer razor amongst them and a NutriBullet as some of the prizes as well. So please make sure you get your lucky program number in and entered before we cut that off tonight. Second semi-final, and Impress Print, the sponsors of this fantastic event, the 150. Our field will be as follows. The Rosebery Gift winner in Robin Locke will run from 30.5 metres. She wears the pink. Then we see the green of Alexis Harmey from the 14-metre handicap. That very, very
live.tastiming.com.au scoreboard. Underneath the lights here on this beautiful evening here at Devonport, God's country. Kraft and Bonneville still lead. O'Connell's doing work for no one in particular. And jumping onto the back of him now will be the first of the Americans, and I think that might be Owen Lloyd. Preston White just in behind him with the white helmet. Then we go back to Emulus, John O'Taylor, Simon Barnett, Jack Hadley, and then Aaron Jones at the rear of the field. So got some smart tacticians, some elder statesmen. As O'Connell's done his work, he jumps onto the back. No, he's unable to. The 65 to 69-year-old M8 champion of the world as Preston I decides to go. And he's going to catch up and go, he's got a streak past. Unless Kraft can jump onto the back of him now as he greets the judge, they're going to get 2 to go. So Preston I strings him out. John O'Taylor's out after him. Kraft works to the top of the track. He wants to see if he can make the top 7. It's only 9 that you got to deal with now, Crafty. Let's see what he can do. Jean-Christophe Bonneville looks like he's used all his petrol tickets early. So Kraft's got to jump onto the back. 3 will miss out. Let's see what he can do here. He jumps into the peloton. He sits in right behind Simon Barnett there. So he's going to be right amongst it. When the whips start cracking, John O'Taylor's just been rounded there by Jack Hadley's out after Preston I. He's lost Owen Lloyd and Aaron Jones. So Preston I, away he goes now. He gets the bill. Jack Hadley goes with him. Owen Lloyd in third wheel. Then we go back to John O'Taylor and Aaron Jones. They're definitely going to make it, those 5. We've got to work out the next 2. Kraft, he's in amongst it here with Simon Barnett. And Will Emulus as they head down the back straight. Let's see what happens between those 3 riders at the back end. Bonneville's out, and also, unfortunately, is O'Connell. They head into the main straight, and the front riders, they know they can sit up and just soak it in. Preston I, he tries to get the crowd engaged. Jack Hadley, Owen Lloyd, Aaron Jones, John O'Taylor made it through. Kraft and Saddlecloth 18, Will Emulus also make it through. Simon Barnett, rider from Townsville, unable to get there. Jean-Christophe Bonneville coming through. As I mentioned before, Mr O'Connell on the far side of the track rounds out the field in the second heat of the Steve Daly Order of Australia Memorial Men's Wheel Race. Cinetic Accounting and Advisors. Just noticed Brian Payne on the infield grant, former sparring partner with Steve over the journey here at Devonport and the Tas Carnival Series.
Yeah, loves his carnivals, Painey. Great to have him here. After a little bit of a health scare, a bit less than about a month ago. Special announcement, we are hoping to do a presentation for the women's mile. So could these 4 athletes please report to the presentation area, please? Piper Sharman, Eve Bell, Alicia Holloway, and we would ask if she's still here, Lyndon Hall, as well for a special presentation for her efforts in the mile as well. So once again, Piper Sharman, Eve Bell, Alicia Holloway to the presentations, and also if we could have Lyndon Hall as well. We are going to make that presentation for that very exciting mile that we saw early in the evening. The attention goes back to the running track for the running of semi-final number 2. We might just have to ask these cycling commissaires to move off the running track, please, if that's possible. Semi-final number 2 will see the field as follows. Ryan Lane will be our front marker. He'll run from the mark of 23 metres. Back to the pink, Andrew Hay. Well, he's been a busy man tonight. He's won the Larders Cafe 300 metre Masters and he's fronting up here in the semi-final, number 2. In the green, Heath Cripps will run from 22. Then we see the interstate trainer and pretty damn good runner himself as well, Daniel Samet from 21 metres, the yellow. Back to the blue of Reese Barwick. We see the Hobart gift finalist Noah Nakagawa run from 9.5 metres, and in the red from just half a metre, Tasmania's fastest man, Commonwealth Games representative in the relay. It's the Hailstorm, Jack Hale in the red. Can he get up into the final tonight, ladies and gentlemen? Away pretty well was the black of Ryan Lane. Quickly up to him is Andrew Hay, the pick. Coming into calculations now is Daniel Samet, the yellow, as he goes up to challenge the front markers. What can our back markers do? Here comes Nakagawa in the white. It's Samet now that takes the lead from Andrew Hay. Andrew Hay's going to make another final here. Fantastic run with Noah Nakagawa flying home the white along with Daniel Samet. I think those three are probably your three that'll go through. Great day of competition for Andrew Hay. Wasn't affected by that 300-metre final and has managed to qualify there along with the fast finishing Nakagawa, and I reckon one of the other front markers. I don't think Hale was able to get to them in that semi-final. Andrew Hay, of course, goes up there as the winner. His time of 15:66 has been put up on the board, so a competitive performance. Daniel Samet has held on for second place there. A nice run from the Central Coast competitor. And Noah Nakagawa, he's into the final as well. So great day of running for him as well. So there's your three finalists.
Third and final heat of the Syndicate Accounting and Advisors Steve Daly Order of Australia Memorial Men's Wheel Race about to get underway. Our front marker will be off 295, that'll be Tommy Blaisley. And our back marker will be off scratch Graham Frisley. Riders, attention. We're getting underway, and Tommy Blaisley will lead them out off 295 with Matt Bonham. Brendan Simpson Kidd off 280. So those three riders will work together. Our scratch marker is Graham Frisley. He's got a fair bit of work to do. He's got to jump 30 metres to Sam Gallagher, and then they've got to jump another 30 to Corey Bonington, in order to be able to make hay while the sun shines here in the men's wheel race. Blaisley leads them through, and they get 5 to go. There goes the Flying Wombat. Have a look at him. The red, white and black colours. Then we go back to Gonzalez Munoz out of the USA. Then Withington in that pursuit position. Nixon goes through there, and also Toby Jones. And here comes Frisley and Gallagher and Boddington. So those three riders are going to be working together. So they made up that 30-metre gap times 2 very quickly. And I suggest that they're going to utilise the speed, the nous and the endurance all together, those three, and catch these boys here. So it's the top 7 that'll make it through. Riders go through, led by Brendan Simpson Kidd. Then we go back to Tom Blaisley. Looks like the rider up the front, Matt Bonham, has lost the wheel. The Flying Wombat comes through next with Gonzalez Munoz. Then we go back to Withington, who's still working out on his own. Toby Jones working with Nixon. Here comes Sam Gallagher pulling through Boddington, and also Graham Frisley. So they greet the judge with 4 to go. Time's on their side as they head into that southern bend. They'll go down past the live.tastiming.com.au scoreboard. We get the bushels back out, down past where we can see all the eateries out there on the hill. Sun and light shining. Down here at Devonport, we've got Brendan Simpson Kidd and Tom Blaisley leading them through with 3 to go. Matty Bonham still pedalling. I'm not so sure he's going to be pedalling as quick as what he's doing currently with what's coming from behind. It's a freight train led by Graham Frisley. On the back of that, we've got Gallagher, Boddington. Then we go Toby Jones. Joshy Nixon has done his work, and it looks like he's going to be out of it in the white top with the long sleeves. Get the bushels out down that back straight. We can see Blaisley and also Brendan Simpson Kidd, the 2 Launceston combatants, working well together. They're going to try and make sure that they get through. They're going to greet the judge. How many to go? Well, we're looking at there, Barry. Is that 2 to go? 2 to go it is indeed. So I tell you what, this back group, they're doing a reasonable job. Boddington's leading them through with Toby Jones and also Graham Frisley. Then we go to Sam Gallagher. Hanging on the back of that is Piedmont College's Gonzalez Munoz. There's Matty Bonham. He's used all his chocolate that he got for Christmas, and he's gone now. Then we go back to the Flying Wombat. Doesn't look like he's flying to me. Withington's just hanging on to the back of him. Grab hold of that bushy tail. Yeah, the marsupial in Josh Rayner. As they go down to the back straight, we've got Tommy Blaisley still working there with Brendan Simpson Kidd. They may not be caught. I don't think they will be. But as long as they hold this particular pace. Graham Frisley working well there with Sam Gallagher. I'll tell you what, he might be out of petrol tickets too, Sam Gallagher. He's tonguing it as Mr. Boddington comes through with Toby Jones. Gonzalez Munoz, hang on to the back of that by those boys, Gonzalez. And I'll tell you what, you will make sure that you make your way through the Steve Daly Memorial men's wheel race. Withington and the Flying Wombat have changed places. So he's sniffing up the back. Here's the Flying Wombat of Withington. They head into the back straight. Brendan Simpson Kit, he's hanging on for dear life. He's there with Tommy Blaisley. I'm not sure how many more petrol tickets he's got, but you're still in the top 7 there, Brendan, so I suggest you keep moving. Move and win as fast as you can, because I don't think you're going to be caught by Mr. Withington. So he does. He puts his head down and bum up, but steering them home, ladies and gentlemen. Good ride by the back markers. Frizzley takes it off from Gallagher. Sitting up is Toby Jones, Mr. Boddington, Tommy Blaisley, followed there by Brendan Simpson Kit. Gonzalez Munoz unable to keep with that group and may have missed out. Here goes the Flying Wombat. He's going to finish strongly from Angus Withington, and rounding out the field will be Matt Bottom. That's the third heat of the Cinetic Accounting and Advisors Steve Daly Order of Australia Memorial Men's Wheel Race. Frizzley, Gallagher, Jones, Boddington, Blaisley, Simpson Kit. And who's going to be the 7th? Mr. Gonzalez Munoz. So well done, Jared. You've made it through to the men's wheel race final.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the Elders Real Estate Women's Mile event was a real highlight on our program some time ago. We're about to do the official presentation. Firstly, for her performance in 3rd place in the big mile tonight, proudly sponsored by Elders Real Estate, Alicia Holloway for 3rd place tonight. Congratulations. Second across the line, a great run for her and a great season so far. Eve Bell was 2nd tonight. And a big round of applause in a winning time of 4 minutes, 22.07. Piper Sharman. Prudy Jones on behalf of Elders Real Estate making the sash presentation. To Piper, fantastic performance for her. That's certainly the biggest win of her very short professional career so far, but what a great sight that is of the 3 ladies. Big round of applause to our place getters in the Elders Real Estate Mile. And I will ask this very special athlete to come up near me. She's getting a bit of information here. What a thrill it was tonight, ladies and gentlemen, to have Lyndon come with us. That was a fantastic performance. Now, Lyndon, over this way, please. It was a really tough job off scratch mark, but you are a star athlete, a World Championship finalist, Olympic Games. You've done the lot. You're about to represent Australia at the World Cross Country Championships, part of our relay team over in America. Must have been a great night to run in front of this big crowd.
Yeah, it was a bit lonely through the first almost 2 3/4 laps. I thought I was never going to get anyone, and then it all happened in a hurry, which I probably should have known was going to happen. But yeah, I mean, might have to do that at World Cross and chase down some teams. So definitely some good practice. A hard mile on the grass is as close as you're going to get to 2K cross country in the middle of track season in Australia. So hopefully you're well prepared going over to Tallahassee.
Awesome stuff, and we love seeing you in the green and gold, and I'm sure it's going to be another really big 12 months. But your time tonight, off the scratch mark. How about this, ladies and gentlemen? 4 minutes 34.29. What a performance it was, and a bonus of $500 on behalf of Elders Real Estate, a nice bottle of wine, which you might wait until the cross country's over. But there it is, ladies and gentlemen. What a performance. What a star athlete she is. Thanks very much, Lyndon. What a performance tonight in that mile. So next on our agenda, ladies and gentlemen, it is the running of another very big distance race here tonight on our program. It is the Simplot Australia Men's Mile. $2,500 prize money plus the sash, $1,600 for first. The big field will take you through some scratchings from the field. If you've got your programs, you can put a line through Ben Charles. The front marker there, Dalton Stretton, the black and greys out. Stu Jessup, the pink and blacks out. Mitch Stretton, the green and greys out. Jakai Wescombe, the orange and white. Doug Hammerlock, the black, is out. And along with the Paralympian Angus Hinksman is also a scratching. Does leaves us with a very big field still though, ladies and gentlemen. Our front marker here off the mark of 415, so he's standing there just past the finishing line. It's Andrew Seen, and he'll wear the orange and white and run from 415. We go back to the runner of 325, and that'll be the green and black of Shane Palmer. Just behind him there with the Oliver Morgan, who'll run from the mark of 3:20. Back to 3:10 will be Charlie Sutherland, the Victorian. He was third in the Burnie Mile, so he'll run from 3:10, the yellow and grey. Then it's Jade Child, the yellow and black, from 300. Troy Atkins, a former Burnie Mile winner, and Stall, 3,200 metre winner, the former Tasmanian, now residing in Victoria, will run from 250, the yellow and green. Mitch Whittam, the blue and green, will run from 255. Alex Seen, the blue and yellow, from 250. In the red and blue, it's last year's winner, Josh Phoebe. Can he do it again off the 240 metre mark? He'll wear the red and blue. Then it's Nathan Grant from 240. Patrick Lee, who was second in the Burnie Mile in 2023. He'll run from 210 in the grey and white. Back to the youngster, Hosea Young, the black and white, from 200. Off that same handicap of 200 is Bradley Moyle in the pink and white. Then it's Henry Forbes, the green and white, 185. Will Potter will wear the yellow and white and one from 190, so a small lift for him. Oscar Young, who was second in this race last year, he'll run from 165, the blue and white. Tom Davron, the red and white, will run from 130, so that's an adjustment to his mark. He'll wear the red and white. Cameron Bodner, a recent winner at the Hobart 1000, will run from 165, the purple. The Victorian Liam Stocky, who will be one to watch, from 150 in the orange. Cooper Forward, the grey, from 145. Gareth Holt was due to run from 120. He's been lifted out to 170, the pink. We see the third place getter in the Tasmanian 1500 metre championship, second in the 800 metres, and certainly one to watch. The very talented national finalist James Frankham will run from 100 metres in the green. We see former NCAA Division 2 cross country place getter Cale Adams, former winner of this event, former winner of many races over his long career in the sport. He'll run from 60 metres. And ladies and gentlemen, one of Tasmania's fastest 1500 metre runners, with a 3:36 PB for the 1500, a 3:57 for the mile. He was fifth in the recent Australian Championships over the 1500 metre distance. It's James Hansen from 20 metres. And he's back to do it all over again, ladies and gentlemen. He holds the race record here at Devonport at 3:57.79. He is the fastest all time over 3,000 metres, one of the fastest in the world over 1,500 metres, an Olympic finalist. Please welcome him back to Devonport from scratch, Stuart McSwain. Stuart's in hot pursuit of all the field tonight, and also got his eyes just a little bit on that record that he holds at 3:57.79. Runners, you're in the starters' hands for the Simplot Australia Men's Mile. And the gun fires, and they're off and running to tackle the 4 laps of the Devonport Oval. Andrew Seen has gone past the finish line already, and he's in our front marker, the orange and white. He'll have Stewie fly past him pretty quick, and just hope that he can hold him out and not let him get past one more time. We see the Victorian in the yellow and grey there of Charlie Sutherland take the lead of this next group, which includes Oliver Morgan, Shane Palmer, the yellow and black runner there of Jade Child, last year's winner Josh Phoebe in the blue and red there, leading up a pretty strong contingent of runners that includes the green and yellow of Troy Atkins there, sitting in that third place of that group of 5 runners. That will be a nice strong group to watch as they tackle the distance. They're still going around there. There's a lot of runners all mixed up in a big group there. Cameron Bodner in the purple on the back of a pretty good pace being set by the blue and white runner there, and that's Oscar Young. Cale Adams, the very talented cross-country runner and very good mile runner, goes through. There goes James Hansen as well, and Stewie goes through to complete his first lap in the Simplot Men's Mile. He's in hot pursuit of them. He's got a lot of work to do. We still see our leader. It's Andrew Seen. He's out there in front. He's got to have a big lead for a long time. He gets the call of 2 laps to go. Then it's the Victorian, Charlie Sutherland. He was third in that big Burnie Mile only this time last last year on New Year's Eve, so watch out for him. He'll be competitive as he sets a pretty hectic tempo. It's Oliver Morgan sitting in behind him. He's already been pretty successful this season. Then we see Shane Palmer, Jade Child there as well as they go through in third and fourth respectively. Josh Phoebe sitting along there. Troy Atkins using that pace nicely with 2 laps to run as the others start to stream out there. We see the green and white going through now to get the call of one to go. Henry Forbes, Cameron Bodner going along with Oscar Young there, the blue and white. He's looking like he's improving his position. Here comes out that runner in green, James Frankham, a nice mover as he goes past one of the runners. Carl Adams through, James Hansen starting to make some contact with the runner, and Stewie also probably still around about the handicap distance behind James Hansen. You'd think you'd have to do some serious work now, will Stewie?
Penultimate race on the cycling track tonight, and it's the Kathy and Peter Bruin women's wheel race over 2,000 metres, and it's the final. Our front marker from Devonport will be Sybil O'Rourke off 250 off 245. Also from Devonport will be Melissa Turner off 235. From New Zealand, Dulwich Hill will be Kayla Baker. From Launceston off 225 will be the young Sunny McEwen. Suzanne Stratus, mother of 5, nana of 1, will be off the mark of 120, so that's a revised mark of 120. So Emily Walker, the only former wheel winner, will be out off the mark of 210. Lizanne Wilmot from Canada will be off 195. Amalia Langham from Burnie off 140. Off 130 will be Emma Frost from the USA Piedmont Raw team. Off 110 will be April Paddy from Balmoral in Queensland. Off 100 will be Madison Smith from the Gold Coast. Off 90 metres will be Kiki Neo. Off 50, we then go to Odette Lynch from the Norwood Cycling Club in South Australia. Launceston's own Lauren Perry, the queen of the track, off 30. Off 30 metres also will be Mackenzie Milne from Brunswick and Victoria. And our back marker, ladies and gentlemen, off 10 metres will be Christina Clonan, Australian representative and out of Queensland. Riders, attention. And we are underway, so Clonan's got a bit of work to do. She puts power to pedal, jumps on the back of Mackenzie Milne, and leading them out is Lauren Perry. They're out after Odette Lynch, and she's got some juice in the tank, Odette Lynch. I'll be looking at her, ladies and gentlemen, along with Christina Clonan, to see who comes over the line first out of those two. But our front markers are going to have a question. They're going to ask the question of our back markers, and out leads them is Sybil O'Rourke. Kayla Baker, also amongst them is Melissa Turner at the rear of the field. Amalia Langham leads Suzanne Stratus through. Emma Frost a part of that bunch. Lauren Perry really motoring through. Odette Lynch has almost lost the wheel of Mackenzie Milne at the back. She's starting to wind up now as they head down to that southern bend, down past Kathy and Peter Bruin women's wheel race sign. And big thank you to Kathy and Peter Bruin for their annual support of our women's wheel as they go through. Kayla Baker now goes and leads up into the Eric Webster stand. Second wheel at the moment is Lizanne Wilmot, the Canadian, but Sunny McEwen leads them down. Emily Walker, the former wheel winner, would like to stand on the podium again. Look at the back markers come through now. Odette Lynch at the back behind Mackenzie Milne and Christina Clonan. They greet the judge with 2 to go. Still hanging on there. Looks like that might be Amalia Langham. Suzanne Stratus, the nana of 1, mother of 5, has lost the back wheel of Langham. I'm not sure she's going to be able to get back on. She's trying down that back straight. Wilmot leads them though from Emily Walker. Then we go back to Sybil O'Rourke that's in 4th wheel at the moment. Also there is Melissa Turner. She's working really well out of Devonport. Looks like Wilmot has lost all energy and she's not motoring through. Walker leads them through now. Here comes Mackenzie Milne. I mentioned Odette Lynch earlier, ladies and gentlemen. Here she goes. The South Australian flyer. Amalia Langham right on her tail. You look good in that kit too, by the way, Amalia. Emily Walker, though, leads them through. She wants to stand on the dais again. Away she goes. The Georgetown rider. She's really taking it out to Odette Lynch, who goes round to Melissa Turner. Amalia Langham hanging on the back. It's Launceston, South Australia and Burnie. Emily Walker, is she going to be a 2-time winner? She's come into the main straight. She sits up. Lynch is flying home, but Emily Walker's going to get there. Lynch for second. Amalia Langham, what a ride for third. Mackenzie Milne pips out Miss Melissa Turner there for that 5th position as they come across the line. Suzanne Stratus, Sybil O'Rourke, Lizanne Wilmot. There's Neo. Our Piedmont Raw team member Emma Frost, assistant coach, comes across the line along with Kayla Baker. And a good ride there by Sonny McEwen in her first major wheel race. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for first, second and third place. Here they come past Eric Webster stand. Second, Adette Lynch. Third, Amalia Langham. What a ride. But she's now a two-time Kathy and Peter Braun women's wheel winner. Emily Walker, ladies and gentlemen. We'll ask those three, Amalia, Adette and Emily, at the conclusion, if you could make your way, please, to the infield for presentations, which will be held very shortly.
Okay, we are about to do a running race. Okay, so I'm going to go on to 3. Could you reset for the running race?
Yep.
It's going to be the men's final. If you can do that, that'd be great.
Is it on?
Yep, on 3. Okay. Jack and Michelle, we're now on the running race. So we've got someone on red is the front of the is the back of the race. Can I get you on the front? Front, please.
Oh, the rabbit just keeps dropping out as well. It seems to stop out more.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the next final that we'll be introducing will be the City of Devonport Sea Road Men's Gift Final of 2025. 8 runners in the final after our 5 heats, qualified either by winning their heat or being one of the fastest times across those 5 heats. We're in for a pretty good treat here with this final. In the grey, we'll see a numerous long jump state champion, a Rosebery gift winner. He'll run from the limit mark of 40 metres. It's Brandon Clark. Former Latrobe gift winner, but turning his hand to the 400 here at Devonport, making this final from 27 metres. It's Ross Lovell, the black. Former TAL Sprinter of the Year, former Burnie 400 metre winner of many years ago, but he'll run from 25 metres. It's Jared Gilroy, the pink. In the green, he finished 3rd in this event. Last year, it's Joby Wescombe from 21 metres, the Liz Gray trained Joby Wescombe. In the yellow, we see the Scot now residing in Victoria under the tutelage of Mark Hipworth. He finished 2nd in this race. He'll run from 15 metres. It's Declan Gall in the yellow. Probably the man that caught the eye of most from the heats earlier today. Ran a blistering 46.8. He's come over here with Daniel Salmon and a very strong groove from the New South Wales Central Coast from 14 metres. It's the blue of Will Adams. In the white, former national medalist over the 400 metre distance, state record holder for his age group in previous years. He'll run from 10 metres. He's under the tutelage of Paul Young, who prepared this year's stall gift winner. It's Luke Simpson, the South Australian, in the white from 10. And in the red, he has represented our country at the World Championships, the World Relay Championships. He's an Olympic Games finalist in the 4x100 metre relay. He holds the 200 metre state record. What can he do off the 6 metre handicap? The former Devonport gift winner, now a superstar on the Australian team represents our country. It's Jacob Despard in the red. Sure, he'd love to have those legs that he had back in 2014. Well, he's about to go from the back of the field off 6 metres in this big City of Devonport Sea Road Men's Gift.
Athletes, walk to your blocks. Okay, on your marks. Set.
So the field's away, and it's Brandon Clark, the state long jump champion on a number of occasions, that leads them at the scoreboard. He's got a fair handicap, so he'll have to set this race up and just hope that they don't catch him up. In the black, it's Ross Lovell starting to go through. Look at the youngster, Joby Wescombe, start to mount his challenge for this race. And look at the blue starting to come through in Will Adams, along with the white of the South Australian Luke Simpson. Jacob Despard's got a lot of work to make contact with them, but it looks like these two back markers, look at them go. Simpson, the white, and Adams, the blue, running for home as they go up to challenge Joby Wescombe, and also Brandon Clark, who's probably still just in front. He's about to lose that lead now. Will Adams runs for home, grits the teeth, pumps the arms. Will Adams looks like he's got this run. He's too good for them tonight. Will Adams wins from Brandon Clark and Joby Wescombe. Oh, big finishes there. Luke Simpson completely stopped in the last 50 metres and fell over the line. But from the Central Coast in New South Wales, Will Adams, as his stable gets around him, as Daniel Samet, the trainer there, has brought a big group down. They've been competing since Hobart, and they came here for one big reason, Will Adams, to win this big gift here tonight. What a performance that was. You could tell that he was set for it. He went with Simpson as they went and caught the rest of the field. Simpson completely stopped almost that last 20 metres trying to run with Adams. He gave himself every chance. Great run from Brandon Clark to hold on for one of the place gettings. I'm sure he's a bit shocked by that, but prepared himself for it. 46.42. There's your winning time, ladies and gentlemen, to the New South Welshman, Will Adams. He was first. No doubt about that. It's a clear win in the end, really. Brandon Clark, second place. Never known him as a 400-metre runner, but what a run tonight. He's really risen to the occasion. Second place in 47.13, and I think you'll find the colours of Joby Wescombe, the green, will go up into third there. He gave himself a chance, and he's finished third again. So Joby Wescombe, another third place in the Devonport gift. 46.42, the winning time to Will Adams.
Well done, guys. That was really good. Thank you.
Looks like the back markers and
All right, we are ready for the men's wheel race, please. Oh, actually, it says women's 150-metre final, but I think it might be.
these are not the women.
These are not women.
Nope.
So I think it might be the wheel race.
What is it back here?
There's a 150-metre final.
Who's that?
Amalia Langham. Amalia Langham, could you please report to the presentation area, please? Amalia Langham. Place getters in the men's mile also, please, and women's gift. And the men's gift, of course, when a little bit of recovery's into place. But we will try to get some presentations squeezed in. We're getting right near the end of the night, ladies and gentlemen, and we'd love you to acknowledge our big winners tonight. So if you were a place getter in any of those races mentioned, the women's Devonport gift, the men's Devonport gift, the mile tonight as well. First, second and third, we need you all here for presentations.
I don't know if they're actually doing presentations or it's still happening.
I think they're calling them.
Amy Peacock, if you're around, please, could you please report to the presentation? Amy Peacock.
Yes, thanks, Jack. Because they're still looking for holders. Oh, okay. Stop then.
To keep you updated on the schedule of events, we are going to try to squeeze some presentations in of our big races that we've seen so far. So place getters again for the mile, please. Could you make sure you're all over here? I can see two of them. I think perhaps Tom Davron might be the other one we're waiting on. And we do need those men's gift place getters. I know recovery will be paramount at the moment. Certainly for Jacob Despard. He hasn't moved from the prone position there since his big final.
Does it look
Oh
like
no,
a whole?
there's 3 girls there.
Where? I'm just looking for where they're. No,
Yeah,
but
okay, so-
I don't know what they're doing. It's fake. These people look like they're about to
Yeah.
push.
These people look like
And we just need to get.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the Tas Freight Women's Gift of 2025, the presentations. Firstly, for her performance in third place off the 41-metre handicap, Zoe Nicholson, the green. Second tonight from the youngster off the 30-metre mark in the yellow, Ellie Rayner. And the winner, yes, the winner of the Devonport Gift of 2025 of 27 metres, the blue of Amy Peacock. Congratulations, ladies, and congratulations to our place getters and finalists tonight in the Women's Gift 2025. Fantastic shot. Our 3 place getters in that great race tonight.
So I don't have scratch marks. Let me have a look, please. Because it's a final, they haven't given me scratch marks. So I think that this guy in front is my back marker. Oh, the American's the back marker, and that guy over there with the blue, underneath the light is the front marker. Thank you. Yep, you can go there now.
No, they're doing more presentations.
You can go there because I've got presentations on. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our third place getter, representing the City of Burnie Cycling Club, riding off the mark of 140 in the Kathy and Peter Bruin Women's Wheel, Amalia Langham. Great battle between Amalia and our second place getter, based out of South Australia, from the Norwood Cycling Club off the mark of 50. Ladies and gentlemen, the endurance specialist, Adette Lynch. And a winner for the second time. She won it back in 2022. She's covered it ever since, and she's got it for the second time. Emily Walker from Launceston, a time of 2:18.41. And Kathy and Peter Bruin will present the sash to Emily, the winner in 2022 and 2025 of the women's wheel race.
When she stood up, she was underneath the banner.
I'll ask Emily to say a few words.
First off, I'd like to thank Kathy and Peter Bruin for sponsoring this race every year. To the volunteers and everyone who makes these carnivals possible, thank you. To my coach, Janelle, thank you. And a massive thank you to my husband, who sacrifices a lot so that I can do this. Without him, it wouldn't be possible. So, thank you, and I love you very much.
Very thoughtful, Em, and rather endearing. Emily Walker, Adette Lynch, and Amalia Langham with Peter and Kathy Bruin, sponsors and great supporters of the Women's Wheel. Congratulations.
The next race on our cards, ladies and gentlemen, is the Impress Print Women's 150-metre handicap final. Your 6 finalists as follows. The pink will see the Rosebery Gift winner, trained by John Maguire, from 30.5 metres. It's the pink of Robin Locke. In the green, we see Devonport Gift finalist, the Victorian, from 21 metres, Caitlin Nicholson. In the yellow, OVA Gift winner from Mike Gunson, trained Tess Horton in the yellow from 17 metres. In the blue, we see former Devonport Gift winner and former Stall Gift finalist from 10 metres, Lucy Carter, trained by Ray Quarrell in the blue. In the white, we see the bronze medalist from the 100 and 200 at the recent Under-15 National All Schools Championships, one of Tasmania's brightest young sprinting stars. From 6.5 metres, it's the youngster in white, Jayla Olam. And in the red, the New South Wales trained, Daniel Sammet trained Ebony Newton will run from 6.5 metres. And as our fastest semi-final runner, looks to be the favourite, the runner in red from 6.5. Impress Sprint Women's 150 metre handicap final. They're off and going, and it's Brobin Lock to lead the field away. The Rosebery gift winner. In hot pursuit of her is the green of Caitlin Nicholson. Also the yellow, Tess Horton right into it. Here comes Lucy Carter in the blue. And look at the two back markers. Ebony Newton, Jayla Rome going for it. Newton it is to tries to get to the front. Carter trying to hold her out. Newton, I reckon's just got there. All just from Lucy Carter. They're not quite sure, the Daniel Sammet stable. They're getting over to her, not quite as certain as they were from that Devonport gift where they saw Will Adams take it out. Did she do enough? Ebony Newton was full of running. Lucy Carter didn't give it up that easily. Let's await the official result. It'll flash up on that scoreboard pretty quickly. I'm not in the best position to call it from here. It looked very close between the back marker, Ebony Newton, or was it Lucy Carter, the blue? Let's just wait and see. Ebony Newton gets the win. 17.65 off the mark of 6.5. Fantastic performance. Really good night for the Daniel Sammet crew tonight. They've got two big wins in the Devonport Carnival. 17.68, 3/100ths of a second in second place. Lucy Carter gave it every possible chance. It was so close. Would be surprised, yeah, it was. Jayla Olam, another great run from the 14-year-old. 17.79, what a run. Up against a very well-credentialed sprinter in Ebony Newton. Held her at bay for as long as possible. She's officially third across the line. A great 150 metre final, ladies and gentlemen, taken out by Ebony Newton.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get underway in the Cinetic Accounting and Advisors Steve Daly Order of Australia Memorial Men's Wheel Race final over 3,000 metres. Our riders will be as follows. We have Tom Blaisley off 295, Paul Craft off 350, 315 John Taylor, Brendan Simpson Kidd off 280, 260 will be Mitchell Stratton, Tim Taylor's got a revised mark of 260, Aaron Jones off 240, 220 we've got a few riders, Gonzalez, Munoz, Jared and Luca Rocky. Luca Rocky will be off 200. Joining him will be Jack Hadley from Launceston, Jamie Carney, the only winner of the wheel race in the field in 2001 will be off 200. Off 180 will be Will Emulus, Owen Lloyd off 160, 155 is Edward Marks, Ainsley Gray will be off 155, 130 Preston I, Dalton Stretton off 120, 100 will be Toby Jones, Corey Boddington will be off 60, off 30 will be Sam Gallagher, and the rider off scratch, ladies and gentlemen, a former Australian and now US representative, Graham Frisley. I present to you our wheel finalists in the men's wheel. Riders, attention. And we're away in the Steve Daly Order of Australia Memorial Men's Wheel Race brought to you by Cinetic Accountants and Advisors. And coming through, our front marker will be Paul Craft. He'll greet the judge with 5 to go. 5 to go. There's a big gap there back to Tono Taylor. Tom Blaisley coming around the outside of him. Oh no, now as he sits on his wheel, and Brendan Simpson, Mitch Stratton coming through there with Tim Taylor and Aaron Jones. They're going to work well together. Those three local riders. Gonzalez leads the next group through. Then we go back to Preston I and Owen Lloyd also working well. And then we go back to Toby Jones, Graham Frisley and Sam Gallagher right in behind Mr. Boddington. They greet the judge with 5 to go. They're going at a fair clip. I'll give you the tap as we see our front marker come through. He says hello to those in the Eric Webster stand. That's Paul Craft. He's out with 4 to go. That's our leader in the orange and blue. Aaron Jones leads the next crew through with Mitchell Stratton. Then coming onto the back of them, it looks like that might be Luca Rocky. Around goes Owen Lloyd and Preston I. And then we can see Dalton Stratton on the back of that. Jack Hadley's got to have to do a fair bit of work. Same with Toby Jones at the back. But I'm not sure they're going to be able to do so. He's have to wait for the back crew. The back crew are now coming through because Boddington's left them after giving them a good ride for the first 1.5 laps. So Graham Frisley and Sam Gallagher are out. Let's see whether Graham Frisley can get up from the mark of scratch. He says g'day, says Paul Craft as he goes past. Lizanne Wilmot says hello to him too. And as they come through now, that looks like it's Ainsley Gray that leads the next group through with Edward Marks, Tommy Blaisley and company. Here we come, our back markers. Sam Gallagher and Graham Frisley leave Toby Jones for dead. So Toby Jones is out at this juncture. Frisley and Gallagher are working their way through with 3 laps to go. Down the back straight. Looks like it might be Taylor that leads them through at the moment. Edward Marks. Then we go back to Tommy Blaisley. Looks like Jack Hadley's also in there amongst them as they're coming through at the moment. But they're in a bit of disarray. Tommy Blaisley takes over. Ainsley Gray. Then we go to Jack Hadley, Tim Taylor, Luca Rocky. They're not really sure what they're going to be doing. They're in a bit of disarray at the front. Here comes our back marker off scratch. Have a look at him go. Graham Frisley. He greets the judge with 2 to go. 2 to go, Graham Frisley. I reckon he's going to catch them. There's no doubt about that. The rider from USA, he's going to put his name all over the Steve Daly Order of Australia Memorial Men's Wheel Race. As he goes down the back straight, Tommy Blaisley's giving his best effort. Not far behind him is Jack Hadley. He's going to have to kick though, because here comes the freight train from scratch. Make some noise. Graham Frisley round the outside. Look at him go. Jack Hadley goes now. Has Frisley got enough in the tank? Not so sure. He has to go and kick a second time. Away they go. Jack Hadley leads them down that back straight. Graham Frisley, has he run out of juice? He hits the back straight. He's working hard. The American, Luca Rocky, got a second win. Out after him, Taylor, Hadley. Frisley's run out of juice. Luca Rocky's going to get him. I don't think he's going to storm home. Hadley, Taylor, the local boy. Let's see what happens. Jack Hadley, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Taylor, what a ride by Graham Frisley. Luca Rocky right on his wheel. What an effort there by the scratchman, but unable to get up. But a young man, a superstar out of Launceston. What a ride by Jack Hadley. Adds his name to the list of riders that have won the Devonport wheel race. So in 2025, ladies and gentlemen, as he comes around the hill, underneath the lights, in the night sky, this beautiful evening at the Devonport Oval, it belongs to Jack Hadley, Tim Taylor and Graham Frisley. Give them a round of applause as they come round. Graham, Tim and Jack, if you could make your way onto the infield, please, for the presentation area, it'd be greatly appreciated.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on with one of our key presentations for the evening. This is for the Simplot Australia Men's Mile. What a run it was. Firstly, for his performance in 3rd place in the race tonight, from the handicap of 240 metres, it was the purple and white of Nathan Grant. Second tonight in his great run off 130 metres was the red and white of Tom Davron. And how about this, ladies and gentlemen? He won this race in 2024. Well, he's done it again in 2025. The red and blue from 240 metres, Joshua Phoebe. Congratulations to the 3 place getters there, Nathan, Tom and Josh. I'm sure Josh might want to say a few things on behalf of the event and the people he'd like to thank.
Thanks, Grant. I'd just like to thank the TAL, all the committee members and volunteers and everybody that put these carnivals together. It's a lot of work and they do a really great job. Thanks to the John Maguire stable, all the people I've met at West Park and trained with, Cameron, Shane, thanks the training we do together, just thanks to them. Thanks Mum and Dad and Pop and Nan for coming to watch, and yeah, just all the people I've met through running as well. And well done to all the other competitors tonight, and yeah, thanks everyone.
Good stuff, Josh. Well done. The winner of the Simplot Australia Men's Mile. Moving on with the presentations, and this one is for Sea Road Men's Gift of 2025. A fantastic final it was. Firstly, for his performance in third place tonight from the mark of 21 metres, it was the green of Joby Wescombe. Yep. Second place in the grey from the 40-metre handicap, Brandon Clark. And the winner tonight, the New South Wales runner in the blue, Will Adams. Great work, Brandon, Joby, and of course our winner, Will, tonight in the big gift. So, Will, the microphone's all yours. A few people you'd like to thank.
Thank you. I just want to start by thanking the TAL, the organisers, all the volunteers and sponsors. Without you guys, this isn't possible. This is my first time in Tassie competing at these meets, and safe to say I'll definitely be back. I just want to thank my coach, especially Daniel Summit, and my squad at Stable, the giveaway Wills, and to my coach who puts all the hard work into me. None of this is possible without him. And yeah, what a quality field. All the runners were phenomenal, so congratulations to them too.
Yeah, very nice words. Will Adams, our winner of the big 2025 Devonport gift. We're almost done, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting up to our final event of the evening on the track, and that will be the running of the Accident Repair Centre men's 150-metre handicap final. Some really, really thrilling heats and semi-finals has left us with this final of 6 runners here tonight. The first one to run from the pink, in the pink colour, from the 25-metre handicap, it's Dan, the Dragon, Lamoto. In the green, well, he's been a busy man tonight. He's won the 300-metre Masters event earlier in the evening, and in between that, mixed up this 150 and has found himself in the final here off the 22.5-metre mark, the Rosebery gift winner, Andrew Hay. In the yellow, we see the Jack Howe train, 22.5 metres, BJ Cobbing in the yellow. Well, Daniel Sammett's trying to come down off Mount Everest after seeing 2 of his stable win big races here tonight. Can he do it as the coach tonight and show him how it's done? It's Daniel Sammet, the New South Welshman, from 21 metres in the blue. In the white, one of his runners, Noah Nakagawa, a Hobart gift finalist recently. He looks like he's right in the mix here off the 9.5 metre mark, Noah Nagawa. In the red, we see our back marker. He was second in the 2022 stall gift. A very, very accomplished 400 and 200 metre athlete. The Brian Wright trained Hamish Lindstrom in the red will run from 3.5. There's your final of the Accident Repair Centre Devonport 150. Let's see who gets the job done in our final race of the night. Looks like the 6 athletes are ready to go there. So Lindstrom just get rid of the last bit of clothing. He'll be our back marker here, 3.5 metres. Stands the field up over 20 metres when you look out to the pink of Dan Lamoto. They'll rip around this home bend and come into this very short straight here at Devonport. Who can win our final race of the night for our Taste the Carnival this year, the 87th edition. This fantastic event. Been entertained on the cycling track, the running track, long and short distances. Well, this is the shortest one for the runners. In the back marker, Hamish Lindstrom. So could our place getters in the 150 metre handicap for ladies and for the gentlemen, which you've just seen, please, as quick as you possibly can, because we can see lots of people leaving. We'd love to do a bit of a presentation before everyone leaves who might want to clap for you tonight.
Ladies and gents, we're now going to do the presentation of the Steve Daly Order of Australia Memorial Men's Wheel Race, brought to us tonight by Cinetic Accounting and Advisors, and we thank them for their support of the men's cycling here at Devonport, the 87th running of the carnival. In third place, giving up around about 200 plus metres, representing the USA, also riding Vacation Body Wrap. Ladies and gentlemen, can you put your hands together for the third place getter, Graham Frisley. In second position, this young man is a fan favourite, also known for his home improvement, riding off the mark of 260, Tim the Toolman Taylor. And our winner tonight is a young gun, time of 3:16.27, riding off the mark of 200. He adds the sash and his name to the perpetual trophy, the Steve Daly Order of Australia Memorial Men's Wheel Race. Ladies and gentlemen, up-and-coming superstar out of Launceston, Mr. Jack Hadley. Presenting the sash is Vice President of the Devonport Athletic Club, Mr. Rod Walker. I'll hand Jack the microphone and he can say a few words.
I'd just like to thank the organisers putting the race on, and obviously the competitors. It takes competitors that put on the race, I guess. And thanks to the sponsors.
Thank you very much, Jack, and we'll get some photos. I might just ask Graham to stay there on the podium, and I'm going to ask Peter de Bruin to come forward for a special award. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Tim. And this is the performances for the cyclist of the evening, and it goes to Graham Frisley. Graham was first in the scratch. He was third in the Devonport wheel, and he also won his heat of the wheel. So ladies and gentlemen, can you please put your hands together for Graham Grizzly Frisley out of Montana, United States of America. Loves this part of the country. He puts on a performance every time he comes. So thank you. Congratulations, Graham. And thank you, Peter.
Yeah, we'll keep the ball rolling with some presentations. And this is for the Impress Print Women's 150 metre handicap. Firstly, for her performance in third place, Jayla Ulm from the 6.5 metre handicap, the whites, a junior. Well done to her. In second place was the blue of Lucy Carter from 10 metres. And our winner tonight of the Impress Print 150 metre handicap, Ebony Newton, the red, from 6.5 metres. There they are, ladies and gentlemen, the three place getters. Congratulations to them all. And I'm sure Ebony would like to thank a few people on behalf of the event. Ebony.
Thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate all the girls as run against tonight. They all ran so well. I'd like to thank the sponsor Impress Print and also the Tas Carnival promoters for helping us come down here this season. Never been to Tassie before, and it's been the best experience. And also thank you to my coach Dan Semmett and also Trevor Hyde back home and my squad S Stable. You guys have been awesome. Thank you so much.
Fantastic work and well done to the three place getters there in the Impress Print 150 metre handicap. Over to the gentlemen in the Accident Repair Centre 150 metre handicap, the final event of the night. And firstly, for his performance in third place, BJ Cobbing. Well done, BJ. Second place tonight by 1/100th of a second, Dan Lamoto. Congratulations, Dan. And what a run, what an eye-catching run, and a great way to finish the program. The runner in red, running by 1/100th of a second in 15:47, Hamish Lindstrom, the red. Great performance, what a race it was. There they are, the three place getters, BJ, Dan, and of course our winner, Hamish. And Hamish, I'm sure a few people you'd like to thank for this great performance tonight.
Just a big shout out to the Tasmania Athletic League, all the sponsors. My coach is not here tonight, but Brian Wright and Vass I also coach with, and Neil as well. Big shout out to those boys, obviously in my speed through, and yeah, good run, boys. It was bloody tight, so it was good race, hell of a race. Well done, boys.
Yeah, great running. I'm sure we'll see plenty more of Hamish in the next couple of days, as I'm sure that sort of speed will transfer nicely to the Bernie gift in a couple of days' time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to all the organisers. The Devonport Athletic Club Committee do an amazing job every year. All of the TAL, the people involved with all the cycling. Xavier, I'd like to thank you for all your fine work on the mic tonight around the cycling track. And I hope you really enjoyed your Taste the Carnival experience, everyone. And we'll see you all in Burnie in a couple of days' time.